your sewing machine or on your lap, what you're up to. Shall we start off with an early bird? Now, as I said, today is all about all of you. So it's all for beginners and more experts. So we're going with one of our basic fabrics for you, but at a special price and a really nice neutral colour. So what we've got in this bundle is 2 meters of 100% cotton fabric in beige. It's our beautiful quality quilting weight cotton. It's Rose and Hubble, so it's really, really nice quality. For your normal 44 inch, 112 centimetre width, but it's pre-cut into a 2 metre bundle. Loads. And it's brilliant. It's a really lovely neutral colour. Now you can use this for all sorts. You can use this maybe for the back of a cushion or for lining something. Maybe you're an embroiderer, you want to do some embroidery on a nice neutral fabric. We've got tapestry fabrics coming up in the next hour. Be fantastic for cushion backs. So you have got 2 whole meters. Maybe you're a doll maker or a toy maker. Be perfect for faces and arms and legs. Great for dressmaking if you want a bit of neutral in it. Now, as I say, sometimes our early birds are our normal stock items like this as a special treat. Sometimes they're new things. So with this one today, we have got it at an extra special price for you. Now, normally 2 meters of this Rose and Hubble fabric would be £15.16, but not today. So Ben, what can you do for me? £11.37. Wow, £11.37. Look at this, for 2 whole meters of beige fabric. Now this is pre-cut into a 2 meter piece. So if you order more than one, you won't get it as a 4 meter. It will come as pre-cut 2 meter pieces. But there's so much you can do with that. £11.37. Maybe you're making a quilt and you want a nice neutral fabric, because this neutral beige goes beautifully. If you're doing like, you know, a traditional blue quilt and you want, instead of white, use the beige. Red looks gorgeous with this. So if you're doing things like, maybe you're doing hourglass or half square triangles or flying geese and you want a plain background. Maybe you're looking for sashings and borders or just to bind it. Absolutely perfect for that. I'm making a quilt at the moment in red and this sort of beigey calico colour, and it looks lovely together, because normally you think about putting white, but this is just a bit softer and a little bit warmer. And remember, this is quilting weight cotton. It's 44 inches width. It's Rose and Hubble. It's beautiful quality. You can mix and match it with any other plain fabrics. You can use designer fabrics because it's quilting weight, but also it's not just for patchwork. It's lovely in homewares. So, you know, maybe you're making some little tote bags. Maybe you make to sell, and you're making bags that you want to personalise, or you can stamp or print letters or words or personalise them on it. You could use it for that. As I said, you could use it for dressmaking. Fab, isn't it? 2 meters for £11.37. That's a fantastic saving. I really like it when we do our standard stock items that we know sell really well anyway, but it's just a special treat for you, being as it's the 6th of March. Happy birthday if it's your birthday. I've had mine. Can't even say it's mine. Happy birthday to anyone March the 6th. This is your special treat. Yours doesn't count, no, Ben. No, yours is, if your birthday's in June, Ben, that means it's to happen, because it's close than has happened, you see. So 2 whole meters, quilting weight cotton in beige, that lovely neutral tone. It would be really good for doll making, because it's a really nice sort of, just a neutral flesh colour. Beautiful. But linings for things as well. And again, because it's neutral, it will go with all other colours. And I often think, where, you know, if you're used to mixing and matching brighter shades with whites, try this neutral shade instead. It's just a little bit warmer and a little bit softer. Please do keep checking out on that. Very, very busy. And, you know, we only have so much stock. We can't hold thousands of meters of beige in our warehouse. So when it's gone, it's gone. Also, that price for the 2 meter bundle will go back up at midnight. So you do, if you've got it in your basket, please do check out, because I don't want you to miss out on that. I will keep you updated on that one. Anyway, should we have a look at what's coming up today? So 8 o'clock now, we have got the Lewis and Irene brand new Celtic Faeries collection. Beautiful collection of fabrics, brand new from Lewis and Irene. You will love these. It's really lovely. We've got some beautiful prints mixed with some low volume plains as well. Really beautiful collection. So I'll be showing you that in a moment, as well as some gorgeous tapestry fabrics, including some of the Morris print ones. And we've got the Songbird collection as well by Lewis and Irene. So all sorts there for you. So if you're looking to increase your fabric stash, or if you've got a specific project in mind, we've got a lovely choice of fabrics for you at 8 o'clock, which I will be showing you through. At 9 o'clock, we've got Debbie Harris with us. She's got two beautiful designs, the watering can and the sewing machine pincushion. Do you want to have a look? So, look at this. How cute is that? Look, it's a little pincushion, or it's just a little ornament. It's even got a lid, look. It's got a little lid, so you can keep things inside it, because it's got an inside as well, so you can keep things inside it, like you keep special sewing sweets inside. We're just sorting that out, putting it on pre-order at the moment. Ben's doing that. We'll let you know when it is. We've got instructions only for this, and we've got kits as well. We've got a choice of different prints, not just this one, and Debbie will be demonstrating that. And we've also got her kit. Look at this one, the sewing machine pincushion. It's just the loveliest ornament, isn't it? As well as being great as doubles as a pincushion, ornament or pincushion. Brilliant. Make it for yourself, have it by your sewing machine. Lovely gift for somebody. Now we've got instructions with the little bits of habit, so you get the little spool and the button, and we've got kits as well. We've got a kit with this thimbles fabric and other kits as well that include the tape measure ribbon. Those are beautiful. So they are coming up at 9 o'clock. Oh, very difficult to resist, I think. 10 o'clock, we've got the ladies from Ribbonly in, who are going to be showing us how to make some beautiful wreaths. There's a couple of Easter wreaths as well as an egg as well, and they're gorgeous ribbons. So if you fancy making a wreath to put on your door or for your Easter display, or just to decorate your home, join us at 10 o'clock when they will be here to show us how it's done. They're fantastic kits. 11 o'clock, Debbie will be back with me to talk us through how to make the quilt as you go insulated shopper's tote bag. Now, chatting to Debbie earlier, we decided we're going to do this as a real beginner's show. As I said, there's something for everyone in today's show. So if you've looked at quilt as you go and thought, I don't know how to do that, or if you've done it before and got confused and you'd like to know, Debbie's going to start right from the beginning. What happens when you unpack it, how it works, what is quilt as you go, what's so great about it, and she's going to show us step by step how to do it. So if it's something that you'd love to learn, it basically is a brilliant method where you quilt, you join your fabric together and you quilt all at the same time, so it saves you time for perfect results. And Debbie will be on with us at 11 at that. To do that, and at 12 o'clock it's Monday, so it's Yarn Lane, and we've got the fab Sam Sabido in, and she's got these 4 beautiful Shades of Springtime crochet shawl kits. If you follow Sam on Instagram, you'll see all over the weekend she's been posting photos of them. There's a choice of 4 different colourways. They are beautiful and they're perfect for this time of year when you just want a little shawl to put around you. Absolutely ideal. So she'll be on with me at 12. So what a jam-packed, glorious day we've got. So let's start off with fabric. Let's start with the Songbird collection. Now oh, I'll stay here. Is that all right? Or do you want me to move? Okay, I'll stay here for now. I'll move in a bit because the other fabric's all on the other table. The Songbird collection is beautiful. Now, all of these items are available to pre-order already. So if you want to shop with us, particularly if you're new and you haven't had it explained, if you go on to www.sewingstreet.com, there are 2 ways to shop with us. The easiest way is online. If you click on Watch Live, that's across the top. Now scroll down. There are, coming up on today's show, those are the items I haven't talked about yet, but if you want to get ahead and not miss out, because a lot of these fabrics are selling quite fast, from those of you who know how it all works, particularly the tapestry fabric, you can go scroll down and you can buy it there. Everything that we've got on today's show is on pre-order. There's a couple of items we're still fixing, but it's all there. There's all the Ribbonly products. Look at the 2 wreaths. Gorgeous. That's the crocus Easter egg and the anemone Easter wreath. There's the Quilt As You Go kits. We've got them with fabric. We've got them just as the Quilt As You Go panels on their own. And there are Sam's shawls. We're missing a photo. That's the blue one. We'll get that one sorted, so we'll show you that one later, and all the tools as well. So if you want to get ahead and you don't want to miss out, do it that way. Now you can also, there's the phone number, if you would rather speak to a person, that's a UK call centre, in fact it's just upstairs, and free phone number 0800 001 4433, or you can shop on sewingstreet.com, entirely up to you. Right, done all the shopping. Now let's see what we can buy. So this is the Songbird collection. Now, there's a £6 saving on this. So you get 3 metres. There are 6 different fabrics in this collection. Should be £35.54, but not today. We've got a £6 saving. So we've got 4 of the Songbird fabrics and 2 plains that have been specifically selected to go with them. Now look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Look at them. We've got wrens. I'm not very good at birds. I think that might be a wren though. Possibly a blackbird. Do you think that's a starling? They are songbirds. So let me show you the whole fabric. I'll open it all out. So we've got songbirds on a beautiful pale pastel blue background, and then intermixed around it we've got eggs, little bees, we've got sprigs of foliage, blossom. It's so pretty, isn't it? Now this collection, it has got ½ metre of each in the whole bundle. So you think what you can make with that's beautiful, isn't it? I'll show you the others in a minute. I mean, they'd be lovely to patchwork and mix and match together, but beautiful for fussy cutting. So if you just wanted to cut out one bird, even if you were doing like a quilt with corner squares, you could put a bird in, but lovely for a whole thing, wouldn't it? I mean, just a pretty, pretty cushion to pop on your bed. You know, you could make the front and the back with this, and because there's a couple of plains, you could use the plain fabrics for the backs and use this for the front. Nice for kitchen makes as well. It's just so pretty, isn't it? I love the songbirds. It's all watercolour drawn, and I like the way that in the background you've got the butterflies and the foliage in just monochrome, and then some of them are picked out in colour as well. So that is the blue one. Then we also have the same one. This is still in the bundle, but on a cream background. How pretty is that? How pretty. So you can see how lovely. It's exactly the same print as the blue one, but obviously just a different colourway. But don't they look pretty together? I'm thinking, you know, just making a little patchwork throw with this would be beautiful. If you cut it so you had a bird in the centre of each square and then joined it all together, you probably, if you just cut 9 squares and joined them together as 3 by 3, it'd be really lovely, wouldn't it? Really, really pretty. And I like the cream. It's a real sort of buttermilk cream as well. Right, so that's number 2. And then number 3 is the background. I'll move those out of the way. So this is basically the background of the birds, but without the birds. So this is really nice to use alongside them. So you can see now, if you decided you wanted to make something bigger, like a lap quilt or something bigger, you could join all of these together because you've got the same background of little butterflies and foliage. There's even blackberries, leaves, blossom. But if I put that with the songbirds one, see how pretty it is. It's a slightly smaller scale, but it's lovely, particularly when you've got this specific shade of buttermilk, to get the two that go together. That's gorgeous. This is still all in the bundle because you've got, remember, we've got 6 ½ meters in it. Now you can see these little bees that are dotted amongst here. Look, this one, bees. Look at that. So you've got nice like grey with a grid system, and then you've got the little bumblebees buzzing everywhere. And you can see, if I put them with, I'll put it with the blue one, because this is all from the same collection, and it's lovely when you get fabrics all from one collection because you know that the tone range, the colour tone and the print all hangs together. So you see you've got like the little bees, and then they're echoed in this one as well. So that's the 4 print fabrics. I'm just going to fold them so you can see them together. This is a beautiful bundle, and it kind of echoes today, doesn't it? It's a lovely spring feel. I know it's a bit frosty cold, but it does have that, it's getting lighter, so it has a really nice spring feel to it. So there's the 4 prints, and then to go with it, we've selected these. So you've got the plain cream, because that goes beautifully with that, and then you've got the plain blue, which again goes with that. So what a beautiful collection. You can imagine all of that joined up together. Or you can use them individually. It's just a nice collection to have in your stash. You know, maybe you want to make a little gift for somebody, just a little gift bag, a small drawstring bag. You know, if you made it in one of these songbird prints and lined it with one of these, it's just so pretty, isn't it? Really unusual collection as well. So that's a £6 saving, £29.54. I will put that to one side. Now, those fabrics also are available individually by the ½ metre. They're on the website. I won't go through them individually. You can see them on there. But what it does mean is if you like the blue songbirds the best, if you want more than ½ metre, then it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So if you think, oh, I'd love to make a little girl's dress in the blue songbird and I need 1.5 metres, just put 3 units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. The bundle that I've just showed you, that is a ½ metre of all to get that saving. But if you just want one of them, then you go onto the website and they're all on there with all the codes. Celtic Faeries next. This is new. Brand new. Which one shall I do first? I'm going to go unicorns. So this is 4½ metres in this bundle because there's 9 fabrics, but we are giving you a ½ metre for free. So you are paying for 8 and you get 9. 9 for the price of 8. Never seen that one before. Normally 3 for 2, 9 for 8. So £59.92, you're getting 4½ metres, ½ metre of 9 different fabrics, but one of them is free. So let's start with this one. Now, I don't know whether you can see this picked up, but this has got, let me turn it around, it's got metallic in it. So it's got a beautiful deep navy background and these beautiful resplendent unicorns. And then all of the silvery parts around it are all picked out in metallic, so they really, really shimmer. Aren't they pretty? They're like heraldic, aren't they? You know, when you see those resplendent lions, they're like heraldic symbols. I don't know if anyone has heraldic unicorns. Gorgeous though, aren't they? So this is the Celtic Faeries. So that's the unicorn. Oh, I don't know. There's so many nice ones in here. Yes, ½ metre for free. Yes. Ben's suggesting, should we have a bit more of a discount? Yeah, I'm not sure you're supposed to do this because it does say ½ metre for free, and I thought once you said ½ metre for free, we couldn't change that. But you do get ½ metre for free. But we're going to have a special Ben's in that sort of mood discount. What are we going to do? £52.92. Whoa! So you get ½ metre for free and you get a further £7. Wow! That's amazing, isn't it? And I've only shown you one of them. There's 9 in here. So what's the complete discount on that then? He's going to just work that out for me. So ½ metre for free and £7. So he'll work that out in a minute. What's the total discount? Look at this one. So this collection, Celtic Faeries, echoes that. So £14.49 saving, £14.49, and you get ½ metre of all of the 9 fabrics from the Celtic Faeries collection. Yeah, if anyone asks, just... Yeah, don't know how that happened. £14 saving. I'm amazed you're allowed to do that, but you know, why not? Why not? It's Monday. So this collection is all about myths and legends and Celts, and the oak leaf was very important to the Celtic people, particularly the Druids. It was their sort of main symbol. I think they thought of the oak tree as being part of power and might. It's beautiful, but if you look at this really closely, so you've got the oak tree with all of these leaves, all of the gold and metallic, and then look, you've got the oak tree itself has got a face. Look, he's got a face. Do you think am I upside down? No, look, he's still got a face, but he's got a moustache as well and a little nose. So it's that whole sort of the oak tree coming to life, it was a very important symbol to the Celts. I like that. Isn't that, I mean, it's a beautiful print anyway, and I love the fact that the leaves are metallic. But wouldn't it be lovely if you were doing fussy cutting? Imagine cutting that out and just having this little face. That's so clever, isn't it? Beautiful, really like that one. We've also, in the same bundle, we have the same fabric. So this one is on a very pale plum. Very, very pale plum. And then this same print, I'll make sure I get this from the right way up this time, is on a cream background. So the oak tree is in a beige, you've got the green leaves, again you've got the gold metallic, and you've got the little oak tree face. I think that's so sweet, isn't it? I like the fact that the oak leaves are his eyebrows. He's got a little moustache as well. And it's funny, when you look at it first, it doesn't pop out to you, but what a lovely thing to use. You use them as fussy cutting, or if you've got it in a quilt or something, then you'll just see this little face popping up here and there. Really pretty, isn't it? So that's the Celtic one. Then we're on, this is Faeries. I'm making sure I get them the right way up this time. Look, so this is a very pale mauve background, and then you've got thistles, and you've got holly, and you've got little flowers, and then tiny bees spotted around, and then the fairies, can you see, are all in silver. So they're all in silver metallic, and then you've got little tiny dots of fairy dust, so tiny silver metallic dots just sprinkled across the whole fabric. Really pretty. So that's the Fairies, thistly Fairies, gorgeous. And then exactly the same print. Oh no, that's the same as the unicorn. It's another fairy one. No, this is the same as the navy unicorn, but again in this very pale plum. In a minute I'm going to show you them all together, but that's very, very subtle, isn't it? So again, you've got that very, very pale plum background with the unicorns monochromed on it, but then all of the silver elements, so you've got the thistles, you've got the Celtic knot, you've got the scent of the flowers, are all in silver, including the unicorn's horn and mane and tail. I don't know whether it shows up there, can you see the shimmer? But it's all, you can a bit when I do that, can't you? It's got that beautiful, beautiful metallic finish. Then we've got some flowers, so the thistle really appears all over in this collection. Tiny print. So this is the sort of print that you use alongside the others to complement it, because it's the same tones, the same colourway. And again, you've got the thistles, you've got the bees, and then you've got these tiny dots of fairy dust sprinkled over it in a silver metallic. It really brings the fabric to life. When you get yours home and you see, you'll be able to see it shimmering, but it's really pretty. Then we've got the same print, but on a cream background. So pretty, isn't it? Again, you've got the thistles and the bees. Still, that's only 7. There's only one, there's still 2 more to go. Then we've got the Celtic knot. We've got the Celtic knot with all the dots, and again you've got the pale plum background, and all the print of that is in a silver metallic. So this whole collection really hangs together. You've got the same symbols, you've got the silver metallic everywhere, and then you've got all of the tones and the colourways that go together. It's very soft and gentle. And then the final fabric in this collection is the Celtic knot, but in the pale blue background. So it's really lovely that you can use them all together. So if I pop them like this, I want you to be able to see what they look like together. So I've kind of tried to do them in order for you, sort of level of print size. Sometimes I think it's quite nice to see how they all work together like that. I love the thistle and the bees. Now we have got these available as well by the ½ metre. So if you have a look on the website, you can see, so if there's just one that you want, I mean, obviously in this bundle, this is where you'll make the saving. This is where you get the £14 off. £52.92 for 4½ metres of fabric. It's just ridiculous, ridiculous price. But if there's just one you like or just two and you want more than ½ metre, then you can now order them individually, sent as a whole cut piece. There we go. I'm just creating a little display. There we go. That's the whole collection at a mere £52.92. Right, I'll leave that one with you. I'm going to move over to the other table where all the tapestries are. Which one should we start? We start with the... I will do. I'm looking for the... Because haven't we got the William Morris ones? Have we not got those? Oh, they must have sold out. Oh. Right, well, we've got some that by the ½ metre, but I'm going to start with the panel. So now have you seen this fabric? We've shown this fabric in different prints and state what? Yes. Is this one sold out? £2.99, it's already sold out. Well, that's because those of you who got into pre-order early can't have that one, that one's sold out. Damn, let's go chickens. So this fabric, if you've never seen it before, it's called tapestry. It's like an upholstery fabric. It's a really nice way. It's lovely to make some really structured cushions. Really good if you wanted to upholster a seat. It's beautiful for things like, you know, the traditional carpet bag, or if you wanted to make a weekend bag, or, you know, or even just a small satchel bag. But it has a much heavier structure. On the back, what I like as well is it works really well in reverse, but you can see that it's not printed, it's woven, and you can see from this, if I show you like the weight of it. Now, massively popular. Whenever we have the tapestry fabrics, they always sell really well. I know a lot of people use them to cover chair seats, really good for things like outdoor cushions, but because they're so sturdy, maybe you want to make something for the garden, like a kneeler or some garden cushions. This would be ideal. So this one is called the Rooster. It's covered in chickens and cockerels and hens and windmills. There's obviously windmills and fields and sheds. Beautiful. Now, the width of this, I think, is it 150? Or should I get my tape measure? I'm going to get my tape measure out. Let's see, it says 140. But we'll just make sure. Yes, it is 140 centimetres wide. So £5.99 for ½ metre. Now with this fabric, beautifully, if you want more than ½ metre, just order, put that number of units in your basket. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, I need to make a new curtain for my front door, this would be gorgeous. Remember, it's 140 centimetre width when you're working out how much you need. It would make a beautiful weekend bag, and I know you've all got lots of patterns for bags. It'd be gorgeous for that, as well as your traditional chair seat covers. All those, you know, those cushions that you make with a nice big gusset around the edge, those sort of box cushions that you sew buttons on, they'd be ideal. Right, so that's what you can do with them. I'm going to show you them all. Is the rooster gone? Right, CSC 469. This one is, what's it called? Matisse. Oh, see, I was thinking trees. Not sure why it's called Matisse. Maybe Matisse did trees. It's really pretty, isn't it? So you've got a cream background and you've got trees with all little, very bright sort of blue and red leaves and flowers all over it. Look at that. Yes, and spring is on its way. We're looking forward to my trees looking like that. I planted one at the weekend. I'm just hoping it's still alive. Let's hope so. I'll give it a lot of water. It doesn't have any leaves at the moment. It's a quince tree. I want to make quince jam. So I've got a quince tree. I had it for Christmas. I've planted it now, but I'm hoping that it has leaves at some point. Have you ever made quince jam? It's gorgeous. Quince jelly. You have it with cheese. It's really nice. Quince jelly. So that's, I'm hoping that my tree is going to look like this soon. Gorgeous, isn't it? So that's the trees, but it's called Matisse. I'm just going to go through these in the order they're here. OLC 414. This would make a lovely bag. Charlie's got his eye on this one. Yeah, so Charlie's just been to Paris, you see, and he's thinking, you should have made yourself a bag before this. When you imagine you on the plane with this, your little Parisian bag. Little Holland, it's called. It's clever. It's a bit like sort of a kaleidoscope of triangles. And remember, you can use the other side, because look. So you get two fabrics. For one, you could use one on the front, you could do one side for the straps, one for the main thing. But remember, because it's more of an upholstery fabric, it's perfect for cushions and covering seats or stools. Oh, this is nice. What's this one got? Let me find the code. It is LPC 446. So if you want to sew with this, Charlie, you can use it. You can use a normal needle. Give it a go. If you find your machine struggling at all, because sometimes when you're sewing with a specific needle, it's not the same for every machine. It depends on the quality and the power of your machine. A sharps needle, a normal universal has got a slight ball point, which will be fine. Sharps will go through it, but if your machine's struggling at all, use a jeans needle. I mean, it's not like it's upholstery thick. It just depends what you're sewing. If you're hemming it or you're making it into a bag, and you know, if you're sewing across seams, you might have more than one layer. So just test it out. But if you are struggling to get through it, just a sharps needle will help, but a jeans needle won't break unless you really sew fast or over a zip. So you've got kind of a trellis. It's called Carlo. Is that like Frida Kahlo? But it's like a trellis, like a fence, with lovely shades of burnt orange and blues and greens, and then the trellis is a really nice deep rust red. $5.99 for half a metre. And remember, if you want more than a half metre, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Right, UGC 428. Oh, this is pretty. This is like lozenges. What's the shape? What's that shape called? Is it a lozenge or a trapezium maybe? Nice, isn't it? Lovely. So it's a bit like a stained glass effect, isn't it? Where you've got like the leading in the gold. And then I like the fact that they've filled it. It looks like it's shaded in like a stained glass, because you've got various shades of petrol blues and rusts and greens and reds and pale blues in this one. Nice. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Ooh, look at this one. This one looks like lollipops. ITC 489. Be nice if you've got like a little footstool or a piano stool that needs recovering. Be perfect for that. Because you could even, you know, often when you take these stools apart, they're usually just stapled round and then a piece of lining fabric stapled on top. So all you need is a staple gun. But that's great, isn't it? Or maybe you're making like, you know, some really heavy duty bags, maybe for, you know, shopping with. It would be ideal because it's very super strong. Be lovely for outdoor cushions, or you know when you get those director's chairs that have like just a sleeve that goes across the base, and then you have a sleeve that goes across the top, and after a while, particularly if you leave them in the shed over winter, they rot a bit. Be really nice to recover them in this, or a deck chair. It'd be fun. That'd be a great deck chair, wouldn't it? And actually, because it's quite wide, you'd have to measure your deck chair cover. Take the cover off your deck chair and see how much you need, but that would be really nice. It kind of, because it looks like lollipops. Oh, it's called Big Sugar. Oh, maybe it's Big Sugar. Big Sugar lollipops. Again, all the same sort of colour ranges across these. So the good thing is that you can mix and match them, because you've got the same colour themes. You've got this shades of red, you've got these tealy blues, the purple aubergines, and then the oranges and greens, and this colour palette goes through all of the fabrics, so they're really good to mix and match. So if you wanted to make a set of dining room chair covers, then buy 2 or 3 and they will all go together. This one is like this CZC417. This is like a patchwork design. But it is like a patchwork design, so you've got like half square triangles. Be quite nice. You could like mimic this because you've got squares and rectangles. What's this one called? Little Glasgow. Wonder why it's called Little Glasgow. I don't know. Ben, are you off to Glasgow? Well, when you go, can you have a look and see if there's a place called Little Glasgow? And does it look like that? Yeah, look at it. It's nice though, isn't it? Batman. Yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it does look like Batman. It's quite a nice pattern though, isn't it? I feel like it would be worth copying because it is just squares and half square triangles. I quite like that. Well, I think, Ben, you should make yourself a bag for this when you go to Glasgow, because this is Little Glasgow. Only £5.99. Remember, this is a heavy upholstery weight fabric. It's 140 centimetres wide, so you're getting a lot of fabric width for your money here. Just £5.99 for half a metre, and all of the fabrics in this collection will go together because you've got the same colour palette. In some places on this, you're mixing a couple of the palettes together, so you're mixing the teals with the blues and the creams here as well. Beautiful. Then this one, oh, what's it? It's JPC 495. Much bigger scale print. You can actually make this into a rug, couldn't you? When I was was on holiday in France, they had it's beautiful. I rented a house and they had a lovely rug in front of the fireplace where they'd used this sort of fabric, and they just bound the edges, so it was just a fabric, but because it was quite heavyweight, it just sat on the floor. So wouldn't that make a lovely rug? I mean, actually, to be honest, when you look at that, that's all you need in half a metre. You could. It'd be nice as a table runner as well. If you wanted more, you know, by the length, or you could have it even, you know, like it would look like a medieval bed, wouldn't it? You know, when they had this sort of cover on the bed. Actually, that would be gorgeous as a bed cover, because all you'd need to do is bind the edges of it. I like that. But that would be a nice rug. In fact, if you put like Hessian on the back of it, then you would have a really nice rug. Or you can buy that non-slip backing, can't you? But look at it, I'll hold it up for you. Curtain. Be a nice curtain, wouldn't it? I think it might be a bit heavy for dressmaking, although I guess you could make a coat. Might be a little bit stiff for a dress, but you could, or definitely not trousers, but you could make a jacket with it. But I'm thinking a rug. But you would look really nice as a table runner. Quite impressive, actually, wouldn't it? And even because of the colours of it as well, it'd be quite nice. You could even have it on your Christmas table, couldn't you? I don't know, Ben says, could you eau-de-coat it? Well, I guess you could. Why not? You could eau-de-coat anything, and then you could have it outside, couldn't you? I think that would make a really nice rug. But it does feel a bit Mary Poppins carpet bag as well. I like that one. They are very geometric, almost like patchwork. Now here, this is clamshell, isn't it? I think whoever designed these fabrics was really into patchwork. AMC 473. Now, have you seen the clamshell patchwork design? It's where you get these curved pieces of fabric, and then you put foil around them and press them so that the fabric stays round the template. So the template is this kind of shape. And then you cut the fabric out bigger, and then you put foil on it, and the heat of it makes it press. So it's like the clamshell design. Little carnival. Does that mean there's a big carnival somewhere? Because it's Little Carnival. But you can see, can't you, that this colour palette is coming through all of these same fabrics. So if you've bought this fabric, do message in and let me know what did you make with yours, because I know there's so many different things people make, because it always flies out whenever we've got it in stock. So message in, let me know what you've made with yours. Gorgeous. And what you did, what did you line it? What did you do with it? I would make a curtain. But I am actually thinking rug would be nice, just even in the bathroom. Just a little mat. You can buy the non-slip lining. I think I'd buy that and put it with it, put it on the back of it. And then you could this rug that I saw, it just had like a 2-inch binding all the way around the edge with nice mitered corners. It was really simple, but very effective. This one, oh, do you need the code? Is somewhere. VLC 445. This is like a mosaic. Gaudi, this one is. I guess it is Barcelona, that's where the Gaudi Museum, isn't it? So this one is Gaudi. So you've got all of the borders in, I was going to say black, but it isn't. It's like a dark red, isn't it? Because it's the same colour that you get on the back of here. So someone has said, could you use this fabric to upholster a chaise longue? Yes, you could. Yes, why not? I think you could actually. Well, because you could use it to upholster anything. That would look really good, wouldn't it? Because, I mean, I did an upholstery course once. It's just a lot of stapling, isn't it? A lot of stapling, a lot of skill, and a lot of patience. You have to know what you do. There is a bit of sewing involved. You sometimes sew things, so you have like special curved needles and special thread. I think it's not that easy. I covered a chair. It's okay. I think I'd like to do another one. I might like to do it again. And you sew some bits together. But that would be lovely on a chaise longue, wouldn't it? I like that. And then you've got dark green, light green, red. We've got white, ivory, yellow, all in this lovely sort of deep reddy black. But I like the fact that it's woven and it's got a real nice weight to it. But it would be good for that. Tell you what, if you do it and you do upholster yours, send me in a picture. Next one, ALC 432. So this is like a herringbone pattern, isn't it? Murano. I've been there. I've been to Murano to see the glass. I don't know why this is called Murano. You'd think Murano would be because that's where the glass blowing happens. I would have thought it'd be like droplets, but I guess maybe they have patterns. I haven't seen that. But it is like a jacquard, isn't it? I like the fact it starts in red and then you go through the shades of red and move up to the oranges. Then you go through the greens and into the blues and back into the reds again. I'm just showing you the whole length. See, look how long it is. But it would be good as a coat. No, honestly, I'm thinking a table runner. Because look, I'll put it across my table. Look how nice that is. Actually, do you know what? You could use this for table mats as well because it's so strong. I would put something on the back of it just because it looks more unfinished. But, you know, just a simple lining fabric. Bind the edges, I said. I think that's quite stunning, isn't it? And at that price, $5.99, measure your table and see how much you need because you might need to join some bits together or you could have it cut the other way. So the herringbone, the V's, whatever it's called, they go from selvage to selvage. Gorgeous. $5.99 for that one. Right. This one is $4.97. Wow, actually, I'm going to look at the front of this one. I was going to say is zigzags. Really bright. It's got a real optical illusion to it. It looks a bit like a library, doesn't it, of books. Lovely. This is, but you know, like when you see like books all go different ways, that's actually it looks like, when you look at it, because of the optical illusion, like a flight of stairs, doesn't it? But look at the back of it. It's green. I know, green books. So you're getting like 2 prints for the price of 1. That is like licorice all sorts, isn't it? So that is the right side and that is the wrong side, but I quite like the other side of it. But it's interesting when because it looks different now. I'm looking at it ahead. You really get that optical illusion out of it, don't you? I think it would be quite nice if you were thinking of covering a set of things, like a set of chairs, to choose 2 or 3 different prints, because the colours all go together. It's quite nice to have that mixture. So that's your zigzag. Oh, now this is the small version of that big one I liked. Little Aztec. Yeah, so if you bought the big one as the table runner, let me just go and pinch the big one off Dan. That one. Yeah, actually, do you know what you could, for, this is really good for heat insulation of your home, is make tapestries and hang them up. But look, if you were going to make a table runner from this one, you could make placemats from this one. Or if you were covering chairs, use the large one and use the small one as well. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Because when you look at them together, look, I like that. Quite a nice look, isn't it? I would have these as cushions on my outdoor furniture. Because you know when you go to Turkey and they always have those like cushions that are made from rugs, really, really stiff, but they're lovely. They're always really colourful. That's what reminds me of that one. They're nice. Table runner. Nice. I've got 2 more. Ooh, look at that one. Again, this is very similar to that other lozengey one where you've got the gold outline. In fact, I'm just going to pinch that one. Oh, there we go. This one. Poor Dan, he keeps folding all these fabrics up and then I take them back off him again. There we go. Look, see? Very similar. So if you want to pair them together, you can see smaller images of all of these on the website. So if I've gone through them all and you think, oh, I can't remember, either ask me and I'll show you again, or go on to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. Scroll down from there. You'll see small images of all of these. So if you want to choose more than one to go together, then you can. So, oh, I'll keep that one for a minute because that's the same sort of colours, but more geometric. And finally, that's why I'm keeping that one. This one is the small version. This is Little Vincent. There we go. So that's Little Vincent. Is this called Big Vincent? I don't know. I don't remember that one being called Big Vincent. But look, you can see this one is. It is called Big Vincent. Oh, there we are. Is the big version of that one. So if you want to buy some that go together, we've got a few prints here where we've got the big and the small versions of them. But I like this one. It's really pretty, isn't it? And also, if you wanted to add any embellishment to it, because of all the linear markings on it, would be really nice. You could, if you were going to make them into like a table runner or a rug, choose some matching stranded cotton or thread and just working a running stitch around these lines would really highlight them, particularly if you used a metallic thread. I mean, obviously it depends what you're going to be doing with it, but a bit of running stitch, which is quite easy because it's all printed on there, will really make it come alive. That would be nice. Now, we've had a question. What's the question, Ben? Hi, I've just turned on the TV for the Lewis and Irene fabrics. Could Rebecca do a recap from Linda? Yes, Linda, of course I will. Just specially for you. Yes, and which ones were they? The Faeries. And there's a special offer with these as well. Because obviously, I know that, you know, there's lots of you. We start at 8 o'clock and we explain it all. But I know, you know, you pop in and out. Everyone, you've all got busy lives, whether you're taking the kids to school, walking the dog, making your breakfast. making a cup of tea, just thinking about getting up, already been up for 2 hours, and I know you drop in and out. So I'm always happy to repeat things if we've got time to. So let's go through the Celtic Fairies. This is a brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. It features symbols and emblems from the Celtic world. Now, when we started off this morning, there was half a metre for free. And then Ben took another £7 off. So this bundle of fabrics, 4.5 metres, there's a £7 save. No, 14. £14 saving. This fabric is available individually by the half metre on the website. Obviously, you don't get the saving with that. So if you want to save £14 and get the whole collection, there are 9 half metres in this one. Or if you want to buy just 1 or 2 of them and you want more than a half metre as well, then you can buy them. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. So I'm going to start with the navy unicorns. So then we've got the navy unicorns. Then we have the, I don't know what I think of it as like a pale plum, like a mauve, but plummier. And that's the unicorns one. Now, all the silver bits that are on here are all metallic. If I give it a little waft, you can sort of see the metallic glowing a bit. But all of the metallic on here, all the silver on here is metallic. So that's the plum unicorn. Then we got my favourite, the oak man. So this fabric has got, let me open it out. It's got oak leaves all over it because that is a real, very symbolic Celtic sign is the oak leaf. But the little man, look, he's got eyes and a nose and a moustache and his eyebrows are oak leaves. All of the gold on here is metallic as well. Can you see it shining a bit? That's so pretty. I really like that. And I like that. It's whimsical, isn't it? A little bit of fun. And there's a lot of history behind that as well. And then we've got the same oak fabric, but I just realised upside down, but in that pale plum background. So you've got the same symbols going on here, but if you want to keep the colourways, obviously this is the joy of buying a fabric collection, is that the colour tone matches. Right, let me just put my oak man back. He's the green man. Is he? I didn't know that. So the oak man is the green man. Then this one here, this is the fairy fabric. So if you know someone who loves fairies, or it's you, this is perfect. You've got the thistle emblems, you've got the little bees, and then the fairies are all in silver metallic with white wings, and they are just flying all over the fabric, sprinkling fairy dust, because there's lots of little tiny metallic dots all over it where the fairies have sprinkled their dust. Look at this one. So this is the thistle symbol, and you've got the little bees, and again you've got sprinklings of purple and silver metallic fairy dust all over it. Then you've got this pale blue fabric, again with the thistles and the bees and the fairy dust. And then you've got the plainer fabric. So these are the sort of fabrics you would use as blenders to coordinate with the rest of the print. Again, this pale plum background, but you've got the silver Celtic knots over it with silver dots. All of the print on this is in metallic. And then finally in this collection, you've got the pale blue with the Celtic knot. So all of those 9 fabrics, half a metre each, £14 saving if you buy the whole bundle. Absolutely gorgeous. It's very, very pretty, with a little bit whimsical as well, featuring all those Celtic symbols. They are all available by the half metre as well. Right, I've got one final fabric collection. We've got one final fabric collection, Rose and Hubble. Now this bundle, you've got 2 metres, so 4 half metres, you are saving £7. Special offer just for today. Look at the detail on this. So you've got a lovely pale mint background with tiny ditzy little daisies all over it. These have got pink centres. Really pretty. Again, beautiful multi-directional print. You've got daisies all over it. Isn't that lovely? And it's a really small scale as well. So you get 1/2 metre of each. Beautiful. These will all mix and match. Now the next fabric in this collection, these are all the same print, but isn't that a pretty one? Now this is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. Beautiful. Wouldn't it make it's beautiful for patchwork? I can see a little girl's dress in patchwork in this. So again, you've got the little daisies with their stems just scattered across the fabric. It's a really traditional, pretty print. But at £12.96 for 2 metres of it, 1/2 metre, 4 different fabrics, that's excellent value. Next colour, very pretty pink background. Aren't they lovely? I mean, they're nice. If you've got like a project in mind and you want 4 fabrics to go together, this is ideal. But they're actually just quite a nice group of fabrics to have in your stash, particularly when you're doing very traditional patchwork designs. They always work well in these. Or they're really nice to edge something. If you want to put a little trim on something, like trim the edge of a cardigan, it looks really nice in these tiny little prints. Or add a new collar to something. And then finally, again, the same daisy print, but this time in a navy background. There we go. Again, you've got the same little daisy print, and then you've got pink centres in it as well. Beautiful. So there we go. What a fantastic fabric hour. Savings in all of them. £12.96 for that one. If there's any that you've missed, go on to sewingstreet.com and you can then click on there, go on Watch Live and scroll down. You can see little images of all of them if you've only tuned in. All of the Lewis and Irene fabrics are all available by the 1/2 metre as well, which if you just want 1/2 metre of one of them all, Ben's about to just run them all through now, and then they will be available to buy. So thank you for joining me for this hour. I've got Debbie Harris with me in a few minutes time. She's going to be demonstrating how to make the gorgeous sewing machine and the watering can pincushion. We've got instructions on their own, and we've got kits as well, and she's going to be showing us how. So don't go anywhere. You are going to love the next hour.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr, and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags. As you can see, I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. Yeah, and basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Estate. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foot. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, or welcome if you've just joined me. We've had a fab hour already with gorgeous fabrics, but this hour we have got the lovely Debbie Harris with us. Morning.
Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Queen of the pincushion this morning.
Yeah, pincushions are us.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So Debbie's got two beautiful pincushions. She's got the sewing machine pincushion. Da, da, da. Look at that. You can use it as a pincushion, or you can just use it as an ornament. It's gorgeous,
yeah, it's nice
isn't it?
just to have in your sewing room,
I
isn't
think it is, on a little shelf.
Yeah, or on the windowsill.
Yeah, I think that's lovely. I mean, yes, obviously you can use it as a pincushion,
Yeah.
but I think I would have it, on my windowsill.
Yeah, I think I would. Well, I've got quite a few of them, as you can
Have
imagine.
you?
Yeah. I like them. Just they're nice ornaments, and then you can use them as a pincushion as well.
Beautiful. So we've got the sewing machine and also the watering can. Look at that. It's got a lid as well. And look, inside you can store things.
You can. Yeah, it's a little storage pot as well.
Sweets, secret sweets.
Yeah, you could have some M&Ms in there.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
jelly babies and things.
They just keep you fueled for when you're sewing.
And again, this is obviously a pincushion, but you can use it as an ornament as well, but it's really pretty. So if you know someone who loves sewing or gardening, what a lovely gift.
Yeah, nice
Really
to
nice.
either get the kit for them to make their own, or if they're just a gardener and they don't like sewing, you could make one
You could
for
make
them.
it for them, because they would love to have that, wouldn't they? So we're going to concentrate on the watering can for the demonstration, but we have got kits before. So let me just run through what we've got as far as the kits and the instructions, and then we'll get on with the demo. So for the sewing machine, I'll start with that one. We have got the kit to make this colourway. So in the kit, you get the full instructions. Everything you need to know is all in here. Even templates, you haven't even got to think about doing it. They are all to scale as well. Even better, so you haven't got to do any enlarging.
No.
All there, all the different pieces you need. Really, really comprehensive, brilliant instructions. You get the fabric to make it, which is this lovely purple and grey thimbles. Is that half? That's half a metre, isn't it?
Half a metre, yeah.
That's loads.
I was going to say, you only need a fat quarter, really, to make one, so you'd easily get two.
Wow. So you've got half a metre fabric.
Plenty left.
You get this little pack of the button and the spool. So on here, the little spool goes on top, and obviously the button is the dial. That comes in the kit as well. And the ribbon, the tape measure ribbon. That is what goes all the way around. And it's only £16.99. That's amazing, isn't it? All of that, £16.99. Got a message. Morning, the watering can could have mini eggs in it for an Easter gift. Great pattern from Stephanie. Do you know, that's a great idea.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
They're one of my favourites, mini eggs.
And what a nice Easter gift as well.
because you could have them all in there, couldn't you? And then just keep the
Or
lid
you
open
could buy,
a little
the
bit.
ones you get that are foil wrapped as
Yeah,
well.
that's a good idea.
You could have that. That's a lovely Easter gift, isn't it?
Really nice. Yeah.
So for somebody who you think, well, I'm not going to buy them loads of chocolate, you could just put a little bit inside. So that's the sewing machine kit. There is also a pink sewing machine kit. So look, look at the fabric on. Is that this one? That's gorgeous. So exactly the same. You get the instructions, you get the ribbon, you get the button and the spool. But look at the fabric. This is Moda, by the way. Still £16.99. Look at that. And you don't need a whole half metre. So you could either make two, or you could just keep the other one. I love this. Perfect for a sewing machine pincushion,
it's so
isn't
nice.
it?
Yeah, but yeah, you only need a fat quarter to make it. So
Wow.
you'll have plenty left.
Plenty to do something else with.
Yeah.
But it features all of your favourite haberdashery on it, and really pretty. £16.99 for that one. We'll make the sewing machine, obviously, but just in this print. Like that one. Right, so that's the two sewing machine kits. You just need to decide which one that you want to make. Tricky, I know. Or both. Both. I mean, at that price, £16.99 for all that. That's an amazing price, isn't it? Not the tape measure, though. I'll hang that batter up. That was from earlier. Right, now let's move on to watering cans. So the kit, in the kit you get the full instructions, exactly like the sewing machine one, full instructions. So to make the navy one here, this is what you get. You get 16.99 again. So you get the instructions, you get the fabric 1/2 metre, and then you get the ribbon. So what's which bit is the ribbon for then?
So the ribbon is just a bit of trim that you could either, so this is one sample I've done with this one. This is piping, but I've put it all around the bottom, around the edge, all around the top of the, you know, where the lid meets the body.
Oh, nice.
But, so it's just a bit of trim. On that one I put it round.
You put it around the inside, didn't you?
And round the top of the spout.
Oh, okay. So the ribbon is for the trim. So you get some beautiful navy satin ribbon, metre of. And then you get 1/2 metre of this gorgeous fabric. It's like navy with roses, greens and teals. Very pretty. Now, obviously, we have other colour choices for you as well. So the next one, roses. This is lovely, isn't it? So you've got a cream background on this one, and you've got these beautiful red roses. This is perfect for a gardener. Again, Easter gift. Great idea, Stephanie. Lovely. You've got the green long-stemmed roses, and you've got the roses are in reds and pinks, and you get narrow red ribbon with this one to echo the roses. So that's the rose one. Floral red roses. Just to let you know, these are wildly popular. We, of all 4, I haven't even shown you the 2 yet, we have more in baskets than we've actually got. I mean, but at £16.99, this is fantastic value, because remember, you've got the instructions in here with all the templates. So once you've made this, well, in fact, you can make, do you need a fat quarter for this one?
Yeah, just a fat quarter.
So you
again,
could
you
make
can make
2.
Yeah, one for yourself, one for a gift.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Or you can have a whole row of them.
Yes.
On your windowsill. And then once you've got the pattern, you can just make more.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Brilliant. So that's the rose. This is amazing value, Debbie. Naughty. It's naughty. Look at this fabric. Now, again, this is perfect. And I guess because you've got so much fabric, you can really choose where you sit the designs as well,
you could do a lot of fussy cutting with the lid and
what are these terrariums? That one?
Terrariums.
Are they terrariums or are they? Yes, because they're like little glass bottles and domes with plants in. So actually, you could choose the one that would suit the person that you were giving it to. So if somebody was into house plants, or gardening or roses. But again, because you can select where you put the prints, you can really choose. So if you look at like this, the watering can, you could really select so that the terrarium went in exactly the right place. And then you get pretty green ribbon that goes with this one. There we go. I'll just show you the final one. Remember, these are ridiculously popular. Pretty floral. So you've got a really lovely dusky pink background with this one, with a white floral and leaf print all over it. So, and you get this gorgeous pink satin ribbon. Beautiful. So what else do we need as well as what you get? So you've got your fabric and your ribbon.
Got the fabric and the ribbon. So you will need the all-important loo roll, the inside of a loo roll, because that's going to make... These are free. I have got boxes of these at home because I just keep collecting them thinking, I'll need those for our watering cans. And some very thin card.
Okay.
So that you can reinforce the base.
Oh, okay.
And you can reinforce
like a birthday card?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
So toilet rolls and old birthday cards?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got some thin white card because I use it for other crafts.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could use the back
of the weight of a greetings card.
Yeah, exactly. Or you could use the inside of a cereal box.
Yeah, oh, brilliant.
Anything like that, yeah.
And
you don't need anything else, and some wadding.
Some
filling.
So nothing really specialist, which is fantastic.
No, not really,
things that you will have at home.
Just things you've got at home.
This is fab. Okay, so all you need to do is choose between the pink floral, the rose. I'll put them all together because sometimes it's a bit easier to choose them. So you've got the navy floral, the navy rose, you've got the pink floral, you've got the purple one with terrariums, and then you've got the rose one. So there's the choice of your 4 kits. And they are all approaching sellout. So unless you're very fast, your mind might be made up for you. They are all approaching being sold out. So be very, very quick. If you need wadding and interfacing, Right, navy's gone. Navy's sold out. With floral roses. 2 of these, 2. 22 in baskets, 2 left. Plum. Over half of the stock has gone. More in baskets. Only 11 of this one left. Only 11 and loads in baskets. Lewis and Irene pink floral. More in baskets than we've got. So you need to be very, very fast. We will go through the other items that you need that we've got, like the wadding and things, as we go along. But let's get on with the demo.
I know, shall we?
That's the best
shall
bit.
We? Yeah, absolutely.
So what was your inspiration first?
Well, I collect pincushions.
Oh, do you?
I love pincushions. They're so nice. So if I see different designs, then I think, oh, I might make something like that. Or people will come and they want the pincushions and they say, I want to actually make this.
Oh, okay.
So then I'll make the pattern for it. So yeah. It's inspired by gardeners and sewers.
But it's a lovely shape, a watering can as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, it's nice. So, and I like the detail. So I've put some beads on it, so you can embellish it with whatever you want. You could also put some applique on the side.
That's true. You could put someone's name on.
Yeah.
So if you were giving it as a gift, you could embroider their name on before you made it.
Yeah.
Or
anything.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter or Happy Birthday.
Or their house name.
Yes.
If it was for a new home gift.
Yeah, you could put the number on it, couldn't you? You could
be really nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, really personalise them and do all sorts. Or you could do a matching. You could make a little pot, couldn't you? Because you've got the fabric left.
Yeah, that's
another
true.
fat
Yeah,
quarter.
that's true.
You could make a pot to go round plant pots. So all sorts of things.
All sorts.
Yeah,
Lovely.
they're really good. And I like to embellish them with the beads.
Yeah, no, I like the fact you put the little
bit.
beads on the lid.
Yeah.
But you know, everyone's got buttons and beads in their stash,
exactly.
haven't they?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, and buttons are nice, aren't they, to put everywhere
Yes.
as well.
Gorgeous.
So yeah, you could just make it as personalised as you want to, so it fits your sewing room or for your whoever you're making it for.
Gorgeous. So where do we start with it
So
then?
when you get the pattern, all the pattern's obviously got all full instructions and colour photographs at each stage. And then, as you said, you get the templates, the pattern pieces. So on one side, you get the fabric pattern templates. So this is, and it tells you obviously how many you need of each. And then on the reverse, this is what you'll need to cut out of your card.
So you need to trace these then?
Yeah, trace them.
Don't cut them out.
Photocut. No, no. Don't
you
cut
want
them
to
up.
use them over and over again, so trace
Yeah,
them.
I always photocopy them. So I always keep this
Okay.
as the template, my best copy, and then photocopy it so you can cut them up.
Or just use some greaseproof paper.
Oh yeah, use
That's what I
greaseproof
use.
paper. Yeah,
People always go, there's no
freezer
greaseproof paper left. I went,
Oh, I've used it for a pattern.
Yes.
Yes. So what I do, I always photocopy it. So I keep this as best, if you like. Keep that with the pattern in there. And then I've got my photocopies here. Okay. So with your photocopies, you'll see that I've got bits of washi tape. I'll tell you what that is about on there. So I cut all the pattern pieces out like this. And because the instructions, I've put how many you need of each on the actual pattern piece itself. And when you're cutting these, let me show you, you will need to do it mirror image. So for example, let me show you the spout, especially the spout, because the other pieces are pretty much symmetrical anyway. But when you're doing the spout, same with the sewing machine, you're cutting it out as a mirror image. So you fold the fabric in half.
So you cut 2 pieces.
Yeah, and then place the pattern piece on the fabric and then cut that out. So you've got 2 pieces that mirror each other. Because if you cut 2 pieces the same, they won't fit together. You've got to make sure the sides are the right way round. But before I cut them out, I would put the interfacing on the fabric just to reinforce it.
Right, so you need some interfacing.
Yeah, that just reinforces it.
So I've got the interfacing. Is this medium iron on?
Yeah,
yep,
exactly.
So if you need some interfacing, there's more than enough in this packet. More than enough.
Yeah.
We'll put that one for you. That's available on the website if you have a look.
So that you don't need to interface it, but I just think because it's a nice quilting weight fabric and you're filling it with the inside of the toilet roll and then you're filling it with the filling, so it just reinforces it that bit more. So cut all your pieces out, and like I say, they'll all be interfaced as well. move those out of the way. And then when you've cut them out, they start to look like this. And there's the beads. So there's all my little pieces all cut out, and you can see what I mean by this, the spouts, how you've got the two pieces like this.
But because you're cutting them out at the same time, then
it won't matter.
Yeah.
No, they're all going to be mirror image. So you've got all your pieces. Some of them you only need one piece for, so like the top of the spout and the bottom of the spout and the base. All the others you need two pieces. And then you just sew those together. So I'm going to sew, obviously the pattern tells you exactly what to sew, how to sew it. So I'm just going to sew along this edge here. So you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance all around. But with this, because you're sewing quite small, I would just shorten the size of your stitch, just so that when you're going around those little corners, because they're not corners as such, they are just round the bend. So the smaller your stitch, then the more intricate and detailed you're going to get on that bend. So always do your reverse stitch just so that it's nicely secure, and then you just leave your needle in and then just pivot your fabric so that you're getting a nice clean stitch on your spout. And then you turn that the right way out. It's a little bit fiddly because you're working obviously with quite small pieces, but I love making tiny things.
I know, that's lovely. Yeah, but it's like it's not tiddly. No. It's not like twiddly doll making, is it?
No. And I use these kebab skewers. They're just the wooden ones.
Oh, okay.
They're brilliant at using for a pokey tool, to use for filling. They're great. So I'm not going to faff around doing that. I've got one here.
So just spade a little time, get it the right way out.
Yeah, make it. You can open it up. So then when you've opened it up, you then take the ends of your spout, and that's what you're going to put on the end here. Now when you're doing this, you'll notice, where's my card one gone? I just had it in my hand. Let me show you with a paper one. So what you've got is you've got your paper, your card end of the spout.
Oh, okay.
You've got the round end, which is the fabric, and then we're going to place that in the centre. Just put a little spot of glue, because that's not going to come off. It's not EPP, but you know when you normally glue your templates in, that's going to stay. You're not going to remove that. And then with your scissors, just go all the way around, cut in about 1/4 inch, and then as you go around, what that does, it just loosens the fabric so you can fold it around as if you were gluing a template for your EPP, and then glue around the shape, and then you're just pressing.
So that's a fabric glue you're using there?
That's a fabric glue, yeah.
Okay, we've even got it. That's amazing. Yeah, that is available on the website. We'll run it through in a bit. But these are nearly always sold out, the hemline fabric glue, because it's so popular. Don't use Pritt Stick, because it really messes up your needles and it marks the fabric. But this glue, the Soline fabric glue, it's brilliant. I use it for putting in zips, I use it for EPP, and you can still hand and machine sew through it without gumming up your needle. It's absolutely brilliant. And with these, you get you get one refill in it. So you get one in the pen and a refill. And once you've used fabric glue, it is just brilliant. It's obviously a semi-permanent fix, so it's brilliant if you need to. If you're sewing together things like PVCs and vinyls, just stick them together.
It's really good, isn't it? And even though it's blue or yellow or whatever, it dries clear.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? And you can buy packs of different colours, and I don't understand why.
I think it's just because you'd want the different colour glue you would use on different colour fabrics. So if you were using a blue fabric,
to be able to see it.
Oh. So that's why. So
do you know, I've always wondered, because I thought it dries clear, so who cares?
Yeah, because it depends on the colour of your fabric.
But if you want to be able to see it.
So then you'd be able to, so like when you're gluing round, It's a bit like people buy pink paint, don't they, to paint the ceiling even when it's white.
Oh, so they can see
So
it.
they can see where they've been. So that's
right,
what this is. That's why the glue is a
paint
colour.
on screen at the moment. Well, I never knew, because I'm also, I don't know why these are different colours. Why would you? Why would it matter? They dry clear.
Because if you were using yellow fabric, then you'd want a blue paint
to be able to see it.
Where you're putting it on.
$6.99. Get one of these while you can. Honestly, when you're doing putting zips in, you know, normally you tack them in place first. You don't need to with the glue.
It's absolutely brilliant. And for things like this, that's going to hold it securely because you're going to leave that card in. So all these card templates. You could tack it
in place, but you wouldn't get that same
Well, and because the card is staying in there, if you tacked it, then it wouldn't be as secure.
Yeah, so best
because you'd have to take those tacking stitches out. So it's not going to be as secure. So when you've kept that, because this is staying in, because it also helps. Can you see how that shape is nice and solid? So the spout.
So it's a quick stock update. All of the watering can kits have sold out, and the sewing machines. There we go.
Oh well, I'll carry on showing you.
Because we want to see how to make the watering can.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations, all of you.
And they're such nice makes. They're just so nice to do. You can really. It's that kind of make where you're concentrating enough, but it's not too difficult.
No, it's
but
nice.
It's got that little bit of detail. It's just really, really nice. So yeah, that's why you want the shape. So all the cardboard templates stay in the actual
right. So do get the glue.
Item. Yeah, because the base obviously has got the card in there, and then the lid has got a little bit of card in, and then each end of the spout has, just to reinforce the shape. So when you've made the spout, you would then, there's a little bit of hand sewing, so you would get the end of your spout, and then you're going to place it on top here, and this is where your trim comes in nicely. Because if you were putting, as I have here, I've put some really small piping around the spout. So I would hand sew that in between your end of the spout. So do you sew that on afterwards? Well, no, because it needs to be in the middle. Because you know how the piping's got the little seam allowance? Yes. So the seam allowance goes in between the end and the spout itself.
And with the ribbon, what do you fold that in half then?
So with the ribbon, the blue ribbon, if you've got the blue kit, that's a little bit wider.
Yes.
The red ribbon is the nice,
the narrow one that goes with the roses.
4 millimetres.
Yeah.
So once you've put and again, you can use the glue again to just secure, if I show you how to just secure the end of that spout onto the end there. So that doesn't have to be a perfect fit because we're going to hand sew it. Let's get rid of that little thread. And then you'll hand sew around the edge and see how it fits. Everything fits perfectly because it's all the measurements and everything have been worked out for you in the pattern. And then when you start to fill that with your toy filling, I would hand sew that first. So take your needle and thread and just do a very tiny stitch. Oh, I've put such a small knot in the end, it just went straight through. So you have to be you don't have to be too particular because that's what the thread is for. I can't sew without my leather thimble. I just can't sew without a thimble at all.
I think you just I think when you first use one, you think, I'm never going to be able to sew with a thimble.
Yeah.
And then you get so used to it.
I can't, it just feels wrong when it's not there. So you go around the edge like this, quite fine little stitches. You're only taking 2 or 3 threads of each edge. And then once you've sewn all the way around, you can fill the spout like this.
So we've got toy filling here. So if you need toy filling, $4.99 for a bag. And there's loads, 250 grams. And this is the recycled one. So there's loads.
Oh, it's brilliant when it's recycled.
This will do many a pincushion.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You'd be able to
many.
Yeah.
But if you haven't got it, and this is a really nice one as well, because it's got a nice loft to it. Some toy fillings are a bit lumpy, and for little items like this, you need it quite fine.
You do. And a trick with the toy filling, because exactly that. Sometimes it can come out a little bit lumpy. So as you pull it apart, really open it up. So you're getting some air in it, and you're getting rid of all those lumps. So it makes it not. Yeah. Definitely, if you just grab it like that and push it in, it will tend to clump up and be a bit lumpy. So if you open it up like this, like cotton wool, then you start to fill the shape, then it will, and also when you're filling small shapes like this, although it takes a while, take little pieces. So don't kind of think, oh, well, that's a spout, look, I'll fill it like that. It won't work as well. So you take little pieces, especially for the small detail at the bottom. I won't push it too far in because I've not sewn all the way around. But that's where these skewers are really good, because you can push it in and then you really gently just push in that small piece of filling right into the edges, and that's how you get that really sharp. This is what I love doing about small projects, because you get the real detail around the edge. So that's what makes it look finished rather than it looking a bit floppy.
We've had loads of messages from you about the watering can patterns on their own, and Ben says, watch this space. That's all I can say. But we have got at the moment the sewing machine pattern on its own. Sorry, yes. Oh, and the watering can, watch this space. So if you want the sewing machine pattern on its own, $9.99. Obviously it contains no fabric, ribbon, or the little buttons and spools, but if you want just the pattern, $9.99. And for the watering can pattern, we'll let you know today. It will be today, and I will let you know when I know. Just saying. Onwards. Onwards.
So with this ribbon, if you want to then do a bit of embellishing, that's where you could put it around the edge. So if you're not happy with your small stitches,
so
then
it's
that's
kind
what
of
the ribbon.
Optional.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to put the ribbon on. But I've used a really, I like to use matching colour threads, as I'm sure you do. So I've used a red there, or a bright pink, so it matches in with the roses. But as long as, if you're not happy with your stitches, think, oh, I don't really like doing hand stitching, then that's what you can do. You can
and
cover
do you
those
sew the
bits
ribbon
in.
on?
Yeah, again, you could glue that on to start with.
Okay.
And then you could just
actually, with a narrow ribbon, I think I'd glue it
just glue
with my lovely glue pen.
Yes, exactly.
And
so
then
they're always
sew it.
worth
Yeah,
having.
because I suppose because it's satin as well, then it's slippery, so it'd be easier to glue on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing is with the glue pen. Once you've got one, you think, oh. I use mine when I'm sewing on buttons, because you know when you're sewing a button on and they always move and slip.
Yeah.
Stick it on first.
Yeah.
And press fasters. Discovered that the other day.
Yeah, they're just a must-have. I mean, I have them all
but
over
worth
the
it
place.
for that. That's a really good idea about the sticking it on first. Okay, so that's spout done.
That's the spout, and then with the body, you just sew the body down each side, and then turn that out. So that's really easy to do. I've got one here. So that's how that's sewn, and then you can see, because of the way it's shaped, when you turn that out, it automatically wants to stand up on its own, like this. And then you've got your base, and remember all of these pieces are interfaced as well. Now, one thing I will say about the spout, tells you in the pattern how much, because you need to shorten the inside of the loo roll, because you can see that's the size of the watering can, and that's the size of a loo roll. But one thing I will say that I only noticed this morning was loo rolls are different sizes, diameter-wise. So that will make a difference.
That's very unfortunate, isn't it? I never knew that.
No. Well, I've obviously written the pattern with
Andrex in mind, or Tesco.
Whatever.
Other loo rolls are available.
Yeah, whatever's on offer that week. I'm fine. So this edge here, if when you get yours home, and you're sewing yours up, you think, oh, actually, that doesn't quite fit. Can I just have that sample?
You can.
Please. You'll see what I've done on this sample here. I've just ran around with an embroidery thread, so your embroidery skein, just a small decorative running stitch here. And you can see it's quite tiny, just a running stitch. And then what that will allow you to do is, if you are using a narrower, can you see the difference?
So do you think you've got the fattest one?
I've used the wider one for this, yeah, and hadn't realised.
Well, no, I wouldn't have known
Not
that.
at all.
Never.
And it was only when I
well, because they all go over your loo roll holder, don't they?
Exactly. So I randomly just picked them out my box, because I don't throw these out at home, I just keep them. It's like we used to collect old Fairy liquid bottles. Can you remember when I used to watch Blue Peter? Same sort of thing.
And milk bottle lids.
Yeah.
Never knew what to do with them, but we collected them.
Always collected them. Don't chuck anything out like this. So if you need some of these, I have got them. And yeah, I've used the widest one. So if yours is a thinner one, it's not a problem for your actual pot. But if you just do a small running stitch, just about an eighth of an inch down. I mean, I just happen to have done this for decoration. but then you could just pull it a little bit tighter so it goes round. But that's
or go
fine.
into your local supermarket and demand the fattest toilet roll, please.
Can I have the toilet roll that's got the biggest joint because I'm making Debbie's watering can? And they'll be like, yeah, we always get requests like that.
But actually, you can look at them, you know, when they're all in clear packaging, aren't they?
Yeah.
Go to the supermarket and look at them all and measure.
Can you imagine? Everyone's going, hang on a minute, is that loo roll going to be right for a watering?
I know.
But these things matter, don't they? But yeah, I mean, if you're like me, you'll have a collection of these and you can't throw anything out.
But if yours isn't fat enough, gathering stitch.
So when you, so with your loo roll, it tells you in the pattern how much of that you'll need to cut off. So you'll just need a pen. So let's imagine, I can't remember the measurement. Let's say it's 3 inches or something like that. Then you'll draw a rough line around here. And then with your non-fabric scissors, the scissors you don't use on fabric, you're just going to cut down the loo roll holder like this.
Now, are they all different lengths?
That's a good question. They might be. But the measurement of what you need is in the pattern.
Ah, so it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter.
Okay,
so even if you're, or you could use the inside of a kitchen roll.
Right.
Couldn't you? You could use a kitchen roll.
Okay,
so that's fine.
So the length doesn't matter.
The length doesn't matter because you're going to, in the pattern, I'll tell you what you actually need. So you're just cutting off the excess. Now I would do it like this, or I do it like this. Fold these in like this, because what that also does is reinforces the shape of the loo roll holder.
Oh, okay.
Because you might think, well, Debbie, why didn't you just
It's
cut that whole
feeling
thing
very
off?
Blue Peter now, Debbie, isn't
I am.
it?
I'm feeling
in a minute, you're going to whip out the sticky back
I'm
plastic, aren't you?
I'm feeling a bit like Valerie Singleton right now.
It's great.
What do you mean I look like her?
Just need loads and loads of items that no one ever knows where to buy now.
That was the one thing I was never allowed to, because I used to love Blue Peter.
Oh, I did, but I was never allowed sticky back plastic.
My mum and dad wouldn't buy me the sticky back plastic.
No, and it was like integral, wasn't it?
Well, what I used to do was spend hours of my life getting bits of tape and then taping it over like that to make double-sided sticky tape.
It was years later, I was in B&Q once and I saw sticky back plastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what it looks like. I've done the same
That was
thing.
actually, they should never have done anything with that because nobody could buy
Sticky
it.
back
We all wanted
plastic.
to make an island or something.
Yeah,
didn't
Tracy
we?
Island, yeah. And yeah, so, I now love this washi tape.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Because it's in between masking tape, isn't it, and sellotape,
Yeah.
I find. So I really like
It's
it.
not very good for presents.
No, it's not the best for presents.
No, I've noticed that.
But for
really
crafting,
good for things.
it's brilliant. And what that does, by doing that, because you could have just chopped that inch off and that would have been fine, but you'd have if you look at that shape, it's not got much integrity to it. Whereas that now is more solid.
And in the pattern, it tells you the measurements.
Tells you how
so
to
you
do
don't need
it.
to remember
Tells
any of
you
that.
No, you don't have to remember how to do it. It's all in the pattern.
It's all
and then
in
that
there.
makes the right size, can you see? And then all you have to do with this, again, everything's in the pattern. You just need to line the inside because you want the inside looking really nice. And it's got the fabric in there as well, so it's lined. So you line that, and then this is where this ribbon trim might come in useful again, just to go over the top, just to hide any raw edges. That's what that's for. Or on this one, you can see I've used piping, which is just the same.
Okay.
So when you've done that, you then sew the base of the watering can to the sides. Now, when you're doing this, where's the base that that one that I sewed up already? So you're going to turn that the wrong way round, and then you are going to sew this circle into here. So just be careful to pin this carefully, because you want it to meet. You know, when you're sewing those curves to opposite curves, if you like, it can be quite tricky, and you then think, oh, it's not going to meet when you get to the other end. So pin like this. You could mark sort of quarter marks if you wanted to on your circle, so you weren't guessing as much as I am here. But if you just pin, and of course you can use as many pins as you like, pin that in place, and then you know as you're sewing around it is going to fit, so that then when you've sewn it, it fits perfectly. I can do that now actually, we've got time, haven't we? and then I can show you how. Just need to set this to 1/4 inch. I can show you how the base, that toilet roll inside, just fits in, and how it all fits together when you're filling it with the toy filling. So you just go around the edge carefully. I leave the needle so it's down in your sewing machine, and then you just lift the foot so nothing's coming out of place. Make sure you put it down before you start sewing. And just go steady around that. People get a bit frightened sewing circles or curves, and there's really no need to be. It's just sewing 2 pieces of fabric together always. You're only ever sewing, you know, about 1/2 inch, aren't you, if that, in between stitches. So you can just keep going. Don't be frightened that it's a curve. You just take your time. And again, if you alter your stitch length, so it's a smaller stitch length, then it helps you to go around those curves rather than using big stitches, because they don't go around corners as easily. Okay, so you can see I'm just taking my time, moving all the fabric, because you don't want it all to be puckered up underneath, and go all the way around. Don't forget to put your foot down. And then when you go around, make sure you reverse stitch so it secures it at the end. So that's what it looks like. And then when you turn it out, make sure, because it's such a small item, when you turn it out, make sure you can see how I'm really pushing the seams out, because your fingertips are like mini irons, I think. They're warm. Okay. And because they're almost like the shape of a ham, aren't they? You know, when you do it.
Yes,
so
yes, they
I
are.
always think of my fingers. They really do push out seams nicely, because they're warm.
And they're not sharp.
Not sharp. You're not going to go
fingers
through the edges. And then you've got this kind of shape, okay? And then that's when you will finish the top. So you fold the top down by 1/4 inch. And sew that down as well. And then the inside of your loo roll, just make sure that it fits, because once let me do this seam as well. I'm just going to sew this top edge down by 1/4 inch. Now it's perhaps easier to do this from the inside, because then you can see the size of that seam. Drop your foot. It's really satisfying, I think, making small little projects. They're lovely.
Well, also, like, I think because it's little as well, you can take time over it, can't you?
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
like you've got 96 of these to do.
Well, you might have if you're making them for a charity
Well,
stall.
that's true.
Making them to sell at your local garden centre or something. But yeah, when I made the sample last week, I made it just... Oh, that's come undone. I made it in an afternoon, and it's just a nice little simple
But you can spend
project.
a bit of time with that. What is your angel policy, Debbie?
Yeah, you can make as many as you like, sell them, as long as you don't obviously reproduce the pattern.
Exactly.
But
no selling or giving away or anything of the pattern.
Of the pattern itself.
But you can make the actual items.
Yeah, it takes me a long time to write the patterns.
Hours and hours of trial and error.
Oh, that's the
and
thing.
doing it again and then trying it again.
I must have made 6, 7 at least watering cans to get the sizes and proportions.
Well, the thing
right.
is, when you're making something for yourself, it's fine because you can, just change it a bit. But when you've got to do a pattern, it's got to be right.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Yeah, and then you have to write the pattern, check all the measurements, make it again. Yeah, well, don't you? It's a long
it takes time.
Process. I love doing it, but yes. So in terms of making them and selling them, the actual items, make as many as you want. Why is that not going now? That's it. It's not my usual machine. The one you've got at home, you get used to it, don't you?
Yes.
So when you come in, you're using
and it's a different one. It does take a while.
machine, and you press. Mine's got an automatic where it drops the foot automatically. So that's why I'm struggling having to do it by hand. What's that about? So
I know, and you just forget, and it takes quite a long time it's a muscle
adjust.
memory, isn't it?
Yeah, you just automatically, I would be used to that foot lifting up, so when it doesn't, it feels like it's broken. So let's get rid of all those. Now I've done this quite quickly, as you can see. So
But again, you've got, you know, take time over it because it's only a little thing.
Definitely. So then you can see that just by pushing that
become
down
a watering gun.
a quarter of an inch, then that loo roll holder, this might be a bit high because I didn't measure it, did I? The height.
I guess you can trim it off.
You can just trim it off, yeah. Oh, it's pretty perfect, look. So you can see how it looks a little bit strange, but it's coming together. And then at that point, you would then take your toy filling, and this is where you need something like your a stick or your filling, a pointy tool or something, to push the toy filling down like this, because you want it to be very even around the edge, your filling. So you just take your time, push it in, and then before you know it, that you have to sort of keep adjusting the pot, because it's nice to have that pot, because then you can put things in it, like Rebecca said, you can put things in it like that.
So you could stuff the whole thing,
You could
but
fill
then
the
that
whole
would be a
thing.
shame.
Yeah,
but you could.
That's
if you
one of
wanted.
its features, is to use it like a pot. So once you've done all of that, that's done. And then it's just a case of, it tells you in the pattern actually, you put the spout on before you start to fill it.
Okay.
And the other thing that's interesting is the lid. So the lid is just the 2 pieces of fabric, quite a simple make, 2 circles that you've already prepared. And then you would put in the centre of that the card to reinforce it. So again, that lid is
so
nice and strong.
It's
not floppy and just a piece of fabric. And then you just fill it at the top, and then you would add your little tab that keeps it attached. Again, you don't need to put that on, but if it was mine, I'd probably lose it if that lid wasn't attached.
Yeah, definitely get lost.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
but it gives you that lovely quality though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think it's nice when you add those little extras, like you say, like you don't need a lid, but how nice to have a lid.
It's nice to have it on. And just be careful when you are sticking on your bits and bobs, like the spout and the handle. I've gone on the seam line. So with your body of your watering can, you've got 2 seam lines. And I would stick the spout on the one. So that's that way up like that.
Okay.
So that will sit like that. And then on the back seam, that's where you would use this for your handle. So your handle would go there. And again, I hand stitched those in place rather than try to machine it, just tack them in place. When you put the lid on, so imagine you've got the inside of your watering can in there, and then you just hand stitch that tab to the body of the watering can, and that's what keeps that attached. And very, very quickly, I mean, I've done a very whistle-stop tour, but you can see very quickly it comes together. Once you've got your handles, all the different components, and the spout, really, that's all you need, and then it starts coming together really quickly. And then don't forget you've got the handle that goes across the top to just finish it off. And then if you have got some beads or some buttons, you can just embellish it however you like. And that's pretty much it for how to make the watering can.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It starts off where you think, oh, it's quite fiddly and intricate.
Yes, yeah.
But once you've made all the individual components, they then go together quite quickly.
Okay. And then as far as embellishing it goes, so you sew some buttons on and beads afterwards.
Yeah, so I've put 2 beads on the side of the handles, of the handle that goes across the top, and then I've just put 1 on the bottom of the handle at the back, so you know your pouring handle if you like, and then I've put 1 on top of the lid.
Okay.
So with the lid, I've just filled it from the top, just at the top. So when you've sewn all the way around here, we got time for me to show you this?
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left. So
that's perfect.
7 actually. So
that's perfect. So you go around the lid.
And watch this space with the pattern. Ben's still trying to sort it out.
So with the lid, you sew around the edge, but leave about 1 inch. So I've sewn all the way around. What pieces of fabric are right sides together? Trim off that piece. And then I'm going to, I would get my Pincushions, I don't think I've got them here, or clip into
Oh, okay.
That, because when you're sewing on curves, if you then turn that fabric out, it'll just tend to pucker a little bit, which can spoil the finished results. So I would either go around this with my pinking shears or just clip into that edge finely like so. And then when you turn this out, again, push out with your fingers, really push that seam allowance so it makes a nice crisp edge. You could also press it at this stage. So you've got a shape that's like that. So it's your circle of your lid and you've left this opening gap here so that you can fill it. And then with your card, this is one of the things I wanted to show you actually, where the washi tape comes in. So on your pattern, which looks like this, it shows you which are the card template pieces.
Right.
So this is the bit that's the watering can lid. So you would cut that out of your pattern. And then when you place it on your paper, I wouldn't pin that. If I can avoid using pins, I will. So if you just get, again, a bit of this washi tape, and then you can just stick it down. So it just secures that pattern in place. And then you can cut it out.
Yes, so without having to glue it and
without
pull it
having
off.
to glue it and sort of, or pin it. Because when you pin, especially if you're pinning things like card or paper, you're then going to get not an exact shape.
And if you try and draw around it, it sometimes shifts a bit. That's a really good tip.
So if you just put your washi or your sellotape, masking tape, whichever, and then cut around that shape, it then makes it easier. And then because you've cut round it, you're just left with your shape like that. So there's a little tip. And then we're going to just fold this into quarters so that we can push it into that circle of the lid. So you're pushing it in so it's together, folded in half, and then we're just going to open it out into that seam. Okay, and that then reinforces that lid so it's a nice solid shape. And then with your toy filling, again, I'm just going to put the lid on that pen because I can see it going everywhere. Just take little bits of your filling and you're just filling into the top. So the card is in the centre between the two pieces of fabric, and then you're just filling into the top, because then you can use that as a pin cushion.
Oh, okay.
That's your pin cushion where you can stick your pins.
Well, you can put pins in anywhere, can't you?
You can, because the body's obviously full of...
And the spout.
And the spouts. So, and then you could also use this bit for your little clips. So the handles, you can put your quilting
that would be
clips
nice, wouldn't it?
around the edge as well. So there's loads of uses for it. It's just, I like it to be pretty and ornamental and have a use.
So you could put fabric clips on there. You can fill the inside. Maybe you could put some threads in there. Or...
Yeah, or you could put some more quilting clips in the centre, couldn't you? So if you were making a present for a sewer, you could put some quilting clips on it and inside. It's multi-use,
and if it's for a garden, you can fill it with seeds.
Well, that's a good idea, yeah.
Fill it with cress.
Yeah, don't put water in it. It's not waterproof. Fill it with cress and it would grow.
It'd be quite funny, wouldn't it?
That'd be quite nice.
But don't tell them.
Now, when you're doing this lid part, I'm just going to show you. There's all these little extras. I think, oh, I'll show you that, because
I know, and we don't, but we've got 5
normally
minutes.
I run out of time, but I've actually got quite a bit of time left, so it's nice. So with this tab part here, if I fold this in half and in half again, just like you would if you were making bias binding, so I've just folded that on itself, top stitch across there, and then, oh gosh, come on. I want you to behave like my normal sewing machine. And of course it would if I gave it a bit more time. There we go. So then you've got your tab, which is what connects the two pieces together. And then you place that inside that seam allowance. So again, if your fabric, just because it's a different size seam allowance to the one on my machine, I'm just going to cut a little bit of that card template out. Fold your seam allowance down, use your glue pen again. So put your glue on the fabric edge, fold that in onto the card inside, and that just helps then to create that lovely circular shape. And then you put your tab in 1/4 inch And then we're just going to fold that seam over as well. And then if I then take my needle and thread, then you can just quickly, very quickly piece that there, and then sew out to the outer edge for your to finish the circle like that. Obviously you would take a lot more time and make yours a lot neater than I'm doing mine. And that's that tab then encased. And then you just do the same for the other side. Slow stitching. It's lovely when you just sat at home.
Well, it's nice because you can you've got a little bit of machine stitching, you've got a little bit of hand stitching, haven't you? You've got a bit of blue Peter.
Bit of blue Peter, bit of...
And no sticky back plastic.
No sticky back plastic, but you have got a little bit of glue pen if you like.
No very liquid bottles.
I like to satisfy...
Or papier-mâché.
Oh, love that.
That was the other one that they had,
Over a balloon.
Over a balloon, yeah.
We've all done that, haven't we?
You know, you'd go, Mum, have we got any balloons or plaster of Paris?
Yeah, my mum would go.
Go out in the garden and get some fresh air.
My mum was pretty well prepped because every single week, I mean every week, I would make whatever Blue Peter made.
Oh, I was, well, yeah, but mine was always half because I didn't have half the stuff.
No, it would be a case of, Mum, can we buy this so that I've got the packaging to make this?
And poster paint.
Yeah. Well,
I wondered even if it was a real thing when I was about 6. Or
yeah, because it was never just called paint, was it, or acrylic paint? It was called poster paint.
Yeah. We had no idea what that was. Or PVA glue, what's that?
There we go. So once you've gone round the edge, then that is your lid made. And then you can just sew, if you want to, the button or a bead on top. And then that's what's placed inside the watering can, so it keeps it attached.
Fantastic.
So nice,
well, thank you, Debbie. That's
make.
been brilliant. So we are trying to sort out getting instructions on their own for the watering can, because obviously we do have them, but we just got to get them into the system, which we haven't been able to do at this point. Just complications, gremlins and complications. But when Debbie comes back, what? Ben's getting overexcited. What, Ben? I am waiting. Ben's saying, you've got to wait, you've got to wait. I'm waiting. Oh, look, they are. That's amazing. I said it'd be the next hour, but it wasn't. We did it just before. We have finally got gremlins, but Ben has sorted it out. So if you want the instructions on their own, there they are, £9.99. That's the code. You can order them now because all the kits have sold out. All the sewing machine kits are sold out. So you can buy the watering can, instructions on their own, no fabric or anything, but all the templates are there. Thanks so much, Debbie. That's been brilliant. And we finally got the instructions.
Yes, so you can get the instructions quick before they go.
And a quart, the stock's already gone. So you need to get quick because 35 seconds, quarter of the stock's gone. So anyway, I'm sorry, we did promise you that there was problems with the system. We will see you back here at 11 o'clock.
You will.
For a bit of Quilt As You Go magic.
Quilt As You Go magic.
For the insulated tote bag, fantastic.
Yeah.
One day we'll be able to have a picnic.
Yes.
It will be warm enough.
Do you reckon?
Yes. I know, I can't
Fingers
imagine
crossed,
it either. I will see you back in a few minutes' time with the lovely ladies from Ribbonly who are going to be showing us how to make beautiful wreaths. Can't wait. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr, and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about ribbons.
It's all about ribbons.
It's all about ribbons. And I've got the wonderful Grace and Karen from Ribbonly.
Yes.
In with me today. So if you haven't seen, we've had Ribbonly on air before, but not with me. So it's my first time. It is exciting. So tell me about Ribbon. What is Ribbonly?
What is Ribbonly? Okay, so we're a family-run business. So it's my mum, myself, my dad, and we're a ribbon company, and we sell lots of luxury, unique ribbons.
Okay.
But at not luxury prices. We think we sell at really good prices, and we also sell lovely kits as well.
Oh wow, so things that you can make with ribbons.
You can make with ribbons. We like to inspire people with ribbons. That's kind of our main thing we like to say, inspiring with ribbons.
So you can buy ribbons because you know what you're going to do them anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
And you can buy kits.
And you can buy kits as well.
beautiful, and they're beautiful, and they're all different colours and thicknesses.
Yeah, lots of different widths, different textures. We love different textures of ribbons as well. So lots of lovely different things to play about with, and we've gone very springy today.
Well, yes, but we do need to start getting ready for Easter and spring, because it is going to happen, believe it or not.
It's officially spring today, isn't it?
Well, I think the first day of spring is the 21st of March, but I think someone said the other day it was meteorological spring.
Yeah, I heard that on the news.
What does that mean?
I don't know,
no,
but
I don't know either.
It's going to snow, isn't it? So
yeah, exactly.
We'll get into the spirit of Easter in the studio today.
Indeed. So we've got a few kits for you today.
Yes, we have.
Eggs and wreaths.
Eggs and wreaths.
So absolutely. Easter. So let's have a look at the egg kit first.
The egg kit, okay. So we have got 2 gorgeous eggs. We've got a pink and a purple.
Can you take them? You're so much taller than me, you've got a chance of reaching them.
So here we go. Here is the yellow and green egg here. How stunning is
Oh, it's beautiful, and it's really shiny.
It's really shiny,
Satiny.
It's really glossy. Mum's going to give you a really good in-depth demo on how to make this, although I know you guys on Sewing Street are very professional, so you probably don't need a demo. So that's the...
I'll hold him. I'll hold him.
Thank you.
It's so nice. Love that one.
And then we have the pink and purple egg.
So this is perfect for your Easter decorations.
It really is. You could have them in a bowl on your table.
True. Yeah,
you can hang them on at the door, or in your hallway, in your kitchen,
or on an Easter tree.
Or on an Easter tree, like we have.
An Easter tree, or as a nice gift.
As a nice gift, exactly. And it's such a simple make and such a good price as well for what you're getting with it.
Right, so let's have a look at the kit. What do we get in the kit? Let's start with the green kit.
Let's start with the green kit. So first of all, your kits come in these lovely gift bags. So what you can do is you can, if you're going to make it as a gift, you can make it, put it back in the bag and gift it, or you can reuse the bag for yourself.
Or you can give somebody the kit.
Exactly. You can give someone, that's a nice Easter present instead of chocolate.
Well, also something you can do with somebody. So like over the Easter holidays, if you've got children, grandchildren, nephews, nieces, you could buy a few of the kits, and it's the sort of thing you can sit down and do together.
Exactly, that would be really lovely.
A nice crafternoon.
Crafternoon, I love a crafternoon, especially with Prosecco. Right, so you are getting 2 absolutely stunning ribbony ribbons.
Oh, wow.
You're getting 40 metres in this kit.
Gosh.
So that is plenty. And I think that's actually more than what you need for the egg. Is that right, Karen?
Oh, a lot more.
A lot more than what you need. So you're going to have some left over as well.
Right, brilliant. So you can use that for your Easter decorations then?
Exactly. You can use it to hang, put some little bows in the tree, in your Easter tree.
Oh, true.
So you're getting a polystyrene egg, which I will note we are selling separately as well, so I think that's already on pre-order.
Oh, okay, so because you've got more ribbon than you need, you could buy another egg.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And then you've got a little piece of ribbon to hang your egg decoration off, which is so cute. And then you've also got a set of glossy instructions, and this is just going to be step by step, holding your hand with photos on how to make it. And obviously you're going to have a video demonstration today.
Perfect, perfect. Right, so before we go on with the demonstration, let's just talk about the wreath kit, and then you know what we've got.
Yeah, let's talk about which wreath kit would you like to show?
Oh, I don't know. Let's start with the egg one.
Crocus.
The crocus. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at this. So everything is in here to make this?
Everything is in here to make this.
So this is on your front door?
On your front door, or inside your front door, as I like to put mine, because I like to look at it, never mind the neighbours.
Or in the centre of your Easter table.
Oh, that's true.
In the centre of your Easter table, fill it with some chocolate eggs.
Filled with eggs. Or you could just hang it on one of the internal doors, or just take one of the pictures down in your house. I always do that with my Christmas wreaths. Just take one of the pictures down and hang a wreath up instead.
Exactly. There's so many places they can go. They don't even need to go outside. You can have them in your bedroom. It's just a really nice nod to Easter and getting into the festivities.
So this is the crocus one.
This is the crocus
kit.
So you're getting a set again of picture glossy instructions that have step-by-step hand-holding on how to make this wreath. Again, we are going to give you a demonstration on this, but it is super easy.
Fab.
If you can tie your shoelace, you can make one of these.
Well, that's good. I can definitely do that.
Good.
So
I'm glad you're not wearing Velcro. So and then you are getting these gorgeous ribbons, and I believe Mum has just handed me the open ones. Thank you very much, Mum. So you get to have a feel. So we have a lovely satin ribbon. So you're getting 20 metres. We call this ballet slipper. It's like a nice pale pink colour.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh, let me feel that one. Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you.
Really, really
It's nice and soft.
It is
isn't
really
it?
soft.
Then you're getting this wired organza, which is just fabulous for holding bows and giving that
Oh, that
extra
is a nice one. I
texture.
like that one.
And it's cut on the bias.
Oh, it's got a wire in it, has
It's
it?
got a wire and it's cut on the bias, so as you take it off the reel, it naturally curls.
Oh, I can see what you mean. Yeah. Oh, that is good, isn't it?
So that's a really beautiful ribbon. You're getting another 15mm satin here in this deep wisteria purple, which just adds a nice bit of depth. And then you're getting this lovely Sicilian lemon, which is this herringbone, and this just looks fantastic. A pop of yellow to match.
But it's got a bit of sparkle in it
has
as well.
got a bit of sparkle as well, a bit of luster going on
nice.
in there, which is really nice. And then you've also got your yellow eggs to decorate your wreath. So you can keep your eggs in for Easter, take them out and have it as a spring-summer wreath.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
it
true.
doesn't have
Yes.
to be
So you can
just
choose,
Easter.
can't you?
Of course you can. It's completely up
Fantastic.
to you. So that's what comes in your wreath kit.
Brilliant. Right, let's get on with the demo and then we'll show you the other kit.
Let's do the demo.
So, Karen,
Yes.
are you going to show us how to make an egg?
I'm going to show you how to make a quilted egg.
Fabulous.
I certainly am. Yeah, it's really very simple. So in your kit, as Grace says, you get your polystyrene egg, you get your 2 rolls of ribbon, and what you'll need on top of that is, you also get a little, a slim piece of 3mm ribbon, which you'll use for hanging your egg with when it's all ready. And all you're going to need is some pins, so some just ordinary cheap and cheerful dressmaking pins.
Anything specific? Does it matter?
No, I mean these I bought from Tesco.
Oh,
So it's really they're really
right.
very
So they
simple.
don't have to be specialist.
No, they don't have to be special at all.
Any
and
old
really,
pin.
you only want to put cheap pins in because some of the pins will stay in. You can remove some of them, but some will stay in. So, but you can buy them really cheaply.
Okay.
And then a little bit of glue because you'll notice where are the eggs? Are they down there?
I have the eggs.
Yeah. So you'll notice, thank you, that around the centre of the egg, there's a really pretty, what do we call this bow? A tailored bow.
Tailored bow.
Completely slipped my mind then. A tailored bow. And you'll need a little bit of glue for that. I mean, I think you could easily sew it as well, but glue is easier. So a little bit of craft glue or fabric glue or hot glue gun, whatever you fancy there. But yeah, that's all you're going to need to make this lovely quilted egg.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
so all those pins that are a bit too thick that you can't use for your sewing, I have many of them.
Absolutely, you
they
can
would
use
be
those.
ideal.
Yeah, so you take your fabric, your ribbon, and you decide which one you're going to start with. Now, we started with the satin ribbon, so that's what I'm going to start with today. And you'll see I've already cut it up into lengths of 6 centimetres, so that's what your instructions are going to say. Begin with lengths of 6 centimetres of ribbon. So all you've got to do, literally, to begin, is take one of your lengths of 6 centimetre ribbon, fold it in half, and these satins are quite good because they fold quite nicely, so you can see a nice crease there. Okay. I'm going to take a pin and I'm going to pop it just at the very top there. Am I in? Yeah, good. Just right at the very top, and the reason I'm popping it in now is just so that I can secrete it so you can't really see it. And then I'm going to pull the sides of the ribbon down into a triangle like that. It'll be easy to see when we pop it on the egg. So take the top of the egg. Once you've got your ribbon, pop your pin in pretty much as close into the center as you can. And then you bring your sides down together like that. So you've made a nice triangle. And all you've got to do then is pin out the sides. So there's one and there's the other. And at the very top of your egg here, you're going to get 4 of those triangles in, and you can see there's an opening there. You'll understand what I'm saying by that when we get down onto the next layer, but I'm popping this triangle on so that you can see the opening that we've got where we folded it. And on the next layers it will be slightly different. It's all very straightforward. Once you've got these 4 on, you'll see just how very simple it is. You could almost do it with your eyes closed. So I'm going to now fold my second piece.
But you wouldn't recommend that if you're
Yes,
using
I
pins.
wouldn't. And you don't need to use an iron or anything, it's just finger
not
folded.
at all. No, because this satin has got a little bit of crispness to it.
Okay.
Single-sided satin, so it, it will take a fold. It won't just sort of spring open. So now I'm popping my second piece in. So I'm getting as close as I can to the top of that first triangle, and then I'm folding down. I'm trying very hard to cover the polystyrene so that you can't see it underneath. You can always have a bit of an adjust, you know, you can, sometimes when I sort of get to the end of a layer, I just have a little bit of adjust if I think, oh, I can see a little bit of polystyrene showing there. But the aim is to basically have very few gaps. So that's my second piece.
It's quite nice and therapeutic, isn't it? Because you're just doing like a repeat.
Yeah, it's quite mindful. But again, I feel like you could be a really good thing to do as a group.
Yeah.
Like whether you're a hen party.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That's a good idea.
What a lovely thing. Because, you know, sometimes these things are quite expensive, aren't they?
Yeah, they can
So if you got a kit for each person and just did it at home.
Nice for a craft group.
Really
and then you've got the instructions to follow.
Yeah, exactly.
What a lovely thing to do.
Yes, and we've done step-by-step photo instructions so that it's really, really clear. You can see what each stage is. So come on, pin. I'm going to put my, and then I'm going to put my last piece in, and then we can move on to the next layer. And you can see, no, you don't. It nearly rolled off before we came on air. It nearly went off the top.
Luckily, it won't break.
This isn't going to
break.
No, Dan would have been having to run for it, wouldn't he? So I'm putting my fourth piece in now, like that, and then the very top of the egg will be covered.
It's satisfying as well because it's quite quick to do. So you've got a project which you can get done in a couple of hours maximum, and then you've got something ready to go.
And it is. I mean, it looks very professional, doesn't it?
It
looks
really
very
does.
expensive,
It
luxury.
does.
So there we are. Okay, so I've got my 4 pieces in now. I'm quite happy with those. So I'm now going to go on to my next layer. And I think if we have a look at the completed egg, after you've done the very top layer, you've got to do another 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of triangles. But what you'll see here is that the pattern, obviously I'm alternating my ribbon pattern, but also that once you get onto this next layer, you'll see a little bit more in a minute what I mean, you're just literally following a pattern. So this, we've got a spotty ribbon here, and then directly underneath comes a satin ribbon, and then directly underneath comes a spotty ribbon. So you're literally just going one on top of the other, but just leaving a little bit of space. But it'll become clearer as I continue. So the first layer is done, and that is the only layer that's different. Now what you'll notice is that I've got 8 folds, or 8 fold seams, I don't know what you want to call them, but I'm going to count them so you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the reason I'm doing that is because what we're going to do now is on your next layer you use 8 pieces of ribbon. Stay there, egg. I'm folding. I'm not worrying about putting the pin in now because I'm going to be able to remove this at the very end. This is a wired ribbon, this polka dot, so it's really easy to work with. I've made a really nice crisp, a really lovely crisp triangle. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the point of that triangle and I'm going to match it up to one of those 8 seams or folds that I just pointed out to you. So here we go. I'm going in with my pin. Now these pins you'll be able to take out later. The ones that are at the top, there'll be no need to see any pins. You can slip them out if you want to, you can use a little bit of fabric glue to just give a nice sleek look. If not, you can just literally just take the pins out. The triangles won't come out because they're secured down at the bottom. But you know, if you're wanting to give it to a child or whatever, you would want those pins to be out of sight. Here's my second triangle, and I'm now going to the second seam. Here, I'm putting the point here. You can see obviously I'm leaving some purple showing at the top, and I'm just going round in a layer like that. So you've got to do 8 of those for this layer. And just popping in your pins. So simple. No sewing required to make this patchworky egg. You just continue on like that.
It's quite nice if you've got a current sewing project going on to have something small that you can just do in a couple of hours.
And I'm thinking as well, you know, if you were doing this with children, I mean, you could even cut the ribbon for them in advance, couldn't you, depending on the age. But it would be a lovely thing to do as a group. Or maybe, you know, I mean, a lot of people have craft clubs, or they're in church groups or in youth clubs, and this would be a really nice thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. My mum, my sister, myself and my aunt all have a little craft club.
Oh,
we do it once every month.
We do.
And we just make little things together in the evening. evening, and it's really fun. So, you know, maybe we'll be doing one of these.
Well, even if, you know, you've got a sewing group or a knitting group, it's nice to do something a bit different as well. So
definitely.
this is a really good thing. So get everyone to buy themselves a kit.
Yeah, and at $9.99, it's such an affordable price
as well. Yeah, it is, yeah. Or even if you've got a book group.
Yeah.
Say, right, today, in my book group, we often do other things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just every now and then.
Random. Make it kind of just change it up a bit.
Yeah, just
that's
because.
Nice.
And then we go, have we talked about the book? Oh, no, we haven't. Oh, let's do that.
Have we read the book?
We've talked about everything else and we've gossiped about everything and everybody.
That sounds like fun, actually.
Are you sure it's a book group?
Yeah, that's his official title. But this would be a really nice thing. Yeah, $9.99, that is really affordable, isn't it?
It is.
And like I say, you know, if you were having like a baby shower or a hen party, it'd be great.
Yeah, definitely. And it's something you can keep forever afterwards. It's such good quality. It's not something that's just going to deteriorate over time. Keep it safely in a box every Easter and bring it out. You've got
that's what we do.
Yeah, that's true.
We get our Easter tree out
kit,
every year.
The one that's on screen at the moment is the spring green and yellow one. It's gorgeous. I'm going to take it off its tree. So this is the green and yellow one. So if you're doing it together as a group, you've just got to get them to choose which one. But it's super luxury with this satin ribbon. It just looks gorgeous, doesn't it? $9.99 is such an affordable price. When you think as well, you're getting the 2 reels of ribbon.
The 2 reels of ribbon and the egg. Would you like me to get that?
Yes, let's have a look at the kit.
Let's have a look at the kit.
Because you get way more ribbon than you need.
You do. So you're getting 2 reels of ribbon. You're getting 40 metres of ribbon in this kit.
Loads.
It's a lot of ribbon. You're getting your polystyrene egg. You're getting a little piece of ribbon to hang it, as well as a set of picture instructions. So you can't go wrong.
No, you can't, definitely. And don't forget, you know, when you get your kit home, to write down today's date, because then you can re-watch Karen's demo as well.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's the green and yellow.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to choose. The other one is the purple and pink polka dot.
Yes.
Oh, is the purple and pink catching up? Okay.
Oh, what's in the lead?
Is the yellow and green in the lead? It is at the moment, but purple and pink is catching up.
Oh.
So the purple and pink is the one that Karen was demoing. So in this kit...
In this kit, we're also getting, again, 40 metres. You're getting a pink polka, which is wired, and the satin. You're getting a little piece of ribbon to hang it by, instructions, and the polystyrene egg. So exactly the same as you're getting in the other kit, just with a different colour combination.
Yes, which is lovely, isn't it?
Get both, hang them both in the tree. You know, for $9.99 each, you could easily
I know,
get
so
those.
the egg on its own is $3.99 because you can buy them separately. And then with the ribbon as well, this is amazing value.
It's a really good
20
deal, isn't it?
metres on each reel.
On each reel, exactly.
I've always wanted a whole reel of ribbon. I go to the craft shop and I buy like a metre, 2 metres, you know, because you need them for something.
Yeah.
I've never bought a whole reel though, that's quite exciting.
Word. Well, with Ribbonly, our prices are that affordable. You can, probably for the same price of a metre and stuff.
Well, I know, and I go and buy a metre, but I've never had a whole reel.
Oh, it's very exciting.
So lovely,
to have a whole
isn't it?
reel.
It is, I know, I would be very... Because I go in there and I go, can I just have 2 metres of that, please?
It's nice to have the whole reel.
The whole reel. So, for $9.99, 40 metres of ribbon, the egg, the small piece of ribbon and the full instructions is an amazing price. You just got to choose the colour or get both.
I would get both.
I'm on to my next layer now.
She's on to her next layer.
Okay, next layer, quick. Right, layer number 3.
Yeah, so you can see, as I say, all these pins will come out. So we did our purple layer, I've completed the pink layer, and now I'm moving on to the next purple layer, and literally I'm just repeating. So I'm just literally taking the triangle down just a small way and placing it directly underneath the spotty one, and I'll just carry on like that. I mean, so you can see how quickly you can get the egg covered. I mean, I've only been stood here a few minutes, haven't I, really? And you know, I'm building down those layers. So you do 5 layers for the top, and then you turn it upside down and you repeat, and you do 5 layers at the bottom, and then you'll come to the middle here, and you'll have a little area which basically needs covering up with a beautiful tailored bow. So it's, you know, it's as simple as that, really. Once you've got this triangle pattern down, it really, honestly, is so easy.
So how do you know how far down to put it, or is it just I'm
just doing it by eye, really,
and then
Bex.
you just make sure they're the same level then when you go all the way round?
Yeah, I'm not a professional. But I'm just doing it by eye, which is how I do most things, really, just judging it. And you can always have a readjust if you think, oh no, I don't think that looks quite right.
That's the beauty of using pins instead of glue.
Oh, okay, and you can do,
Yeah, but it's very...
So you just try and get them the same distance, but just judge it without
there's no other,
fiddly measuring.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could if you're a perfectionist, and I bet there are people out there who would really like it, and I'm sure their eggs will look fantastic. But yeah, I'm just literally doing it by...
But it's not a massive distance, I think, when it's a little gap like that.
When I think if you're using 5 layers, you'll get almost to the middle, and then I mean, there's room to put more layers in.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, and also, you don't have to follow this pattern. I've seen it where people have actually, rather than sort of do layers this way, going around the egg, they've done basically stripes.
Oh, okay.
So you could just stripe it down if you wanted to.
I see what you mean.
So
yes, so if
you don't,
that
or
makes
you could
sense.
just be a bit more random about it if you wanted to. So yeah, you don't have to be just stuck with doing a pattern like this. I mean, I'm sure there are some very clever people out there.
Well, that would be
particularly
that's
all your
what's...
patchworkers and quilters.
Oh, I
mean,
know,
really,
I know.
You know, as I say, I am no way a
But also,
professional.
that's the nice thing about doing it in a group, because you'll always get somebody who'll do it. They'll do it a bit different, and then that inspires everybody else as well, doesn't it?
Definitely, because if you've got the one kit and then you've got another polystyrene egg, you could do one way and
Yeah,
one
definitely.
another.
Oh, you could, and that would look nice on a tree, wouldn't it then? If you've got
it would.
the same colours but just different patterns.
But it's a nice gift for somebody, because I know, you know, not everybody wants chocolate Easter, surprisingly. Or can't have chocolate as well.
And if you can't have chocolate, it's really nice.
It is a nice gift to give someone, isn't it? Because if you went to buy this in a shop, it would be more than $9.99.
It really would, and you know, eggs. Some eggs, you know, when you look at some of those high-end chocolate shops, they're really expensive.
Really, really expensive.
So
Ridiculous.
for $9.99, you've got something they can have for life. So it's a really nice decoration, nice gift for a little child as well. Every year, Mum always, for our little cousins, has to kind of go above and beyond, not just chocolate. She has to make something
Yeah, well,
to
like
go
that's
with
fair
it.
enough. Fair enough.
So I'm sure they'll be all getting one of these this year.
That's all the fun, isn't it?
Yes, it's fun for you.
To make something beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, it's lovely because you've got that mix between the satin, which is really nice and shiny, and then the polka dot. It gives it a really nice sort of a texture and a print change.
Yeah, and polka dot's really Eastery, isn't it? I mean, it's got a real Eastery feel to it. So, as soon as I saw those ribbons, we've also got it in orange and what's the other colour, Grace? No, is it just the pink, orange?
Yellow.
Yes, we've got the yellow here, haven't we? But it's, I said, we've got to use those for Easter. It's just really lovely. And something quite different for us this year. This wasn't in our original range of ribbons, but it's new to 2023.
Oh, okay.
So, yes.
Our spring collection.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, I've nearly done this layer, so obviously I'll be going on to the polka dot again next. Okay. Yeah. Simples.
And it's actually really quick as well.
It is, yeah. I mean, I'm not rushing this, but I probably would take a little bit more care if I was at home. But obviously, I don't want to take up too much time. But I want to give the idea, and I want to show everybody just how easy it is. As I say, once I got to the end and I got my tailored bow on, I then slipped out the visible pins and just put a small blob of craft glue.
Okay, so any specific glue?
Well,
like a PVA glue or a clear glue?
I think you could use a PVA.
Right.
We've got a fabric tack, or I've just bent a pin. There we go. In it goes. Just a fabric tack, or just a 3-in-1 glue. You could just use your hot glue gun if you wanted to, but literally just slip out a pin
and then replace it with glue.
Yeah, just carefully pull it out. It's not going to go anywhere because obviously it's anchored down with the other two. Just a tiny bit of glue underneath there, and then it sort of helps to keep all those layers down and make it look nice and smooth and sleek and streamlined. So
no, I can see it with this green and yellow, and I can see how it's all held together.
Yes, yeah. So very simple, but a bit of a fun project. And who knew there were so many things that you could do with ribbon?
I know. Well, the thing is, you go into a ribbon shop, don't you? Think, I love all of this. What am I going to do with it? And I buy it for things like drawstrings. That's what I use it a lot for.
Well, we do have collectors' bags. We have people, and I say, they come to the shows and say, what are you going to do with that? And they say, do I need a reason?
I just want a whole roll of ribbon.
I'm just going to look at it.
I just want to have a nice, pretty collection. They do look really nice just to have them stacked.
I know. Well, if I need ribbon, I always buy a little bit extra because it's always really useful, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And the thing is, there's limitless things you can do with it.
Because we have got some ribbon available.
We have got some ribbons available at Saint. Should we?
Can we have a look at that?
Should we have a look at that? All right. So
just while your mum's doing the
the
next slow.
So in this kit we've got 80 meters of ribbon. 80 meters of ribbon for $14.99.
Wow.
Now I will warn you guys at home that we did have this on Hobby Maker and it did sell out very quickly. So If you do like this, then I would be quick because it did fly out. So it's this gorgeous stripe collection. We've got it in green, pink,
it's lovely.
red, thank you, and purple. What's lovely about this collection is I think it is perfect for all year round. You've got the green, the pink and the purple for spring, you've got the red for Christmas. Of course, red can be used all year round, but they really are versatile. You can put the red and green together.
It's a bit like a gingham almost, isn't it?
It's a bit like a gingham, but slightly abstract in a way.
With an irregular gingham.
An irregular gingham.
It's not what it's called,
that's
really.
What we're going to call it now.
But I feel like that. It's lovely, isn't it? Because it's almost slightly see-through as well, isn't it?
It's got like a sheen to it. And let me just check. Yes, so it's 16 millimetres, so it's nice and fine. So lovely for incorporated projects. And for $14.99, you're going to
I think that's amazing. I was saying because I go and buy mine by the metre.
Yeah. So you think how much you've got there, 80 metres.
Loads. And they're lovely for when you make like little fabric bags and you want to put a drawstring through them. They're absolutely ideal for that. Or gift tags. I always use ribbon in my gift tags.
Yes, absolutely.
And for putting around presents because at that price.
Yes, there's so many different things you could do. Gift wrapping. Cakes.
And for Hobby Maker, when we sold those, we actually tied some little bows into our Easter tree, so we had some of our eggs hanging, and then you can literally just cut a few, not particularly the red obviously, but the purple, the green and the pink. Yeah. Really nice, just little bows tied into an Easter tree.
It's beautiful, but then the red is quite soft, isn't it?
It is, and could be paired with the pink or the purple to kind of tone it down a bit, or if you're going to go for that Christmas theme, add it to the green.
True. It is gorgeous, but you could, if you kept the red and green till Christmas.
Yeah, you're sorted.
Because if you wrap a present, it always looks so much nicer with ribbon around it. And normally it's a bit prohibitively expensive, isn't
Absolutely.
it? When I buy mine by a metre.
Absolutely.
$14.99 for 80 metres. How much is that a metre then, Ben?
How much is that a metre?
He'll get his calculator out now.
But this is super pretty, and I just think sewing it, you could sew it into like your quilt project or something like that. It would be beautiful because it is nice and fine.
18 pence a metre. Whoa.
18 pence a metre.
Whoa. See,
I don't think you get that in your craft shop.
No, I would expect to pay 40 or 50 pence a metre for that.
Yeah.
And see how much ribbon I buy. But I buy it for things like, for my sewing projects, for drawstrings.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I use it a lot for because it's ideal.
Exactly, but this is really nice.
Whoa, that's a really, really good price. And how nice to have 4 whole reels of ribbon.
4 whole reels of ribbon with 20 metres.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is limitless. And we've got lots of blogs on our website, www.ribbony.co.uk. So if you're short of ideas of what to do with it, then head there.
Okay.
We've got a YouTube as well, so there's different ideas in there.
Oh, wow. That's an amazing price. Morning, girls. I got a Christmas wreath and the kits are lovely and the packaging's great. Lovely service when you phone. Apologies, I haven't sent a photo yet. Susan, send us a photo.
Thank you, Susan.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for talking.
But we want a photo.
Lovely to get feedback. Really lovely to get feedback.
It always makes our day.
Well, it's lovely because we all love ribbons and it's really nice to have some inspiration. But if you're like me, you'll just want the reels anyway.
Just to collect. They're like sweets, really, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, it's just because I do use them for, I make sometimes like fabric gift tags, or if you buy some of those just plain brown card gift tags.
Yeah.
So much more expensive than printed ones. Put some ribbon on it and it suddenly looks really expensive.
And it's so much better for the planet as well because you can recycle the gift tag and reuse the ribbon.
Yes. Somebody's just asked if we can recap the wreath bundles. So we'll go through the wreath kit.
Did you go through this one?
No, we haven't gone through that one yet, so we can go through the wreath kit
now.
let's
do the wreath kit.
For a wreath,
let's do a wreath kit. I'm going to move an egg.
Sure, yes. I'm ready. I can do a demo.
Okay, so we'll just do the wreath kit.
So we're going to go for am I saying this right, Cameron? Anemone.
Anemone. Yeah. I know, I always have to think of the M, anemone. Because otherwise I used to say anemone, but it isn't, it's anemone.
Anemone.
If you think of it as anemone.
Yeah, I don't normally choose such controversial names. It's just because I was looking for flowers that were pink and purple.
And it is an anemone.
Anemones are pink and purple.
I don't know why I always call them, but I always have to go anemone and then I remember it's anemone.
The word is an enemy.
Grace was coming up with all interesting ways.
Could you pass me the anemone?
The anemone.
It's the only way I can remember which order the letters are in. Right. So here's the anemone.
The anemone wreath, which
beautiful.
Is lovely,
Look how pretty. That is the colours of anemones. I love the ribbons you've got in this one.
Thank you so
much. You've got that gauzy. That's probably not what it's called.
Organza. It's got these lovely organzas.
Same as this one.
The mesh. This mesh.
That gauzy one.
I love
this
mesh.
So I put it here
it's
so you can see it.
Sweet pea. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning.
Oh yeah, it is sweet pea colour, isn't it?
Sweet pea colour. We're going for like the flower theme today,
It is.
clearly. So you've got this lovely mesh. You're getting 2 beautiful organzas in lotus flower and amethyst.
Wow. And how much are on these reels?
You're getting 10 on each of those, so that's 30 metres so far.
Fab.
And then you're getting this lovely chameleon silk. Now this is really fun because it's got threads going 2 different ways through the ribbon. So it's got a white and a green thread, which through the light means it bounces.
But it's got that slight sort of pleat to it as well.
Yes, it's got like a crushed kind of look to it, which is really
I
cool.
like that one.
And
that's the that's the leaves.
That's like the leaves, exactly. And then you've got this single-sided satin, and you get 20 metres on here, so 10, 30, 40, 50. So you're getting 70 metres, is that right?
Wow.
60 metres. 60 metres of ribbon in this kit, which is more than you need again. So we're being very generous here. We're giving you some more than you need. And then the eggs as well, which you can keep in your wreath, depending if you're going to use it for Easter, and then take them out for spring, summer.
Fantastic. And obviously you get the wire ring.
The wire ring, of course, and the instructions as well. Photo instructions. Again, I think we've got YouTube videos of this, we've got blogs, but it is so simple. If you can tie your shoelace, you can make one of these.
Well,
so
I love it. And then you
peasy.
can use what you've got left over for your presents.
Exactly, or your Easter
That's my
tree.
favourite one. The
mesh.
The mesh.
Love
the mesh
different
one.
textures, and what we think personally is so special about our wreaths is that we incorporate lots of different textures and colours. It makes them look really rich and luxurious.
Well, I think it works that you've got the wired ones because that's got the structure, and then
Yeah.
this lovely crushed green one.
Yes.
And then it looks beautiful.
Thank
Love that
you.
one. So that's that one, but that's the anemone one because we're good at saying that now. And then the crocus one, because we did that one earlier. This is the crocus one, and then we're going to show you how to make them. Gorgeous, that one.
So that's bringing the anemone back.
Again, brilliant for your craft club.
Absolutely. We know
$24.99 for 60 metres of ribbon, full instructions, all the eggs and the wire frame. You don't need anything else, just your hands.
Just your hands.
Pair of glasses, possibly, if you were me. That's about it, really.
So again, you're getting your wire and your instructions and your eggs. And then you are getting your ribbons. So you're getting this, let me get the open ones out. You're getting this lovely organza in macaron. Reminds you of kind of a macaron.
Ooh.
I know.
I love a macaron.
I love a macaron
Love a
as
macaron.
well. Had a lot of fun naming these ribbons.
What's that one then?
Ballet
slipper. Should remember this. You should test me now. I remember that one. Macaron.
What's this one then?
Lemon.
Oh, very good.
Sicilian lemon.
Ooh. Is Ben helping you with this?
No, I remembered the lemon, and then Charlie remembered the Sicilian bit, but I remembered the lemon.
And then we've got
limoncello. I was thinking. Had some on Saturday. I love limoncello.
Oh, I think we should have called it limoncello. That's way more fun.
It's gorgeous on ice.
Oh yes, and then we've got this wisteria as well. So lots of different lovely ribbons in here. You're getting 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 metres again in this kit, as well as the eggs, the wire and the instructions for $24.99. And of course you're getting the kit and then you're getting the wreath afterwards as well. So it's a really good price.
Yeah, and again, you could. I'm just still laughing. Ben said he drank a whole bottle of limoncello once. Ben, really? Could you walk afterwards? In and out? That's awful. Actually sounds.
I've got a headache thinking about
it. Sounds actually really painful because it's so strong. It's nice, just a small glass, but anyway. Jesus. So I'm laughing. I can't believe we did that. This is a great gift as the kit in itself because, we all know lots, obviously because we're sewers, we know lots of people sew, but we know a lot of people who don't sew but would want to do something crafty. So as a kit to give someone, it's a nice gift as well. You've got like a thank you present, birthday, anniversary. What a nice kit.
And what we also find, we do quite a few sewing shows, like at the Alexander Purse, the knitting and stitching show, and we found that a lot of our sewers that we sell to quite like to have something they could do in an evening in a couple of hours in between their sewing projects. It's something that's satisfactory, it's done.
Well, also because although we're sewers or knitters or crocheters or whatever, we do other things as well. We have other things, and so a gift as a kit. I love buying kits for people. It is nice, but also make it for somebody.
Which is really
put it in the bag.
nice.
Or just yourself.
Just yourself.
All you have to do is choose between crocus and anemone, or just get both.
We'll just get both. $24.99 each.
Anemone is currently in the lead. £24.99. I think that's an amazing price. But with the eggs are even.
The eggs are even.
The eggs are even.
I wonder if people are going for 2.
Maybe they're going for 2.
Let us know. Let us know what you've gone for.
Because the eggs are even. Right, are we going to show how to make a wreath?
Yes.
Using my favourite ribbon.
Demo tie, with your favourite ribbon, Becky. So basically, for the wreath, as Grace said, and it's always our strapline at Ribbonly, if you can tie a shoelace, you can make one of these beautiful wreaths. And basically, all you've got to do is cut your ribbon to a length of 50 centimetres. So now don't go and cut it all, so you can see I've got a selection here already trimmed, but what I would suggest is that you probably start off by cutting 10 lengths of each ribbon initially. But the reason we say that is that you probably won't use all of the ribbon that you've got. You probably don't need to use all of the ribbon.
Okay.
And then you'll still have some left on the roll, whereas if you'll kick yourself if you've cut it all
and
into
you've
50
got loads
centimetres.
of half-metre lengths left.
What am I going to do with these?
True.
So just cut begin by cutting a few lengths off each roll, and then you can start. So I've just cut some of Beck's favourite ribbon, the mesh.
I love that one.
And I'm going to put my tape measure away, and I'm ready to start tying. Now, it's really, really very simple. We've got a 12-inch wreath frame here. It's got 5 sections to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we say normally you can fit between 15 and 20 bows to each section. And the reason we say that is so that you don't go trying to ram 100 bows into one section, and then you have a section round here that ends up looking a little bit more skinny. So you can always, if you put 15 to 20 in each section, you get to the end, you might think, oh, I could fit a few more in. Then you can always go back and fill in any gaps. But it's just a way to keep it even. There's no pattern at all. You can do it exactly how you'd like to do it. I'm always very random. Again, I do it by eye. I'm not a professional.
I don't know. I think some people are random and some are. See, if it was me, I would put like exactly the same number in every section and make sure that I'm rubbish at random.
And would you say go green, pink, purple, green, pink? Would you?
Not because I wanted to. I'm just rubbish at random. I'm good at planned random, so I'd go right randomly. I'm going to do it in this order. But if I just went for, I think my problem is I'd put too much in as well. I'm a bit of a more is always more.
Oh yes, well,
and then
I've had customers like that before.
No, I'm rubbish at random.
We have some customers that pack their wreaths.
Yes.
And then they say, oh, we've run out, and we say, did you get all your rolls? And they say, oh yes, we got all the rolls. And then we say, and then they send us a photo, and we say, oh yes, it looks very beautiful,
busy.
but I think actually it's, you probably put a few too many in that one section, but never mind.
If I'm going to do random, I have to plan it.
Oh yes, planned random.
I'm not very good. I'd love to be able to do that.
But this is Karen Random, and basically,
Karen Random, which is great.
So what I'm doing here, I'm taking a length of ribbon, I'm tying it onto the inner circle of the wreath. So I'm not going around both. I'm not tying it around both. I'm just because I'm going to use both circles, okay, and that makes it look fuller. I've just tied it on in a simple knot. I love this chameleon silk. It's so beautiful to work with.
It is really
a nice little bow. Listen, it's nothing fancy. It's not a fancy bow. It's just like I've tied my shoelace. I'm just literally cutting it off now into diagonals. You could do the swallowtail. You could use pinking shears. It's entirely up to you. So I've tied onto that frame, that circle. So now I'm going to tie onto that circle. So I use a bit of our single-sided satin here in this lovely deep pink colour.
And do you arrange the bows afterwards?
No, you just push them all together, Bex, and then they just, I mean, that is the attraction of this wreath, I think. I mean, when we first began, people used to say, oh, I've done wreaths like that, but I've just used the ends. And I think what they're talking about is rag wreathing, where you're literally just tying it on, you've just got ends sticking up.
Yes, I have
seen those. What we like is the loopy look.
So that you've actually got a bow.
We like the loopy look, because we are a little bit loopy. So there you are. So I've got my second bow on, and I just push it along. And of course, what happens is, once you've got 15 to 20 on here, they all begin to just squash up a little bit, and they lift, they give it that volume. Then you tie in one of these lovely organzas. So now I'm going to go in on the inner circle.
So you're just alternating between the two circles.
I'm
alternating.
And alternating with your ribbons, unless you're not planned it.
Or you can go, unless you want to go like sections.
Are the 4-stripe ribbons wired?
They are not. No.
They are not wired. They are lovely, lovely and flat.
But they do have nice structure to them. So when you do bow them, because we put them
they have got a nice structure to them.
Yeah.
They're not like really flimsy ones.
No,
They actually,
they will
because they've got the edges, haven't they? That gives them the
they've
structure.
got it's like a melted edge basically where it stops it from fraying.
Right.
So they do hold nice bows.
They're beautiful. Really like those.
So I'm tying on the mesh now, and again, this is, you look at it and you think, oh goodness, how on earth will you tie that? But they do bow nicely. You can just pull out the loops. And what we like, you see, what we try and do with our wreaths is, first of all, we try and make an even bow, Karen. And secondly, we just like to alternate the textures. It's the texture which gives the interest, I think.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
if you made a wreath probably just out of single-sided satin, it would still look loopy and pretty, but we think the textures is what sort of draws the eye and gives the interest, really.
Well, it makes it look more like flowers, because that's what happens, doesn't it? You get, and because like leaves are always a different texture to petals, and I think having the less green, well, I guess it looks like less green than colours.
It looks more like the ratio of leaves.
Yes, so yeah, and then that's what I was sort of trying to do, just put that pop of green. It needed a pop of green just to lift it, I think. And that's something, you know, as you're making things, you think, oh, perhaps
So how do you choose what ribbons to put in them, seeing as you've got so many? How do you choose?
Obviously we're guided by the season.
Yeah.
And then, well, it's just down to Karen, really.
Mum just has all the fun.
I just sort of look at our collection and think, oh, that would be, I mean, and sometimes things can surprise you. It's quite interesting. We did a show on Hobby Maker a couple of weeks ago, and we were selling all sorts of bundles, and Liam had suggested that I made a wreath that had got lots of blacks and greys in it, and silvers, and and I've never made a wreath out of black and grey. And then we just added in a little bit of hot pink, and oh my goodness, I thought, God, I would have this at home.
Oh, right, okay.
I have this in my house. It was just colours that I wouldn't have normally put together, or not thought to have made a wreath, and it looked really,
and just
it was quite
worked.
contemporary. But so sometimes you've got to put things together and think. Sometimes I'll send Grace the colours and I'll say, what do you think? And she'll say, oh, try this. And I'll try something. Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that.
Because that green is perfect, not just the colour, but the texture of it as well. It really works.
It is all on textures, because you can just do a wreath with just satin, which will look lovely, but it won't have that luxurious textured, interesting look to it.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I think what makes our wreath kits so popular is because they're so unusual with the different textures. So we definitely start with textures as well. But what I would like to elaborate is you really don't have to be good at tying bows to do this. So we have some people that say, oh, do I need a bow maker? No, you really don't. I admittedly am an adult and I still do, you know, the bunny ear, cross the bunny ears over.
Right, no, I don't know.
It's amazing. The kind of thing you teach to toddlers. I still do that technique for doing my bows, and it works fine.
And it still works.
It still works. You don't need to be good at tying bows. So don't be put off, you think, oh, my bows aren't that good. Ooh.
Morning, ladies. Lovely these wreaths and the colours. They're amazing from Joanne.
Oh, thanks, Joanne. So nice. I honestly love it. People write it. It's just so nice because in the studio you don't see anyone, do you?
No,
so it's so nice to.
Is there anyone else there?
Well, it's nice to have that feedback as well, isn't it?
It's so nice.
I think they're beautiful, really, because I like you say, it's the textures, and I like the wired ones as well.
Yes.
So when you've made a wired bow, do you arrange it at all, or is it just being
it arranges itself, really.
It is what it is.
I think it's cut on the bias.
Yeah.
It curls off.
Oh, I see.
It comes off the reel and curls naturally.
Imagine making one of these.
Yes.
I'd love to see a ribbon making machine.
Yes,
well,
it's
one,
like really big. I've seen one. Yeah, it's like a really big piece of fabric it starts with.
Yeah.
And then the fabric is then cut on the bias, so that gives its natural curl. And then it's stitched together. So there are a few stitches in this from the joins. And then basically it is the wires then put on the edge. It's cut down to size, and then it's stitched over the wire.
Gosh.
It is really amazing to watch.
But that's quite a complex process, isn't it?
It is a complex process, which makes the price even
well,
more
I know, that's
fun.
what I'm thinking. This isn't, and I guess, satin ribbon, I don't know, but the process of the bias cut and the wire.
Yeah, and people say, oh, do you curl it?
No, it does it all by itself.
It does it itself. It's very clever.
So what you've got left, that would be lovely on a present as well.
Really would.
Look nice in a bouquet as well.
Yes.
Oh, true.
The way it just sort of spirals down. Yeah.
So it would be really nice. So yeah, lots of, the effort and the time that goes into making these ribbons and designing them. I spend about 6 months before I buy a ribbon to bring into our collection. Yeah, and we have a lot of them custom made as well. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
So you say, well, that's what I want it to look like that, and I want that colour.
And I want that colour, and I want that kind of metallic going through it. I want that texture, I want that width. So a lot of it is custom to us as well.
Oh, wow.
It's coming along. I've nearly finished a section.
She's zooming.
It's really quick. You can do it in front of the telly as well, if you wanted to. Or listening to a podcast, listening to some music, listening to the radio.
Or a
But
whole bottle of limoncello if you're Ben.
Yeah, if you're Ben, a whole bottle, I can't get over that. I had a small glass of it over ice on Saturday, and it was so nice, but it's really strong.
But yeah, this is something you can do in front of the TV with a glass of wine with some friends. But you know, a lot of people that are bought off Sewing Street or Hobby Maker who have done it with a friend. They bought 2 kits. And they've either FaceTimed. Remember that terrible lockdown when you couldn't see each other?
I know, but it's funny that a lot of people are still doing that. We get that with other sewing kits, that they'll buy one, they'll both buy one, and then they'll do it
together
at the same time, and they'll.
Which is just really nice.
Yeah, so if you've got, you know, particularly relatives who live a long way away, you can still do it together.
Definitely. Or if you want to gift it, pop it back in the bag that it's going to come in, pop it in a box and send it away. Comes beautifully packaged.
$24.99, it's amazing. Well, now, you know, when you think of the process that goes behind these, and you're getting whole reels, which to anyone like me who loves ribbon understands the joy of a whole reel.
It's like collecting sweets.
Yes, but you have so many whole reels, so you've probably
you've lost
the there's no novelty value anymore.
My office is just 4 big shelves, and they're just full, like head to toe shelves, just full of ribbon, and it's all colour coordinated.
See,
it's like a sweet shop.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
Thank you.
Beautiful. How are we getting on then, Karen? And then we'll go through the kit again. I've got to roll this one back up.
So you can see it's just all individual.
Oh, that's amazing.
bows.
So you
can see
can
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you can see why I say so. Because the reason we say 15 to 20 is obviously depending on the kit that you buy. There are different width ribbons. So if you're using lots of narrow ribbon, then obviously,
but it's nice to have that as a rough guide.
Yes,
for overfillers.
Yeah, apps for the overfillers.
For the overfiller.
I'm an overfiller, but it's not ribbons. It's probably chocolate.
And you trim them afterwards.
I trim it afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. You just give it a bit of a trim at the end.
And it's so pleasurable how quickly this comes together.
I know.
That's so.
It looks really clever as well.
I've got a really short attention span, so I quite like having something I can do in the space of a couple of hours.
Yeah, and it's, you know, because when we first launched the company, and our very first show was at the NEC, and we had lots of people walking by saying, "Oh, those are lovely." It was Christmas time. Those are absolutely lovely, but I could never do. I couldn't do that. I can do it. And then I'd say, "Well, have you got a minute? Just watch." You know, and I just show them, and I think it's something that looks a lot more complex than it really is.
Well, it does. That's what I like. It looks really impressive.
Yeah, and you can tell everyone that it's really hard to make. It took me hours.
Yeah.
After you've done it, yes. If you want to
hours cost me a fortune.
And if you want to buy one off me, they're £17.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yes, and you can sell them on.
You can sell them on. We don't have an angel policy, so if you did want to buy and sell it on, you could at least get double the money for that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that is another option if you fancy doing that.
Oh, I know. I think they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. They'd look nice at a wedding. Or do people put them at the end of pews?
Yes, yeah, and on tables, hang them up around the church. They also look lovely if you have them lying down and just have a candle in the middle.
Yes, I was thinking. I mean, they would look gorgeous.
Yes.
Just as a table centres.
Yeah, as a table piece. Fill it with eggs for Easter. I mean, they look quite nice with the egg in the middle.
Oh, that's true.
Like that. That's quite cute. So, you know, you've got all sorts of little opportunities to do with them. They don't have to just be hung on your front door.
No, definitely not. Getting wet.
No, although you
frozen.
can buy waterproof spray from Amazon. And I know people that have left them on, although slightly more sombre, people have left them on gravestones, and they've lasted for quite a long time.
Oh, really?
Which is really quite nice because it helps to freshen it up without having to have wilting flowers.
Oh, yeah, that is a little
spray.
bit. Okay, nice idea. Right, let's just do a quick recap of the kits.
Cool, let's do a recap of the kits.
Got a few minutes left, so we'll do the eggs first. Let's go green egg.
Let's
green
go
egg and ham.
There's no ham in the kit.
No ham in the kit. Provide your own.
So you are getting 40 metres of ribbon. You are getting
an egg.
An egg. You are getting your little piece of ribbon to hang it off, and your instructions. No ham.
No ham. No ham. Just green eggs.
Just green eggs. So you've got your green eggs there, and then we have the pink and purple. Get that out the way.
I'm moving them really slowly because these eggs are rolling.
They've got a mind of their own.
They have.
The
well, they're not decorated. They just roll.
They do. Yeah. They do. So you've got, again, 2 ribbons, 40 metres worth of ribbons, a little piece of ribbon to hang it off, your instructions, and, yeah, the gorgeous ribbons.
They're really heavy when they're whole reels. Look at that. Look.
There you go. That's off the reel.
Oh, let me feel that one. Oh, that's lovely.
And it's wired, so it does really hold it.
As well, isn't it? Because you can't even see some ribbons. You like this one, you can really see the wire. This one you wouldn't know, would you?
No, it's quite surprising, but it does work well when you're making the egg.
Yes, because it really. So when you're doing
exactly
that foldy bit. Oh yes.
Yeah. It's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I like that.
Satisfying.
Very satisfying. Lovely ribbon, and you've got more than you need as well. So the eggs are available separately. So if you want to buy a kit and an extra egg, then do, because you have got eggs. Can we put eggs on, Ben?
Eggs.
Oh, have you got bad news? What's the bad news? The eggs have sold out on their own. There's no eggs.
There's no eggs. We're having a shortage.
So the only way to get the polystyrene egg is to buy the kit, because the eggs on their own have sold out.
We've sold out the eggs.
Yeah, but you will get one in your kit, so don't worry. There's no eggs in baskets. Oh, that's really funny, Ben. But if you want the egg kit, we still have the egg kits. You just can't buy the eggs on their own. There are no eggs in baskets.
Oh no, we've missed out on the eggs.
The green egg is very limited, the green egg kit. Remember, you get all of this ribbon, reels of the egg, you get this the narrow ribbon that's to hold it up, and you get full instructions, so it's really easy peasy peasy. Right, reeds.
So in the anemone,
anemone. I know how to say that, Nancy.
Anemone. In the anemone reed kit, you have got.
Look at that. How beautiful is that? This is the one that Karen has been
creating. And I didn't show you how to put the eggs in.
Right, we'll go through the kit and we're going to do eggs, whatever happens.
Whatever happens.
So it's only very quick, but just in case people are wondering.
No, we're going to do eggs. I love this. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is stunning. I think it's the epitome of spring.
It is. It's absolutely beautiful. One day this will happen.
It's going to happen.
It is going to happen.
So you have got all of these stunning ribbons. You have got the mesh, which we know is your favourite. The leaf green in the chameleon silk. You've got the lotus flower organza. You've got this lovely deep orchidy satin and this amethyst organza as well. So you're getting 60 metres of gorgeous ribbons. Could we just eat them? They look that nice.
You could actually, yes.
And you've got in 60 metres, you're getting more than you need. You need about 40 to 50 metres. You've got plenty left to do whatever you like with.
For your presents. You get the ring. That's very important, because it's things like that you're very difficult to find.
They are, but not everybody. We've got plenty. So you've got the rings, the instructions, and then the eggs, which I know Mum's going to show you how to attach in a minute.
6 pink eggs.
6 pink eggs. 5 pink eggs.
5 pink eggs. I can't count. 5 pink eggs, because
not half a dozen.
And then crocus very quickly.
Crocus,
this is
right?
The crocus
so you're getting your satin, your organza, your another 15mm satin, and the Sicilian lemon, not the limoncello, ribbon with 5 yellow eggs, the ring, and the instructions. So again, 60 metres, plenty left over to do something else with.
Fab. And how do we add a egg?
Well, it's really, very, very simple, but I thought I will just say, in case people are thinking, but I don't know how to put the eggs in. So basically, you'll have 5 lovely eggs in your kit. They've already got a loop on them, so all you're going to do is snip that. So obviously, we just basically placed ours in the middle.
Oh, because there's 5 sections.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, in the middle of each section, and I just tied it on loosely. I think actually when I did mine, I tied the eggs as I went. Be a bit easier than sort of doing it as I'm doing it now, sort of packing it in amongst the ribbon.
So do you put like one in the middle of each section?
So I put one in the middle, so I would do a double knot there, I would then squish the ribbons back up around it, and what I did do to keep it absolutely secure is I popped a little bit of glue just here on this inside, just so that it stayed exactly in place, so that when it's hung up, you haven't got this one down the bottom flopping down.
Right.
So just a tiny bit of glue to keep it in place if you want to.
Oh yeah, I can see it. You sort of stuck it to the wire.
Just an extra bit of security.
Beautiful. Well, that's gorgeous. Well, thank you so much, you two. It's lovely and really inspiring. I love the ribbons. Oh, and don't forget the gingham ribbons as well. Don't forget the pack of gingham ribbons.
18p a metre.
18p. This amazing value for money, and I know that because I was in my craft shop at the weekend, so I know exactly how much they are. They're amazing, aren't they? So please check out on those. All the items are on the website except for the eggs on their own, because you can't get them on their own. You can only buy the kits. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely to work with you at last.
Yes, pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you for joining us for this hour. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Debbie Harris will be with us, and she's going to show us how to do Quilt As You Go to make the insulated shopper bag from a beginner's point of view. So if you've never done it, or you've got some questions, or you just want to learn Debbie's top tips and tricks, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr, and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hisford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. Did you enjoy those last ribbons hour? They was brilliant, wasn't it? Loved them, loved them. Oh, big reels of fat ribbon, gorgeous, gorgeous. Anyway, back to sewing, back to sewing. We are all about the quilt as you go. Now, you might have heard of it, or you might have heard it. So what is quilt as you go? Well, it is what it says on the tin. You quilt as you go, which is great because normally what we do when we make a bag or we make a quilt or whatever, we sew it all together and then we quilt it. And that obviously adds another layer of time, but also makes it more, you've got more to deal with. But with this, you're quilting at the same time. But even better than that, all the quilting lines are printed onto the wadding. Let me show you. So this one, this is the Insulated. I've got a few quilt as you goes. Yeah, I'm just going to have to rip that one. Just rip it, rip it. Okay, so this is what you get in the pack. Now we've got kits for you, so we've got with fabric, but I want to show you how it works. So in the pack you get a piece of plastic. What's the plastic for?
That's for the base of the bag.
Right, sorry, Debbie, my expert here. This is for the base. You get full instructions. You get 3 hairbands.
They're for the...
Tying your hair out your face while you're sewing.
They're for that you use over the button to secure the bag.
Oh,
to close it.
3 elastic button loops.
That's it.
Not hairbands.
Technical term.
Webbing for the handle. A photograph of the finished bag, but this is the main bit. This is the interesting bit. Now, this is insulated, so can you fit here? It's slightly crunchy. It's got mylar inside it, which is an insulating film. It looks a bit like an ironing board cover, actually. But this is what keeps your sandwiches cold and your bottle of Prosecco or limoncello nice and cold. But it also keeps things warm, both ways. So look, if you look at it, you can see On the wadding, which has got this mylar in it, there's numbers and lines on it. And in a minute, because Debbie's going to demonstrate how this works right from the beginning, from this point where you open it up and then what happens next. And there are numbers and lines which are there to make it easy peasy for you, and it's all in there. So the complete the complete set has all of those things in it. So you have got, bar the fabric, everything you need to make it. Okay? Now, we have put together some kits for you so that we put all the fabrics, because obviously you need a certain quantity and a certain different number of fabrics. So this is the kit just for what you get in to make the bag. Which one should we start with? Oh, we've got a tulip pink one. Oh, I would quite like a tulip pink insulated bag. So what you've got in here, we've got a metre of light grey and a metre of dark grey. Those are your linings. These are then your tulip pinks. Bless me, where they came from. Right, this is a long quarter pack, which is basically a quarter of a metre, a half a metre cut into quarters, rather than a half a metre cut into half, if you see what I mean. So look at them. Look at these. These colours are glorious. Look, that's what a long quarter looks like. No, it's not. It's a metre of fabric cut into a quarter, cut into quarters. There we go. So that's what a long quarter is, because you need certain quantities for this. Right, we are already on single figures for this tulle. So I'm just saying, if you want them, so these are very popular. So you've got the gorgeous lime spotty rose. You've got Alice in Wonderland swimming or drowning or waving. Not drowning, but waving. Then you've got the cat. But look at the colours. It's bright, it's cheerful, it's fun. When you cut the strips of this and quilt with it, because there's so many interesting elements on the tulip pink fabric, you're going to get little bits poking out, like the little bit of a top hat or the leaf. You've got another one of Alice in Wonderland not waving. There's loads in here. So this just keeps going, and this is all designer tulip pink fabric. But can you imagine what these are going to look like once they're all pieced together? They're bright, they're bold, and they're beautiful. And pink. And that's the tulle. And then obviously, so you've got loads of fabric in here. So you get, in this bundle, £57.99, you're getting all of the pack with all of the pre-printed insulated wadding with the handles and the elastic loops and the plastic base. You're getting all of this tulip pink fabric, and you're getting 2 meters of the greys that you use for the linings. Wow. Right, next one. Oh, hang on, my ears have just fallen off. That wouldn't be good, would it? I'll just move that to one side. Which one next? Moda. So if you want a Moda bag. So your plain fabrics are cream and, well, they're not plain because they've got a slight pattern to them. A slight, very, very small splodgy pattern in the cream and the pink. And then look at these long quarters. Ooh, that's nice. Beautiful bold roses. Oh, you get a long quarter of this pink. That's used for the backing as well. Beautiful paisley in orange and pink. It's very 60s, isn't it? Then you get a blue floral. That's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful fabric, isn't it? I love the colourway of this. But you can picture this because well, you'll see in a minute when Debbie does it that it's all done in stripes. So this is what it will look like. This is a real talking piece, isn't it? You imagine taking this for your next picnic and with your bag, getting all your sandwiches out, your Scotch eggs. That would make the rest of the picnic party jealous, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? It's really nice.
That's beautiful, isn't it? I'll put it that way. So those are the fabrics you get, and then obviously you get the plain fabrics that are used for the linings as well. That's the Moda bundle. Oh, but if you want one that's a bit more affordable, we've got a mixer one. This is the one that Debbie's going to be demonstrating with. So you get the pink that's used for the lining. And then these are all like a marbled print. I don't know whether that's the name for them, but you see what I mean, that kind of marbly look. So we've got mauve. We've got, this is kind of crocus purple. We've got grey. So this one is £55.11 because these are just our plain marbled fabrics rather than your designer fabrics. It just all depends on what you want, really. And then we've got blue. And then we've got pink. And we've got green. There's so much in this. When you think you get that whole kit of all the pre-printed insulated wadding as well, and all of this fabric, all like this one, there's a teal. This is lush. And then we've got a cream. Gorgeous. There we go. So that's that whole kit. And everything that you need is in there because you're getting the insulated wadding, the instructions, the webbing handle, the elastic loops, which are not hairbands, and the plastic base as well. Perfect. Right. Oh, should we do the okay, and then we can crack on with the demo. Okay, right, so we've also got, if you love Quilt As You Go, we do also have some other bag kits for you, not with the fabric, but just the wadding as they are. So we've got the Sophie Tote. There's the Sophie Tote. Now on here, all the fabric quantities that you need are listed. The technique is exactly the same as the one that Debbie's going to make. But look at the picture, it's beautiful, isn't it? So you've got one fabric that goes across the top and then the stripes. This is a great scrap busting project because all you need to do is have a look in the instructions. It'll tell you how much fabric you need. Go to your stash and you can pick out the piece you need. Just make sure that they sort of go together or there's a theme, whether it's a fabric collection or a colour or a print, and then you can always purchase extra ones that you need. That's lovely. That comes with everything again. You've got the webbing handles as well. So that's Sophie. We've then got Alexandra. She's more of a diagonal lady. $15.99. Again, you get the webbing handle with that. I mean, obviously this one doesn't come with the plastic base because you don't need that for this one. But again, great for using up your stash. Once you've watched the demo, you'll know exactly how to do it. So $15.99. You end up getting a very professional looking piece of patchwork because it's absolutely accurate. Then we have the shopper's tote. This has been extremely popular. We only have 9 of them left. Now with this one, you get a very thick piece of plastic for the base. Have we got a picture of this one? It's just that the picture inside has creased. Oh, there we go. There's a picture of it. So that's your shopper's tote. Again, you've got a bit of diagonal and a bit of straight, but you've got a nice thick plastic base that goes in the bottom of that, so it's a really durable tote. And then obviously all the printed Quilt As You Go. Right. So Debbie, let's do demo.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So really nice make, this one. So when I started with the pattern, it tells you, as Becca said, all the measurements, what you have to prepare and cut. And what I did to start with was just worked out a little bit of where I was going to place all the fabrics.
Oh, okay. So it's good to have a plan.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you could go scrappy because they're not scrappy, are they? Because they're all coordinated anyway.
Yes.
But I just wanted them in a particular order.
No, I would want a plan.
So I've planned out, you can see here, that what I've done is just cut a little bit of fabric off the salvage edge and again just stuck those down so I can see how it's going to look.
Right.
So I know, because some of the measurements are different. Well, the measurements are different.
Okay.
So some of the stripes are wider, some are narrower. So it
But you get the
matters.
same amount of each in your kit.
You do.
So,
yeah.
but you do need to decide where you're going to put what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because some are 1.5 inches and some are 2.5 inch
Right.
cuts.
Okay.
So it makes a difference as to which colours are which. Because again, you could go however you wanted, couldn't you? Whereas I liked on the pattern, it's very much those two fabrics are the same. They're the same. So it's symmetrical.
Right.
So once you've decided that, which is half the fun anyway, then you've got all your pattern pieces cut, and obviously these are the pieces for this centre panel where they're just 5-inch squares.
So you cut all the fabric out. Oh, but you've got to sew. You've sewn your.
Yes. So I started by I've cut the pattern.
So you
out.
cut all the fabric out into the pieces it tells you to.
Yeah, I
okay,
did that
right.
to start with, and then this actual bag itself. You can see where I've cut that as well out from, because it was just one piece of square. And then I've already pre-done the backing. So this makes the lining. So I've used the pink fabric that will be the lining of the bag. So make sure that you've laid that out. It was pressed, but obviously it's travelled. So press it all.
Pressed and travelled.
Pressed and travelled, aren't we all? Press it out. And then use something like 505 spray so that sticks to the reverse side of the wadding.
Right.
And then you sew, it's all in the instructions, they are really, really clear. You sew a very sort of scant 1/4 inch seam all the way along so that backing fabric that's going to be the lining is attached to the wadding.
Okay.
So that's nice and secure because it's got 505 spray and we've sewn around the edge on the inside of that pattern. And I've just left that because...
Do you have to use 505 spray or can you just sew it around the edge?
Yeah, you could just sew it around the edge. 505 spray just secures it a little bit.
But if you haven't got it and you're impatient...
Yeah, you don't need it.
Okay.
No, you don't need it.
But it will just... It stays a bit stiller.
It stays a bit stiller, yeah. But, but obviously once you've sewn it, anyway, if you just pin it on, then you sew it, it's secure anyway then.
Yeah.
And that's that. Now I've left this outer edge, you can see here, and you can see here. I haven't cut that yet because when you do your quilting, this backing fabric, the lining, will shrink back a bit.
Right.
So I haven't cut that yet, I've just left it as it is, not a problem, don't worry about it. So I've then got my squares that I've cut because we start, as you said, it's basically painting by numbers, but sewing by numbers.
Yes, so you've got numbers on there.
Yeah, so each of these different areas have got numbers on them. You can see them, I think. So this is number 1, this is number 2, 3, 4, and so on. So you have to be careful where they all are because if I can show you on the pattern here, they're not, you have to watch the order that they go in the numbers because it doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in the order that you have to sew
Okay, so that's easy. So in order of assembly, right?
Yes, exactly. So I've cut the squares to 5-inch squares, which is what the pattern said. And you can see that that first one fits in that placement lines. Perfect. So I'm going to pin that one so it's in place. So pin that one so it's quite secure. Again, I suppose you could use a bit of spray there, but I would just pin that on because that's your centre piece really where it all starts from. So you want that piece nice and central.
Okay.
Now, when you sew the next piece to it, which I've cut the grey, that is going to go, imagine if this was patterned fabric.
Yeah.
So that would be right side up.
Okay, yes, yeah.
This would be right side down. So they'll be right sides facing. Obviously we've got planes here. And then what we're going to do is place that directly on top of the previous piece. So those raw edges are matching.
With that line
with
as well.
With that line as well.
Together. Okay.
Yep.
Remember the instructions for this are all in the kit. Are the instructions good?
They're really clear.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see on the
Good job she didn't say no, they're rubbish.
Oh, they're terrible. No, they are. They're really clear. You've got a diagram here. I've made this little key of what fabrics I'm using. Tells you what to cut, and they are really clear. For me, instructions have to be clear so I can understand them. I like diagrams so I can see and then it meets
And I
everybody.
read quite fast, so I tend to gloss over things as well, so they have to be
and
really
then you go back and think, oh, I missed that
what
bit.
Did that? Yes.
So I've placed that second piece on top of the first piece. And then I'm going to sew 1/4 inch along the line between number 1 and number 2.
Okay.
Okay. So there's quite a lot of fabric here to get under your machine. So just take your time. You want to be on 1/4 inch seam allowance, otherwise your seams won't quite tally up. So 1/4 inch seam, I'm going to do a reverse stitch. So sew a couple of stitches, then reverse. And then I've got my stitch length just set to 2.4, the standard that it's defaulting to. Go to the end and then you're sewing to the line, the vertical, well, horizontal line as it is at this position. Okay, take it out. And because you want it all nicely squared up, you just got to take your time, take it out and press. So that is sewn there. And then when you press that second piece back, you'll notice that it fits.
It fits.
You see, now I'm pushing that a little bit because this 1/4 inch, you know what it's like, a 1/4 inch seam. There can be 2 mil out and it will throw it, but it's not the end of the world because as long as all your pieces meet and match.
Yeah, I guess, and you probably need to check that a bit.
You might need to just
because also
check.
you can't use the measurements obviously on your foot plate. You're at 1/4 inch because you can't see it, so I guess you've got to be certain the width of your foot, unless you've got a 1/4 inch foot.
Yeah, 1/4 inch foot. I mean, I've set this machine to a 1/4 inch setting.
So, but if your machine doesn't do that, because you can't use the markings on the foot plate, you'll just need to test it on a piece of fabric. Draw a 1/4 inch line just in from the raw edge, and then see where on your foot that hits. And then you sew it to that, because obviously you can't see the foot plate, the needle plate, because that's underneath.
Yeah.
If you've got a 1/4 inch foot, perfect. Or, you know, with those fancy machines, you can set it.
Yeah, that's it. So, but you can see, because the fabric, when I've pressed that fabric, it has just then met the line.
Okay.
So you can just tweak it so that
So
it
you
fits.
could actually draw the line on the first seam you did, couldn't you, with like an erasable pen?
Yes, you could do, and sew on that line.
Just to be,
that might be an idea, yeah, because then it just keeps it accurate. So then that's piece 2. Now I've pinned that so that it's not moving around, because then we're going on to piece 3, as you would expect. But piece 3 is here.
Because it is in order.
Yeah, and the reason they've gone in that order rather than going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is then it just moves the fabric one way and in one direction so that it's doing it evenly.
Yes, a bit like quilting from the centre out.
Exactly, exactly that.
It's clever.
So again, if this was a pattern fabric, this would be right sides together. These are both plain, so it doesn't matter. So I'm lining those raw edges up together, and they're in line with those blue lines that are already on the printed on the wadding. Pin that in place. I think pinning's important here because you want it to be still. And then push that under your...
But then, you know, you're saving so much time by quilting as you go.
Oh, God,
the pinning.
It's so nice, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of all, it's like you've almost missed a step when you get to the end. You've
Definitely.
got to quilt it.
It's really nice. Yeah, it gives you, you're getting a bit of a result quicker, aren't you, I think, because...
And also you get the quilting lines on the inside, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. I like quilt as you go. So then take that out. I'm frightened that I'm going to just move all these because I've got them all laid out.
They'll all be over the other side of the table in a minute.
They'll all be on the floor in a minute.
We had eggs all over the place in the last hour.
Oh dear.
Because they roll.
Not with yolks in.
Luckily not. Polystyrene.
Polystyrene. Okay, and then that one does exactly the same. So again, press after you've sewn every piece, because that just keeps your fabric nice and flat, so when you're sewing the next piece
and it's not a fusible wadding, so it's fine to press it.
Yeah.
So how do you find sewing through this insulated?
It's really nice.
Is it any different?
Not at all, no. It feels just as if you were quilting it, because obviously you are quilting as you go. But no, it doesn't feel thick, the machine's taking it.
Okay.
It's absolutely fine. And then I'm just going to alternate these colours. I'm just going to adjust that one. Because you can see what's really nice is you've got these blue lines.
Yeah,
They're
it's
really
great,
clear. So very easily I could see that actually that was just a little bit off. And because, like I say, even if you're just 1 millimetre or 2 millimetres off here, you could be half an inch off at the top.
Yeah, so you need to get each one right, but because of the printed lines, and they obviously don't press off, which is quite nice as well. Because can you imagine?
They're permanent, aren't they?
You can lose half of them. Yeah. I've made several of these shopper bags and just use them for my weekly shop. They're great from Glenys. Brilliant. That's a lovely review. They are really good and really also quite impressive as well, particularly because, you know, well, in our kits, we've got a whole host of colours and prints, so they're really fun. Tula is in the lead. Not surprised. Beautiful. Tula is in the lead. $57.99. So you get everything you need. You're getting 4 meters of fabric in total. You're getting the Cole Quilt as you go pack with the instructions, the plastic base, the printed wadding, the webbing handles, the elastic loops for just $57.99, saving a tenner. Can't go wrong that. Saving a tenner. And that's the Tula pink one. It's nice because we have to take our own bags, don't we? And I think we've all got used to that, haven't we now? Yes,
you know, when it first came out.
Oh, it was awful, wasn't it?
You get there and think, oh, I've not got a bag.
But you just, it doesn't happen anymore. Or how many times you get to the checkout and you think, I've left them in the boot.
Yeah.
But I never do that anymore.
No, you just automatically take it.
It's a bit like the pound coin for the trolley, isn't it?
Yeah, you soon get accustomed to doing things, don't you?
And also, it's nice with these that you can keep all your other bags in them as well.
Yeah. And because they've got, like this one's got that plastic base, it keeps its shape
well,
nicely.
also, because this is an insulated one, I'm thinking when you go into the supermarket, you could put your fridge things in here.
Keep it nice.
Couldn't you?
Cool.
I mean, and obviously it's ideal for taking to picnics. Or if you're taking a hot meal to someone's house, you could put that in here. Because it's insulated both ways. Or your takeaway.
That's a good idea.
When you go and get your Chinese.
It is nice when you've got an insulated bag because you got all your fridge or freezer stuff, haven't you? And then if you think, oh, I'll just call it such and such on the way home, it's all still staying chilled.
It's nice as well with this because you pin it on, then you sew it, and then you move to the next. So it's really building it.
It's really methodical. Yeah, it's really nice.
Sewing by numbers.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's lovely. And look how quick it comes together as well. It doesn't take long at all.
So you've got to choose though, that's the problem. You have to choose which colours you're going to put where. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the only, although that's really the only decision you've got to make, isn't it? Which is a nice problem to have. It is. I think this is great for using your stash because you can just use all the, you know, sometimes you have those fabrics in your stash that you think, what am I going to make with that? I know, and you don't need that much of each, do you? Not at all. No, you don't. You've got, and if you bought the kit, you really don't, you've got a lot left. So you could make, you know, other matching accessories or... Yes, because for the lining, you're getting 1 metre, but you need 3/4. And for the straps and binding, you need 3/4, but we're giving you 1 metre. So actually, you're getting like half a metre extra. Yeah, there's quite a lot left. And on the instructions as well, I'm just seeing there's like a little layout guide, so you could colour it in. That's a good idea. If you wanted to just try out how it's going to work, or lay them all out once you've decided. Yeah, that'd be a really good idea to colour it in, so you could see what colour you had chosen to put where. Yeah. And then when you've cut your fabrics, if you lay them out as I have here, so they're in the order that you're going to sew them. Because like I say, they are going to be, they're different widths. Yes, so it's not as though you could cut them all and then decide to change them up. No, once cut, that's it. Although, like we say, you have got plenty of fabric left.
So you could always change your mind at the last minute if you wanted to, which we do, don't we, sometimes?
Yes. Yes, regularly.
Think, oh, that looks nice.
That's nice. Or like you leave it, or you go and walk the dog like I do, and then go, oh, actually.
You come back and it looks a little bit different.
Yeah, and you go, oh, actually, I think what I might do is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny.
I know, I always find if I really can't decide, I just have to walk away until I have, because otherwise I make decisions that I regret later.
Yeah. And like you say, just going away for a couple of minutes gives you a different perspective on it, doesn't it? Or when the fabrics start going together, you might realise that, oh, they don't go together as well as I thought. So you can then
But sometimes taking a photo of fabrics next to each other really helps, because it's a bit like when I look at things on screen and when I see when we've got the overhead camera, they look quite different to when I'm looking at them, and then that gives you a different view. So I often put things on the floor and just take a picture on my phone to see if they actually go together.
You can change the sort of setting as well. People use that. Is it that sepia? So that you can then see where your darks and lights are sitting.
Yeah, that's true actually, yes.
So that could have an impact as well. But like with this one, I've obviously used the plain fabrics as the main. So that then is the focus, that I've used the plains for the centerpiece, and then those marbly bits for the stripes.
For the bits on the edge. Oh, okay. But you could do it the other way around.
Yeah, yeah. Because you've got plenty of fabric, you can just choose. You're not limited. So that's really nice.
Right, there are only 5 of the Tula Pink kits left. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Just for just the pack with the insulated wadding and the instructions and the webbing. There's only 5 of those left. So there's no fabric in that kit. That's just got all of the supplies and obviously the wadding that's marked. For the Tula Pink one, which is this one, 6 of this one left. Remember, this has the whole Quilt As You Go pack in it as well. For Moda, which is this one, 8. Only 8 of the Moda left. And for the mixer one, the one that Debbie's demonstrating with, yeah, we've got 12. Few more of that one. So we are very low in numbers now. So we have only got 5 left of just the pack that has the wadding and the webbing and the instructions. 4 now. And 11 in baskets. So there's going to be a lot of you miss out. Obviously, in the fabric kits, the Quilt As You Go pack is in the fabric kits, but if you want the pack on its own, we've only got 4 left. Can't do 4 without holding a hand, holding a finger.
So that's that centerpiece done. So I'm just going to pin that in place because we'll sew that at the end.
Oh, well, it's really nice to see it, because often we sort of go in halfway along or half of it's done, so it's nice to see it right from the beginning.
Yeah, how it builds. And you can see how quick it is as well, really. It's not...
We'll be ready for lunch, this.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, don't put me under pressure.
Put your Scotch eggs in. I love a Scotch egg.
Yeah, I do.
Don't you? Oh,
yeah,
I love Scotch eggs.
Yeah.
When you go to these posh farmer markets, they have them in different flavours as well.
What do they?
You have to go to posh farmers market.
obviously not been.
Wild boar, or
really?
or cheese, and all different sorts.
Oh, okay. Where I live in Melton, we're the rural capital of food, and we have loads of food fairs, cheese fairs. I've never seen
you need to go and look. There must be. There is one in Frome near where I live. They have the different Scotch eggs.
Ah, come on, let's have a look. Right, so now I've changed direction. So before I was working that way, now I've changed direction because I'm going to be sewing these stripes at the side. So you see what I mean, how when you look at these blue stripes, you can see this is a narrower strip than the next one, and that's quite wide. So that's why your cutting makes a difference, but that is all really clearly explained in the pattern. So you can see that this fabric has got a right side and it's got a wrong side. So when I place this right side down, Now I haven't cut I've just cut this to the width of the fabric. So
Right.
I've not cut off the exact
okay.
size.
Because
I
it
thought-
doesn't matter.
No, because you can just cut it off at the
Yeah,
end.
that's true, because all the lines are on there. So.
All the lines are on
See,
there.
and if you didn't have that, you'd have to, otherwise you'd end up stretching it and stuff. But
Exactly. So that's
but because
why
it's on the wadding, oh nice.
I thought
like that.
actually I will just leave it to the whole
Well,
width.
it's easier, isn't it, as well, not starting on a raw edge of the
Yeah.
fabric as well.
I think so. And then if you've cut it a little bit short at the other end, you think you're kind of short.
Yeah, true.
So
yes.
I thought I'll just leave it the whole width and then cut it off afterwards. So pin quite carefully so that you are keeping it in place. But
There
the
is
lines
only
are
one
there.
left of the Quilt As You Go pack, the one that's on screen up there, $23.99, and there's 18 in baskets. Congratulations to the final person who gets it.
Oh, it's always. It's it's usually when something goes wrong with your computer, isn't it? And you're trying to add it to your basket, and you go, oh God, no!
But don't worry, if you miss out, they are in all of the fabric kits.
Ah,
Tula Pink's the next to go.
it's not.
$57.99. Do you remember? You're saving a tenner on that. No one else, well, other than the other people who bought this kit. Unlikely you will see somebody else with this Tula Pink
Yeah,
picnic bag.
be
And when
very-
you go on family picnics and you've got your Tula Pink Moda insulated bag, you'll be the envy of the other picnickers. Actually, it'd be good to take to a farmer's market, wouldn't it?
It would. It's a
Because
perfect
you could
place.
fill it all up with all your
with all
flavoured
your-
Scotch eggs.
Yeah. And you could make, if you're having a picnic, because you've got loads of fabric left, you could make some nice napkins.
You
couldn't
could,
you?
yes. And go, oh, does anybody want a napkin?
Napkin, anyone?
Napkin, matching, just saying.
Yeah, you have to point these things out.
Yeah, you
don't
do.
Did anyone notice?
Did
that they
anyone
match?
notice the napkins actually matched my picnic bag? And they go, yes, Mum.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You've told us about five
Yeah,
times.
you have
now.
actually mentioned that several times.
Okay.
My kids say that all the time, yeah, and we do know. Or when they come home, they go, honestly, when we come home, it's like show and tell. Because I go, now come into my sewing room, let me show you what I've made and what I'm doing. They're like, and they look at me like, oh God. And then
Again.
it's like
yeah.
show and tell in this house.
Let me just show you this.
Yeah, let me just show you
Let me
this.
just show you. That's my sort of famous.
Yeah.
Let me just show you this.
Yeah.
This is
Well, do you want to see what I just made?
not really.
No. We go, yes, Mum, we'd love to.
They're just humouring you.
It is.
They're humouring.
It is when my daughter says it's like show and tell. Oh, they used to love show and tell at school. It's like the most exciting thing.
Having to decide what they're taking on a Monday morning.
Now, Dawn Taylor says, most of the Cotswold butchers sell multi-flavoured Scotch eggs. They are best fresh and homemade though. There we go. Thank you very much, Dawn. See?
Oh,
there
fresh.
are such things as multi-flavoured Scotch eggs.
Yeah, oh, I didn't doubt it.
I saw there's this woman on Instagram, Jane's Patisserie, who I follow because she makes lots of major cakes. And she did Scotch eggs, but she had a cream egg in the centre.
Oh,
and then she'd made like chocolate brownies and mushed them all up and then squidged that all together around it and then rolled it in something and then cooked it.
oh my gosh, I've never seen a Scotch egg like that before. Nice. Hang on, I'm going over the other side of the studio. Yeah. Now this one, again, you can see, strange how that happens. The size, can you see how the size?
Yes.
So I've cut according to the pattern, but with the 1/4 inch foot, it's off slightly.
Right,
it's just
so
a
really
little
you need
bit.
to adjust your...
Well, either that, or because I've cut all mine, then that's what the pattern suggests that you do, to cut all your fabric to start with. Then it won't matter if you now, what colour am I next? This nice magenta-y colour. So if I will put that raw side to the fabric, rather than the blue line. I suppose you've got a choice to make, haven't you there? You either put your fabric on the blue line, in which case if it's almost 1/4 inch.
Oh, okay, yes.
So if I put that on the blue line and sew 1/4 inch, it might not catch that fabric underneath.
Oh, that's true.
So I wouldn't unpick that, because the other piece that I've cut, as with to the pattern, is the same width as that one.
Right.
So I will just put this up to that
Yeah,
raw
and I
edge.
guess I think well, that's where you can test it and make sure that the 1/4 of an inch is a 1/4 of an inch, because even when you have settings on machines, it's still not always 100%, isn't it?
No, not
so you
at
might
all.
want to swing over a little bit.
Well, that's it, because this is set to the 1/4 inch, and it worked. You can see it's worked there.
But maybe it's, who knows?
But you
But
could
it's a longer space, I don't know.
And there's a bit of stretch maybe when you
True,
cut it, but
true.
I wouldn't get too...
No one's going to measure your bag
No.
strips on the picnic.
Exactly, I wouldn't get too worried about that at all. I'm gonna now just sew. In fact, I'm not gonna pin this one because it takes a long time for me to pin it.
She's going rogue.
I'm going rogue.
She's going rogue, pinless.
I'm going to just start here at the top. I don't always pin at home, to be honest. Sometimes the pinning takes longer than the sewing, doesn't it? Which, I mean, it's all in the preparation, I get that.
I know, but do you know there's no rules? So you can do whatever you like. If you don't want to pin,
don't pin.
Do whatever you like.
So
but I know we all get a bit hung up by, oh, well, so-and-so said that you should do this. No,
Yeah.
actually, just do what you like.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work and you get frustrated, well, then try a different method. But if it works for you, then it's absolutely fine.
And I think sometimes, like when I was making that watering can earlier, when I was sewing on a curve, I would always pin really closely there.
But I always think if it goes wrong or you're not happy with the result, then see what other people do to overcome that. But other than that, just because somebody uses lots of pins or uses no pins, that's up to them, isn't
Everyone's different. And like I say, sometimes I'll use a lot of pins, and then other times like this, if I'm just sewing straight lines, I wouldn't. So
and sometimes I
depends what
try and
you're
beat
doing.
the machine, so I'll pin and I'll see whether I can remove the pins as I'm sewing without slowing down. I don't know who I'm trying to...
I know.
I don't know who I'm trying to compete with, me or the machine.
Oh gosh, I can't thread this. You're sort of having a bit of a race with yourself.
I know, you're thinking...
I know what you mean.
I want to take those pins out as I go without actually slowing down.
I do exactly the same. It just adds a bit of interest to you.
Yeah, well, especially when I was making a quilt. Well, making a quilt and I had to do the same thing 96 times. Got quite boring after a while. That's why I spend an hour on it here and there, 96
That's what
times.
Or mix it up a bit. Do a bit of cutting, then a bit of sewing.
No, I did all the cutting and now I've got all the
did
sewing.
you?
But it's like 96 times. Oh, that's quite a lot, isn't it? But I guess you see, because you've already got, you know, part of the fabric already sewn on, then you're almost in place anyway, aren't you?
Exactly.
And you've pressed it over, so...
You know that that's in position, which is why I'm going with the fabric.
Okay.
Because I can see that it's about 2/8 of an inch away from the blue line. So it's obviously just in the cut-in or... So because it's consistent all the way down, I'm going with the fabric edge. And as long as you're following the same consistent line, it's fine.
I love this. Bex Settle says, I love Debbie's blue nails. The colour matches my hair.
Oh, that's nice.
It actually matches her glasses.
Yeah.
Hi ladies, what a fab show today. Well, it matches her glasses actually, Bex.
We like to
Purposely.
be coordinated. Yeah, you can see, look. So now I'm still off by the same amount. But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, does
No.
it?
So I wouldn't get too hung up about it.
Oh, there's the 505 spray on screen now. So if you want to use the 505 spray to attach the wadding to the lining fabric, $7.99. Here it is. Da, da, da. 505. Basically, it you spray it onto the wadding and not the fabric, and it sticks it on without messing up your needle. So it's instead of using tacking or pins.
It's quite handy because you could now use that 505 spray to just secure that down instead of then pinning it, couldn't you? So what's my next one? My next one is the blue.
Oh, I quite like that narrow stripe.
Yeah, it's
That's
nice, isn't it?
And it'd be quite hard to do in normal piecing.
It would, yeah. So that's a nice finish. But you can see now, because I've got that centre, I'm just trying to work out why it's done it, and I can't quite figure it out. But I'm just going to measure.
Just going to measure it. Did you cut it out right?
Well, that's what I'm going to measure.
I'm certain that you did. Right,
I'm
you
sure
need to have
I
cut
did.
it 1.5 inches.
Yeah, so I wonder if I've cut it.
Because that's piece 10 and 11.
Yeah, I've cut it, I think, shy, because it's come out as 3/4.
Oh, and it should be 1.
So I've cut it as 1.25 inches.
Yeah. But there you go. But do you know what? If you cut it wrong, it doesn't matter. Because you just cut the next one right.
Exactly. Or you do as I'm doing, because this one's cut the same, then both sides would be symmetrical.
And then you just do a wider one at the end.
Exactly.
So you have got more fabric than you need.
Oh, a lot more.
So if you do have one that you've cut wrong, don't worry.
Doesn't matter at all. You just keep going, which is nice and it's one of those makes that's nice and relaxing, because you've not got a lot of thinking to do.
No, that's true.
And then you can just sew in straight lines, aren't you?
I'm loving this idea.
I think it's nice, like you say, that some of the stripes they're different sizes.
Well, it gives it that little trim almost, doesn't it?
Yes, rather than it just
And the straps, so now I've read the instructions, are covered in fabric as well. So although the webbing is included in the kit, that's actually covered in fabric.
It's nice that you get it all together, isn't it?
Yes.
You could use a walking foot. If you've got a walking foot as well, I would put that on the machine. Although this is going through the wadding and 2 layers of fabric.
Okay,
really
and that's,
nice.
yeah.
Well, it's got 3 layers of fabric.
And you're not using
really?
a walking foot?
I'm not using a walking foot. But if you've got one, it will be better.
Right. I'm just going to run through the kits again while Debbie's adding her strips on, and then we'll have a quick talk about bases, because that's important. So there are, I presume the Quilt As You Go pack sold out. Yep. So the only way to get it now is in the kits. So we have the Tula Pink selection, where you get a metre of dark grey and a metre of light grey. One is for the lining and one is for the straps and the binding. How many? 5. And you can choose which way you go. And how many in baskets? And there's 8. Let me just show you the fabrics for those 5 people who are going to be lucky enough to get them. You get long quarters of these. Look at these beautiful Tula Pink, gorgeous fabrics. Look at those. Isn't that gorgeous? Now there are 5 of these kits left. You get the Quilt As You Go pack, which has got the instruction. There's 4 left now. So with the pre-printed wadding, you get the 3 elastic loops, because the way that the bag is made, let me show you really close up here. Can you see that this is why you have the elastic loops? You sew a button on, and then there's a loop sewn into the back of the bag that loops over to the front and goes over the button, and then one used on either side as well, so that you can keep it closed if you need to, because it's insulated. Or if you've got it open, it goes like that. You get the webbing, and this cotton webbing is covered in one of the fabrics, so you don't see that. And so that's all in there. Oh, and also you get a really solid piece of plastic that's put in the base to keep it solid. And all you do when you come to wash it is just pop that out. Really easy. 3 left. Right. Then we've got the Moda one. We have a metre of cream, and this isn't a plain cream. So you see this pink has got that little print on it, the same as with the cream, and you can choose whether you have pink for the straps and the binding or cream for the lining, because you've got the same quantity of fabric. And then we have the Moda. Now look, we have got more people who've got this in baskets than we've got left. Be very careful. These are the Moda fabrics that you get with it. You get beautiful, big, full-blown floral rose. You get this pink, beautiful pink and orange paisley. You get a navy with the orange and coral. I want to know what this fabric collection is. because it's usually on the, depends which bit of the selvage you've got. When they've cut long quarters, not all of them will have the selvage on. And obviously they're not on any of these, are they? Ah, too wild to last, too rare to break. Atticus, I wonder what that one is. So those are all the Moda fabrics. So you've got beautiful shades of pinks, oranges and corals with a little splash of ocean blue that goes really beautifully with it. That's the Moda one. Remember, you're saving £10. £10 on the Moda one, £10 on the Tula one. The final one is the one that Debbie is demonstrating with. And you get a metre of the pink. Then these are the fabrics that you get to do the quilted patchwork bit with you. They're all beautiful mottled colours. So you've got mauve, aubergine, grey, blue, pink, green, teal and cream. Right, this is limited now. We had a really big stock of this. It is limited. So we've only got 11 left. We have got less than 5 of the Moda and less than 5 of the Tula Pink. So if you want them, you need to get checked out on them. Right, 5 minutes. So
lovely. So you keep going.
You just keep on going.
Just keep going until you get to the end. And you can see how nice it's looking. And then I'm just going to chop. I'm just going to do this with my scissors.
So once you've covered the whole thing,
you cover the whole thing.
Don't cut like this, like Debbie's. This is for demonstration purposes only.
Well, no, this is what you would do because I'm cutting those off because you're going to then follow the line of the pattern here. So you would I've cut them off because they were the longer bits.
Yeah, but once you've done the whole thing.
Yeah, then when you've done the whole thing, I would use a ruler.
Okay.
And your rotary cutter to cut, and I think the pattern says, let me just double check.
So make sure you've covered both halves and all of the strips.
Yeah, you would cut, so you can see here, this is where it's got its shape. So you can see I'm just doing these
look,
bits
I love
here.
the colours together.
Really nice, aren't they? They look so different once you start sewing, don't they? And then it tells you in the pattern how to, when you've sewn all the way round, how you have to cut a certain amount away from the edge.
Right, okay.
But you'll need to just be careful there because obviously all your ends, it'll be covering that.
Yes.
Are you with me? You won't see that. So that's why it's quite important to make sure you're
and then you can cut it with that.
Right.
And then when does the plastic bit come in then?
And then the plastic is the very last bit because that just sits
in the base. Does it just sit in? It's not.
No, not
it's just sat in, but it's nice, isn't it? It's just enough.
It just gives it that firmness, doesn't it, and helps it keep its structure.
And then as far as sewing it together, I guess, well, it's already lined, isn't it?
Yeah, it's already lined, so you can see on the inside, that's what your inside looks like, and that's where your sort of quilt as you go comes in. And then you could also, if I was doing this fully, I would quilt on here as well.
Oh, that would be nice.
So although you've done quilt as you go, you might want to put some wavy lines or do some top stitching.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
So you've got the freedom, obviously, to do that as well, or you could do some nice embroidery bits on these squares. And then it's just a case of, again, it's really clear in the instructions how you then box the corners. So you box the corners, but because it's cut out, if I show you how it's cut out here. So if I just cut this to the size of the fabric, this is what you would basically do at the end. So I'm not sort of rushing this to demonstrate. This is what you will do. And then when you piece it together at the end, that's when you would fold it right sides together, so the outer bag, and then you will sew, I think it's at a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and that will make your box for the box corner of the bag. And then you'll do the same on the opposite side. Here, you'll cut that bit out, sew that boxed corner, and then that's what will make that nice box at the bottom of the base to put your plastic.
And then I guess it's just a tube of fabric that covers the strap.
Yeah, to
Brilliant.
cover the strap, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Debbie.
Thank you.
That's been fab. So well, obviously extremely popular with you. We do have a few of none of the quilters you go on its own, but if you want it, you can get it in the fabric bundles. There are a few of each of them left. Very, very limited. We have also got the Alexandra tote as a whole pack with no fabric. $15.99, that's what the Alexandra tote looks like. Again, that comes with the webbing for the handles. Sophie tote. No fabric, this is just the Quilt As You Go pack. It does come with the webbing to cover your handles. I like that one, nice fabric. And then finally, we have the shopper tote. This isn't the insulated one, but it has the webbing for the handles as well as the plastic. Oh, no, we haven't got that sold out. That one's sold out. That's fab, Debbie. You've taught us loads. When are you back?
26, I think it is, of April.
Okay.
Towards the end of April, I think. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so I shall see you then.
All right, see you then. Have you got some new kits?
Yes, possibly some new kits. Yeah, they're coming together this week.
Exciting. How's
Some
the
new
watering
patterns.
cans going, Ben? No, he's have to track back now. Since we only managed to release them. What?
Oh.
What? Yeah. Right, well, we had hundreds of these. We have got 49 left. And 69 in baskets. So if you were with Debbie and I at 9 o'clock, $9.99 for the watering can Pincushions. So we only managed to get them just before the end of the show. There are 69 in baskets, 49 left.
Oh,
sorry, 48, 47, 45.
Oh.
So be quick. Be quick if you want to make the watering can.
A couple of people had messaged me actually at the break and said that they've sold out. I was like, no, they're on the website now. They're all there.
Yeah, you need to go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. That's where you'll find them because that's where they are at the moment. But more of you want them, we've got them. So don't forget, if you want the watering can, because they'll be gone by the end of the day, if not the next hour. Anyway, I'll see you very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I will see you back here in a few minutes' time because it's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. Well, it will be in a bit. It's Yarn Lane and we've got the fab Sam Sabido who's got her brand new kit for the crochet shawl. 4 different colourways. Last time we did shawls with a totally sold out, so be quick. I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting. I'm a craft and crochet teacher based in Tring in Hertfordshire. Since lockdown, I've moved all of my classes onto Zoom, so I now have customers from all over the country. I teach lots of crafts, but crochet is my specialism. I became passionate about crochet when I was pregnant with my 4th child and in desperate need of some me time. Crochet became my sanctuary and I've crocheted every day since then. I'm a qualified teacher and 8 years ago I began teaching crochet. I love sharing my passion with other people. I design patterns, sell kits and teach lots of classes. My classes range from beginners to next steps, specific makes and clubs. I also like to design crochet alongs. My most recent one was my Autumn Granny Square crochet along, which resulted in me designing this allotment jumper, which I love to wear when I'm out gardening and looking after my chickens. My crochet tip for you is to enjoy it. Crochet should be about taking part in a hobby that brings you pleasure. My claim to fame is that I met Kirsty Allsop at the Handmade Fair and I gave her one of my crochet sunflower brooches. I'm so excited to be taking part in Yarn Lane and I hope you'll enjoy my demonstrations.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome to Yarn Lane. It's Monday. Must be Yarn Lane. And it's Sam Sabido's in the house. Hello, Sam.
Hello. Hi.
It's Monday Shawl Day. These are gorgeous. So, Sam, talk to me about the shawl.
Shades of Springtime Shawl. So, obviously, I came on with the Wrap Me Up at Christmas.
Massively popular.
Yeah, that's sold out, and everyone loved making it. I'm seeing some beautiful photos on the Yarn Lane fans page.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. So, I felt like we've done kind of a big wintry wrap up, so we need a spring shawl.
Okay, I need to try one on.
So this is Shades of Springtime.
Okay.
And it's a different shape.
Right.
So it's a triangular shape.
Okay.
So the Wrap Me Up was a semicircular shape. This is a really a narrow triangle, which means it's really long. So it has got a really good size to it.
So you can like wear it, flip it round.
Yeah. It's got.
Oh, that is nice, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a really nice shape, isn't it? And it's a bit lacier for springtime, so.
Yeah, so if it's a bit chillier and you've got like a cardi or a long sleeve top or a dress on,
exactly.
It's really nice for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice if you're sitting still a lot. You know, maybe you're in a chair all the time.
Yeah,
nice to just put around your shoulders.
Yeah.
Actually, do you know, I really think they should bring back, sorry, my ears aren't big enough. Don't know what that bit's called on the top of your ear.
Oh.
But mine could do with being bigger because it falls off. Anyway, ear problems. Bed jacket. I think they should bring back the bed jacket.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is perfect. You know, when you sit up in bed with a cup of tea and a book.
Definitely.
Well, you probably don't.
Well,
or with chickens for children.
You know, in my dreams.
Yeah. When I do at the weekend.
Keep you warm on the sofa as well.
It's lovely,
but also
isn't it?
just out and about. It's lovely with the dress.
Yes,
I'm wearing mine with a dress today, and so it's.
Well, I see a lot of these on the high street, you know, and they cost a lot of money.
Yeah, they're really
ridiculous.
Fashionable at the moment, aren't they?
So we have a choice of colourways. So we'll go through those one by one. We're going to start with the one I'm wearing, just because. Spring greens.
Spring greens. It's very spring-like, isn't it? Especially at the moment, you've got all of the
This is the most popular on pre-order.
Is it?
Yes.
It was popular when I shared a photo of it.
So let me show you what you get inside. Now this is clever yarn. Clever yarn. Well, obviously you get, as always with some lovely drawstring bag, these are very important. I keep all my projects in them. Full instructions, which are fab. Then you get 100 grams of the pale yellow, and then you get this clever yarn.
Yeah, it's amazing, that yarn. So it's a new one from Wendy. It's called Giggles, and I think that must just be because it's such fun to work with.
Oh, okay.
And it's colour changing.
So just colour changes?
Just colour change as you go. So the different colours in the shawl come from that yarn.
Does it change evenly or randomly?
They call it self-striping.
Okay.
So it is, I mean, it seems fairly random, but then you get that sort of stripy look.
But then I guess because you're doing different length rows, then it's more random.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really fun to work with. And then you've got the yellow for the edging. So I've done a
okay. So the yellow is that lovely edging.
And you've got
and then this just changes colour.
And that just changes colour as you work. And it's a really lovely big double knit acrylic, really soft.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice quality.
Really
the acrylics
nice. And it's you get a lot. You get 325 metres, I think, on a ball. So you get a lot of yarn for that.
And it's nice actually because it's got, if you look at it, you can see it's got quite a variegated. I guess where the colour changes, it's not sort of one colour, is it? The sort of green goes to a
it's not a sudden colour change. It's got kind of, you get like a green with a bit of yellow coming into it and blue.
This green here looks quite variegated. And then it goes into the, it's lovely.
So you've got the different shades. But it's actually, when you stop and look carefully, there's so many different colours in it.
Quarter of the stock of this one has gone, guys. Just warning you. And that is beautiful, isn't it?
It is really lovely.
It will go with so many colours. I mean, you could even wear this with black if you wanted, or navy, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you could wear it with anything. I mean, it's lovely over a summer dress, but also with your jeans.
Yeah.
Sat on the sofa, you wear, a denim jacket. I love them over a denim jacket.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so definitely.
Just as you head into spring, and I mean, not today, but occasionally you get nice warm weather.
Yeah.
And you don't want to wear a big thick winter coat, so you
just
put on
want
like a little
crochet
jacket
shawl
with a nice shawl over it.
Where did you get that from? You go, what, this thing? Yeah, just made this.
And you can choose how you want to wear them, which I always like. I always say when I come on, I never get around to demonstrating, but you've got around your shoulders, which is lovely.
Yes.
And then also you can wear it with the V part on the front, so you can see how big that is when I hold it out.
Oh wow!
So you can roll it a little bit. So I've just rolled over the top of it, and then you can wrap it right around. So that then you really get to show off your shawl, and that's nice, I think, if you're going out and you just want something nice to finish off your dress and have a nice warm neck.
Well, sometimes, you know, with the dresses when they're lower necks, you think I need to fill that space.
This dress is like that, and it's actually, you know, if you're going out, I mean, my classic at the moment is meeting up with my crochet club at the Garden Centre Cafe. But it's nice, you know, just that extra bit of warmth without a big thick layer.
But also you can then wear a coat.
Yes, exactly.
Can't you? And it just fills that gap.
So you've got various ways of wearing them. So
lovely. So let's do the one you're wearing since we're talking about that. So this one is called Sunshine.
Sunshine. So this
Give
got
me
all those
sunshine.
beautiful sort of sunny shades in it. Hold that out.
So let me take out the kit. So the edging is, there was wood. Is clematis. Is it clematis or clematis?
Oh, well, I say clematis, but I'm not sure which is right. It's one of those ones, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Clematis. Obviously, same as the other one. You get the lovely drawstring bag. You get the full instructions. This is for the edging. But look at this. You've got like peach coral, mauve, little bit of blue.
Yeah, the pinky. And I think when you've got all these different colours, you can wear it, so many different things you can wear it with. So I mean, I was thinking this morning, what shall I wear? And I got out this dress, which I do love, and it's got the little bit of orange in it. And I thought, oh, I could wear the orangey one with that, and it wouldn't have crossed my mind until I looked at it.
Yeah, that's true. It actually goes really nicely with that dress.
So you know, you can look through your wardrobe. And actually, you'll probably be surprised how many things will go with that shawl.
They should have given these names. It's just called Colour 02.
On the website, it is called something. I think it's called Summer Sorbet.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Or Sherbet.
Yes, that'd be nice. It's quite sweet shoppy, isn't it?
Oh, they did have. Okay, I was thinking that was not very imaginative because they've called that one clematis and then number 02.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so that's very pretty pastel spring, isn't it?
Very pretty, isn't it? It's just proper spring.
It is, yeah, when we actually get some flowers.
Well, yes, exactly.
Right, next is, should we do the blue one? Blue skies.
Yes, blue skies. So this one
Oh, this has an image now. So if you were shopping online earlier, right at the beginning of the day, we didn't have a photo, but we have now. Don't know why.
So this is just beautiful. This is really Wedgwoody. This is just stunning colours.
This is Mediterranean, isn't it?
Real blue skies, isn't it? You know, and it's something you could wear with anything. That's a lovely thing about blue.
Definitely.
You could wear it with your
Yes, I'm going to try that one on.
That's what I mean about
next.
being surprised what they go with.
I'm going to try them all on. You can't try one on. Oh, you can try one on if you like. Do you think it'll suit you, Ben? This is bigger than that one.
Yeah, I think I might have I've gone to right
Did
to
you
the
do
end
more
because
rows?
I was sitting out there just now, just doing a little sample, and that was what was left.
Oh!
So I think I really played yarn chicken with
this one
that
comes down longer.
So you've got a set of repeats in it, and you can go as far as
Ooh,
you want with the repeats.
like
so
this
you
one.
could make it smaller if you want to, but yeah, it's lovely.
Oh yeah, because look at, I'll just stand there, look at the back.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
So you can make it a bit bigger, depends on what you want it to
you could
be.
just go as far as you want with the repeats, and then you add the edging, so you can stop at any point to add the edging, which is really beautiful textural pom-pom stitch.
Do you know, you could wear this under a coat, look like you're wearing a cardigan, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you could fasten it up under the arms. You've got,
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really lovely.
So that is blue skies. Yep. And look at the colours you're getting in that. So I'm just years ago. You've got like pale, well, right down to white, haven't you? It goes white, light blue, and it variegates all the way through to this deep royal blue. And then you have got aster, which is the colour that's used around the edging. And then finally, do you want to come and try this one on, Ben? Yeah, he's desperate to model one of these. Come on, Ben. He's just desperate. It's the only way we're going to stop him asking. I think this one is your colour, based on the brown suit you're wearing.
Oh yeah, it's got the bits. Oh, it does.
I didn't think you'd actually have some more sheepish now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. It does go.
See?
You carry it off.
I knew that would go. Yeah, you look like a male model.
Thing.
Oh yeah, I just made this. I've had this.
It's lovely.
It is, isn't it? It goes
really
with your
lovely.
suit.
It does actually.
It does match. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you very much, Ben. See, it can be worn by men or women.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ben.
Yeah.
Ben. Men, women, or Ben. The colours in this, you've got a bit of almost like a grey and a green.
Yeah, I called this one naturals because I think it's sort of like
Yes.
pebbles and it's just beautiful. Reminds me of the seaside, like a pebbly beach.
Yeah, because you have got like you've got sand, definitely sand.
So
and a bit of grey and the blues and the greys.
It's more of a grey sky type.
What a nice yarn to
isn't
crochet
it?
with, though.
It's so lovely.
Because it keeps changing.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's
I
addictive.
like that one. I'm going to try that one
really
on as well.
addictive. And it comes up quite quickly when
Right,
you're
this
working with
one,
it.
there's more in baskets than we actually have. Yes, Ben, I'm sure it's probably because you were modelling it.
You can take credit for that now.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise wouldn't have sold any. None at all. No, it's purely because you modelled it. And everyone now is going, I'm going to make one for my husband. Yes, because they'll look just like Ben then. Let me show you the back. I think the back's the loveliest bit,
It's lovely, isn't it? And I think, well, I'll show you when I start doing the repeat. But so you've got 2 rows of sort of a lacy and then 1 row of trebles, and it gives it that kind of...
Oh, I see.
That's what gives it that pattern. It's really textural.
So 1 row where you relax, and the other one where you have to concentrate.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, yeah. I'll keep there. It's a bit cold in here. I'm going to keep wearing this.
I'm going to put mine back on.
Yeah, it's warm, isn't it? So where do we start then?
So you start...
Once you've got your kit,
you get your kit, and you start at the top part, which is, in fact, if I show you my mini one here, you can see how I started it, and I just wanted to do that to show you the repeat. So you're starting at the top, which is obviously going to go, depending on how you wear the shawl, it'll be up close to your neck either way, either at the back of your neck or the front. So you start there. So you've got these 2...
I thought you'd start at like an end.
Yeah, so this one is nice. You don't have to do a massive set of chains or anything like that, because you're starting where it's triangular, you're starting at that point. So you get your ball and you can decide which end you want to work from. So for easiness, I'm going to go from the outside, but you can also go from the inside with these. And then you're going to start with a chain of 4. So much like when you do a granny square, you're going to start by chaining 4. So get your slip knot on your hook, and then you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4 chains to start it off, and then you're going to slip stitch in the first of those 4, so the one that's right next to your knot. So I'm just going to put my hook through that one and then grab the yarn with my hook and put it back through that one and through the loop on my hook, and that has made a tiny circle. So you're going to look for the centre of that circle, and that's where we're going to make the stitches. So I said this in the past, but if you're new to crochet, you can put a stitch marker in the centre of that circle.
Oh, we have got stitch markers. Have we got any in stock, Ben? I've got them here.
So I use a little interlocking stitch marker.
Yeah, these are lovely.
Is that what they are?
Yes, proper ones.
And then...
How many? 3. These are brilliant. Only $3.99. Oh, those are the bead ones, sorry. No, those... No, I want HWZW13. $14.99. And these are great. There are only 2 of these left because you get a whole box of them.
It's really good. Yeah, I've got a box with me.
You've got a box of them as well.
So you can see, because they are you need a lot because you find them everywhere. They sort of disappear, don't they?
I use them for like pinning together as well before I sew together.
Yes, me too. Yeah, they're
really
brilliant. They're so useful.
So if you haven't got stitch markers, then do get them.
Really good thing to add to your crochet kit. Right, so I've done my chain 4 and I've slip stitched it. And you're going to do a chain 3 in the air, which is your pretend first treble. And then you're going to do 6 trebles in that ring that I've marked with my stitch marker. So the 6 trebles are going directly in the centre of this circle. So yarn over and then put your hook into the circle, hook onto the yarn and pull it through to the front, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. Hook the yarn again and come through 2, grab the yarn again and come through those last 2. So that's the treble. So this is UK crochet terms. I've got my chain 3, this curly bit here, and 1 treble. So I'm going to put 5 more trebles in that same circle because I want to have 7 posts at the end. Remember that chain 3 I made right at the beginning there was a first pretend treble. So I'm just going to check I've got my curly bit, which is my chain 3, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's just put another 2 in, because there's 5 including the curly bit, but I will just check again.
Have we got the row counters, Ben? Yes. I love these, and we sold out of these last time. They're only $2.99. You get small and large. These are brilliant for counting crochet.
They are, and actually, when it comes to the pattern, you do get a stitch count for the rows.
And so because you just turn them round,
yeah,
I prefer these to the clicky ones because sometimes they don't click.
Yes, yeah.
I know we all have different ones. These, but you get 2 of these. I mean, they are invented to go around knitting needles.
Yeah, but they're really handy. You can even put a little bit of yarn around them and click them to something. So
$2.99, really, and they're brilliant because you just turn it round, and there are 2 in a pack. Really, really worth it. They rather than writing on bits of paper all the time.
Yes,
it's worth having these.
Yeah.
And we have a few left. There we go. Right, sorry.
That's okay. Right, so all I've done so far is make my 7 little posts. So but do keep track of the number, especially at this point. So make sure you've got your 7, which is including the chain 3, that curly bit at the beginning there. So I'm just going to show you again how I count that. So you've got the curly bit at the beginning, which is chain 3, and then you count the posts for the stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the curly bit, 7. So you need to have 7 there, and it does say in the pattern. Then you do a chain 3 in the air again. So we're not closing up the circle. It's actually going to end up being a triangle, but at the moment it looks a bit like a semicircle. So then you do a chain 3, which is your pretend first treble, and then you turn the whole thing over, and you're going to make 2 trebles in the stitch at the base of that chain 3, which is that very first V that you can see. So it looks like a hole from here, and then if I just twist it, you can see it's actually a V, which is your stitch that you need to go under. So yarn over, and you're going into that stitch underneath 2 strands of the V, pull the yarn back through, gives you your 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And you want to put another one in there because you start with 2 trebles in that stitch. So with your pretend chain 3, with your pretend treble, that's effectively 3 stitches at the beginning there. I'm taking out this stitch marker because I'm going to use it for something else in a minute. You then make 1 treble into each of the next 2 stitches, so going underneath the V, 1, and then 1 in the next, 2. And that brings me to the middle stitch, and in there I'm going to put 3 trebles. I am glancing at my pattern just to double check at this point. So yarn over into this stitch here, pull back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, and then 2 more, all in that same place. And this is going to start looking like a triangle now, and it says in the pattern stitch mark the middle of these 3. So if you haven't, I don't know if those stitch markers are still available. If you haven't got stitch markers,
have we got any stitch markers left, Ben?
So these are my 3.
No, not now.
1, 2, 3. And I'm going to put the stitch mark in the middle one of those. If you haven't got a stitch marker, you can use a paper clip, a safety pin, a piece of yarn, anything at all. And you don't actually have to stitch mark it, but I have written it into the pattern to get you going on the repeats. It's really just a helpful thing to do.
It does make it easy to see where you are, doesn't it?
It does make it helpful, and you'll see why in a minute. So then I'm going to do 1 treble into each of the next 2. So 1 in the following, coming back down the other side of the triangle. And then 3 in the third of the 3 chain here. So this wiggly bit here, I'm looking at the back of the 3 chain, but if I turn it over, you can see the front of it. So I'm going to do yarn over, and I'm just going to push through into that 3rd chain, ideally go under 2 strands. And I'm making 3 trebles in that same place. So you start with 3, and then you put 3 in the pointy bit at the top of the triangle, and then you finish with 3. So you can now see you've got a little triangle-y shape. And again, you've got a stitch count. I'm actually a little bit nervous to count this, but let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Sam, how would you doubt yourself?
I know, I just was having a moment there thinking how embarrassing will it be if I haven't got the right number. So it's 13. So that's starting off with the solid little triangle-y part of the shawl, and just to show you on the bit I started earlier, that's these bits here, this bit here. Now we're starting on the lace, so this is really fun. So you're going to chain 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's 7. That is a long chain. That's representing a chain 4 and a treble. So it's like you've done a pretend treble and a chain 4. Just pop that in your head. Don't worry too much about that. It doesn't matter, but just for anyone who's wondering. You're then going to turn it over, because you're turning it and working up the triangle and back down for every row now. And you skip 2 stitches, but not including the one at the base of the chain 7. So you'll ignore that one and then skip the next 2. And then you're going to do a double crochet in the following. So ignore the one at the base. Effectively, you're skipping 3. It's just a way of explaining it. Skip the one at the base, skip the next 2, double crochet. So just no yarn over, straight into that V, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through 2. So you can see you've made a little lacy bit with your chain. Then you chain 4, skip 2 stitches, 1, 2, and that takes us to where the stitch marker is. So you take the stitch marker out, put your double crochet in there, and then put the stitch marker back in. So we're keeping that stitch marker at the moment on the point of the triangle for the shawl. You might find as time goes on you don't need it, but it just helps you establish the repeat.
Okay. But it's nice when you start off like that, isn't it? And then you remember then as you go along.
Because that's what I really like the stitch markers for, a visual reminder. So, and sometimes you'll see as I demonstrate the next row what you do next, but sometimes you forget that bit, so it's useful having it there. I speak from experience. But
Yes, me too.
So chain 4, skip 2, double crochet in the 3rd. and then chain 4, skip 2, and that takes us to our little wiggly 3 chain we made at the beginning, and you're going to do a treble in there. So yarn over and treble into the top of that 3 chain. And I'm just going to show you how that looks. So still looking very triangle-y, but a lacy triangle.
A lacy triangle.
Pretty, really pretty. Okay, so then there's another row, and there's 3 rows basically that form the repeat.
Okay.
So this was like the first one of them, what we just did. And now we're going to chain 7. Again, that's counting as a treble and a chain 4. And then you turn it over, so you're looking at the back of it. And you're going to put a double crochet into the stitch at the base of that chain 7. So this time you are going into that V at the bottom there, because you want this to be an increase. So find that V and make a double crochet in there. And then you chain 4. And you make a double crochet in the next chain space. So this is really fun, this lacy bit, and then chain 4.
Yeah, I guess that's quite quick, that bit,
It's
isn't
really
it?
quick.
So although I reckon you've got the easy bit and the hard bit, but actually you've got it's quicker.
The easy bit, and the even easier bit.
Yeah.
Okay, now you can see I'm coming up to where the stitch marker is. So I'm going to chain 4, and I have to put a double crochet in the double crochet where the stitch marker is. So that we put that stitch marker in our double crochet there. So a slight change when you get to the point of the shawl, because in there you're putting a double crochet. So obviously this is helping us keep that triangular look at the point of the shawl. And then you put your stitch marker back in that V there. And then we're going to do...
But then you know it stays the same and you get that lovely V shape,
exactly.
don't you?
So that's going to be the V, which is at the, when you were turned around showing everyone the back of your shawl, that's the bit that's at the point of the back. There. So that gives us that sort of triangular shape there. So that whenever I'm stitch marking it, I'm stitch marking this sort of bit at the back there.
So that keeps it nice and even.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm just going to go through the kits just again. So let's go with the blue since I'm wearing that one. So Blue Skies, $28.99. Absolutely, I mean that's amazing price, isn't it? When you get all of the yarn, particularly this colour changing, and it's not like your standard self-striping because it variegates. Normally in a self-striping, it changes from one colour to another, but this sort of whooshes,
more of a gradual change
through, so it's much more naturalistic. So you get 200 grams of that, 100 grams of the plain that goes around the border, full instructions obviously in the bag. That's the one that I'm wearing at the moment. Beautiful Blue Skies. The natural one is this one here, which is like sand and sea and fossils.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Not sure why fossils.
Yeah, pebbly beaches and
There's 9 of these left. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It is very natural. It is like the seaside, but the British seaside.
Well, yes, absolutely. Any time of year,
yeah,
really.
any time of year. Gorgeous. That one, obviously, you get 200 grams, of this variegated one that goes through all of those beautiful natural colours, and then 100 grams of the plain denim that's used for the border. The one that Sam is wearing, this beautiful peachy sunshine one. It's gorgeous, like sherbet, isn't it? So you get, for the border, you get 100 grams of clematis, and then you get 2 balls, so 200 grams of this colour changing yarn. Gorgeous. So that's the one that Sam's wearing. And then finally, the spring greens, which is Ben's favourite. The spring greens. Look at that. So you've got shades of greens and yellows. It's really springtime. It's like the daffodils and the snowdrops coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really springy, that one, isn't it?
That green.
It's incredibly popular when I shared photos of it
on
Instagram and Facebook. Yeah,
it's that green that when it comes to summer goes, it dulls, but when the leaves first come out, it goes that
and
really green.
There's so many shades of green in there, isn't there?
So what's the most popular then, Ben? Natural. Natural is winning. And there are only 9 of the natural left, so you need to, ooh, that's balanced. And there are 39 in baskets of the natural, and there are 9 left. I know you're enjoying watching Sam's demo. That's why I thought I'd just have a quick stop, because I don't want you to miss it. I don't want to get to the end. You go, oh, that was really lovely, I missed it, and then we've all sold out. So we are getting low in stock on them, particularly of the natural. Right, okay, Sam.
Okay.
You can carry on now.
Yep, no problem. Nice to have a break, a quick check I've done it right. Okay. So, and it is, you'll see, I want to get to a point where I can show you how repetitive it is, because it's such a lot of fun. So then I've got to the point where I've just done that double crochet and I've moved the stitch marker, so I'm marking the top of the shawl, or the point of the shawl. Then I've done a chain 4, and then I double crochet in the next space, chain 4, double crochet in the next space, and I'm nearly at the end of this row. This is slightly different at the end here. You chain 4, and then you find the 3rd of the chain 7. So I've already done a double crochet in there, but I also need to find the 3rd of the chain 7. So when I started doing starting from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, push my hook into the chain this time, pull the yarn back through, giving you your 2, yarn over through 2, so a double crochet, then a chain 4, and then a treble in the same place. And that is mirroring what you did at the beginning of the shawl, where you did your chain 7 and then you double crocheted in there. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you've got your stitch marker, 1, 2, 3, 4 chains. So the other thing just to point out is in the pattern you have got a chart for anybody who likes a chart. So that will clarify it if you need to check it at all. And you've got that stitch count that I talked about. But really, once you get into the swing of it, you don't need any of those things, because you by the nature of which row you're on, you know what you need to do next.
Oh, okay. So
it kind of, you'll see. I want to
you'll get your head round the pattern,
and you'll just sit there in front of the telly doing it. I promise. Right. So now I'm on the row where I'm going to put trebles in everything. So chain 3, pretend treble. Turn it over.
Oh, so there is no right or wrong side either.
No,
even better.
You keep turning it, and then 1 treble in the stitch at the base. So that's my little increase to keep it straight along the edge. Then into the next chain space. So there's very little going into stitches. It's mainly going into chain spaces, which is always fun and quick. 3 trebles in that first chain space. And then 3 trebles into every chain space up to the stitch marker. So just 3 trebles, a little bit like a granny square. 3 trebles in every chain space. So going into the hole, you don't have to fiddle about trying to get it into a stitch. Then another 3 in the next space. And then another 3 in the next space. So you can see this one sort of fills it in. So you've got 2 lacy rows, and then you've got your one where you fill it in a bit. Now I've come to the stitch marker, and in the stitch marker I'm going to put a double treble, so actually going in the stitch that the stitch marker is marking. So for a double treble, yarn over once, twice. So for a double treble you put your yarn over twice before you go into where you want to go, which is in that stitch. Pull the yarn back through. Because I did yarn over twice before I went into the stitch, I've now got 4 loops on the hook.
Right.
And then in every other way, you treat it like a treble. So you go yarn over through 2, leaving 3 loops, yarn over through 2, leaving 2 loops, yarn over through 2. So it's a much taller stitch than a treble. Then you do a chain 2 in the air, and then you do another double treble back in that same place where the stitch marker is. So yarn over twice, into the stitch you've got the stitch marker in, pull the yarn back through, gives you 4 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So you've then got that little chain 2 space, so I'm going to mark that with the stitch marker now, and it does tell you in the pattern where to put that stitch marker.
The naturals are sold out. It's gone.
Oh, luckily the others are all lovely.
But we did say.
I've got. I made 3 of them. Terry Ann actually made the one I'm wearing.
Oh, did you? Oh, so you get to keep them this time.
So I get to keep 3, and I would wear them all as well. I think it's.
Oh, well done for making all 3.
They're so quick and addictive.
Yeah.
I just if you don't know which colour to get more than one because
I guess it's not like
fun.
making the granny cardigan, is it?
No, it's a really quick project. If you're an accomplished crocheter, it's quick, and if you're new, it's a brilliant
which is great, isn't it? Because I know normally you normally can make one.
Yes,
so
yes, exactly.
That's
and then
really good.
But Terry Ann made this one, so I thought I'm going to wear it today before I have to give it back to her. But I would wear any of the colourways. So
I would,
very
definitely.
wearable. Okay, so I've got to the point. So I'll just show you. I've done my stitch marker is now in the chain 2 space, which is again the point of the shawl, and now we move back down and we're going to make 3 trebles in every space back along. So it's quite nice, as you said at the beginning, Rebecca, it's quite nice when you get to this row because you're like, oh, just 3 in every. The only thing to look out for is a stitch marker. So 3 in that space.
But then it's nice to have the change, isn't it? Because, when you're just constantly doing the same backwards and forwards, it's like it's...
And then you've also got the change of the yarn changing colour.
Yes.
It's one of those ones where you think, I'll go to bed in a minute, I'll just finish this row.
I'll just see what happens.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's going on to dark blue now. I'll just do another row.
I know what you mean.
So
but it's nice having that change of rows as well.
Yeah. So then 3 in the final chain space. And then also, to keep it nice and flat along the edge here, we also do 2 in the 3rd of the chain that makes up that final chain space. So 1, 2, 3, yarn over, push through that chain, that 3rd chain. Whoops, I like to go under 2 strands of yarn. You don't have to, just makes it a bit tighter. And that's 2 trebles in there. So that's what it's going to be looking at when you've done your first repeat.
Oh, nice, nice.
So you've got
it's taking shape now.
It is taking shape. You can see immediately the shape it's taking. So you've got these first 2 rows, we're setting it up, and then the repeat is lacy, lacy, solid. That's how I think about it. So I'm going to start, if that's all right, another repeat, just to show people how it grows.
Yeah, because then you can see what happens.
I'd like you to see that it's actually really lovely and repetitive and, a bit addictive. So back
to... it's the colour changing. I knitted some socks recently that were striping. And I got, I just need to see all 6 colours.
Yes.
Oh, and then I just need
actually now I've put it, going back to the original colour and it looks different again. That's the nice thing, it looks different.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
All the way through, it looks different. So I'm going to chain 7. So I'm starting off that first lacy row again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Turn it. So I don't know if you might be worth just remembering that I said that was the same as doing a treble and a chain 4, which is why we work into the 3rd of that 3 chain. So another thing you can do if that's not quite clear is to mark the 3rd one of these with a stitch marker, so you know when you get back along. Yeah. I'll show you what I mean by that. So
do you mark it as you do the 3rd one, or do you count back?
Yes. Right. So what you could do is do this chain and then you 1, 2, 3 and just put the stitch marker in there, and then next round, or next row, sorry, when you're worked all the way back along and you come back to it and it says work in the 3rd of the 7 chain, that's where you go. So I've done my chain 7, I've turned it, and then this is the bit where you've got all your trebles ahead of you and you skip 2, but you don't include the V at the bottom of that chain 7, so effectively it's 3. So 1, 2, 3, and you go in the next. Now another nice little tip when you're doing this is you're basically going into the middle one of a group of 3. So if you think of these groups of 3 that you've got in your chain spaces, you're putting a double crochet in the middle one of the group of 3. So there's my 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm always working in that middle one. It took me a while to work that out, stupidly probably, but when I realised, oh, that's a nice little hack, as it were, when you come to do it. So I'll do chain 4 in the air.
Okay.
And then ahead of me, I've got my next group of 3 where I did 3 trebles in the chain space. And the double crochet, it says skip 2, which you are doing, skip 2 and work in the 3rd. But another way of thinking about it is actually the middle one of that group of 3. So skip 2 trebles, work in the 3rd.
Oh, I see.
Which is the middle one of those 3. And again, you repeat that, chain 4, skip 2, working
yes,
the next.
yes, it is. I'm looking at my shawl now. Yeah, I can see that.
So you can see.
So you skip 2, but basically it is the middle of the trebles.
Takes you into the middle of that group of 3 because you're skipping the last one of one group and the first of the next. But I mean, don't worry too much about that. But I do try to include little tips of things that have helped me to help you when you come to sit and do it from the telly.
Very important.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got to the top of it now. So skip 2, so chain 4 in the air, skip 2, and that takes me where the stitch marker is. So stitch marker out, double crochet in there, stitch marker back in. So all you're doing for this row is chaining 4, skipping 2, double crochet in the next. So let's continue that. Chain 4, skip 2, double crochet in the next. Chain 4, skip 2, double crochet in the next. And you continue that all the way to the end. And then I get right back to the bottom here, and in the repeat I've got chain 4, skip 2, which takes me to the 3rd of my 3 chain that I did to start the previous row, and I put a treble in there. And you can see again, it's nice and even with your stitch marker at the top there. And that's the first, so that's the first row of lacy repeated again.
Yeah, but it's really taking shape now.
And you can see it really taking shape. And then you're going to do a chain 7 and start your next row of lacy. Shall I go ahead and do that?
Yeah, you've got 7 minutes left, Charlie's just told me.
Have I? Okay, brilliant. So that should be perfect if you're happy for me to go ahead and show the repeat again.
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
Okay, so I've done my chain of 7, turned over, and then double crochet in the V at the base, and then start my chain 4, double crochet in the next space, chain 4, double crochet in the next space. So it's really repetitive.
What's the stock update, Benjamin? Right, over half of the stock of the spring greens has gone. Same for the blue skies, that's the one that I'm wearing. Summer shun. Yeah, so less than 20 of the springtime, of the summer one, but 33 in baskets. So with all of them, we have got more people in baskets than we've actually got kits. So if you want it, I would suggest, that's why I'm just having a little break. I know you want to watch Sam's demo, but that's what happened with the naturals. They will sell out. You can always watch it back.
Yes, definitely. I mean, all I'm doing at the moment, whilst you were talking, is just doing chain 4,
doing the chain
double
4,
crochet in the chain 4 space. So it's nice and repetitive anyway. So I've come down to my last chain space, double crochet in there, and then you do a chain 4, and look, there's my stitch marker waiting for me. And so in the pattern it'll say chain 4 and then double crochet in the 3rd of the 3
and you've got it there and you think,
and
thank
there
goodness.
it is. That even took me by surprise just then.
Well, I think that's
Double
often
crochet
something
in
I know
there.
I find difficult when it says like crochet into the second one. You think, oh, I can't remember which one that is. So if you put it in as you do it.
Exactly, it sets you up.
Yeah.
So I know I've done that now. And then chain 4.
It helps with, I think, learning counting as well.
Definitely. And treble in the same place. So as you make your beginning chain of the row, once you've got used to the repeat, if you know where you're going to have to be working as you come to the end of the next row, you can just mark it. So that's 2 rows of lacy done. It's so pretty, isn't it? It's really lovely. And now we're on for solid.
I wound it all back on because it was coming off, and
now I'm unwinding it again.
I know, I can be your personal ball crochet assistant.
So now I'm on a solid, and I'm just going to put the stitch marker, because I should have done that, but I was getting carried away. So I've got the stitch marker where I should have put it, and it tells you in the pattern to do that. So now for my solid row, chain 3, turn it, and then it's going to be 1 treble in the stitch at the base of the chain 3, so that's that V there, and then 3 trebles in every chain space all the way up to the stitch marker. And this, you know, once you get onto this row, you're thinking, oh, that's really nice and easy. I can just sit and do those 3 in every. And it's 3 in every all the way up to the stitch marker.
So did you give up with the stitch marker after a while?
Yeah.
Did you?
So yeah.
You thought, well, I can do this now.
I just had a kind of mental note as I got to the end of the shawl to be aware. When I say end, I mean top. Yes. When I got to the points bit, I didn't have a stitch marker in there, but I just thought, oh, I'm getting towards the top. I'll just check, because the difference at the top is you've gone 3 trebles in every chain up, and then in there where your stitch marker is, or not if you've not bothered with it, you put your double treble chain, double treble. So you need to just keep a note.
So it's probably worth doing that for quite a while until
you get it'll depend on your experience with crochet.
And then you'll take it out, and then you'll forget.
Yes, there will be. I mean, I always say it's impossible to work a project without making a mistake. The key thing is knowing how to rectify it.
I don't think I've ever made anything that I haven't unpicked at some point.
Exactly.
In crochet.
I mean, we're not superhuman or machines or whatever. So I always think, you know, if you do make a mistake, the nice thing about crochet is it's easy to put right.
Yeah.
But just, you know, just have a look out for that as you're. And also, sometimes you don't need to put it right, and I try to put as many sort of tools in to help you with that as you go along. So these little tips and things. So I've now got up to where the stitch marker is. Take the stitch marker out, and in there I'm putting a double treble, so that was where it was yarn over twice. In there, pull back through, gives you 4 loops, yarn over through 2, through 2, through 2, then a chain 2, and then another double treble in the same stitch. And then that was the chain 2 that you then marked with the stitch marker. So that's the only difference. You're doing 3 trebles in every space except for at the top of the shawl. And that keeps, and actually you'll probably notice if you forget to do that, because it won't be quite so pointy and triangular. And so it's 3 trebles into every space all the way back down. And when you do get back down there, just one last thing to remind you again is you've got the stitch count, and the stitch count is at every 3rd row, so it's at the end of every solid row. So you've got the row number and the number of stitches you've got. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't count. To be quite honest, I didn't. I only counted very early on if I thought, oops, I'm not sure I've got the right number there.
Oh, but it's nice to have that.
It's nice.
Just to make sure.
Exactly. So, and if something goes wrong, you can, you know, look at the stitch count.
Although when you go, right.
So but then it's up to you whether you bother to rectify it or not. Everybody's different in that respect as to whether they want to take out the rows or not. But it's, you know, it's useful to have that there.
For really useful. I like it at the end of a row when it says how many stitches.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when it's worked out right.
I know, you go, oh, that's amazing.
So I've come to that last chain 3 space, put 3 trebles in there. And then the only different thing is I need to put 2 trebles in the 3rd of that chain 7 it was that I did at the beginning there. So that I could have marked that at the beginning of the previous row with a stitch marker. But that's how it's looking. You can see that beautiful colour change, like
that's lovely,
blue china, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And I guess it depends where your ball happens to start.
Exactly.
What you get, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It will come out differently.
But it's because a lot of yarn is very stripe, and this isn't.
No, it's very gradual.
So
you can see in this row I've just been doing, the blue is becoming more white, but you have still got the very light sky blue coming through there. And then the next bit I'm coming into, the
I know, I mean, but when you look at all of these shawls, it's hard to believe it's just one ball.
Yeah, so effective, isn't it? And it's just such fun. You will love it. It's such a good project. Yeah, it's really
And then
lovely.
I guess when you finished it, you had this beautiful
edging on there, the edging, which is a puff stitch.
It's got bobbles.
It's really bobbly and textural. The reason I did that is I wanted a bit of weight to it, so it hangs nicely when you wear it.
Right.
So you've got that. So that's the only thing that maybe gives it a right and a wrong side, is that these all sit on one side, but I've actually got mine on the other way. So
is this sort of the lacy bit part of the border?
So the lacy bit is part of the border.
Okay.
So you finish your repeat and you're continuing with the lacy bit. It talks you through how to do that. And then the only other thing is you put this puff stitch on at the end there. It looks like
pom-poms.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah,
I wanted to go for like a pom-pommy effect.
It looks a bit like those pom-poms, you know, you can buy pom-pom edging, doesn't it?
It's exactly what I was imagining when I did it, so I'm glad you said that.
Because they always have like little strings that they hang on, don't they? And that's what it looks like.
And it does, when you're wearing it, you can feel them, can't you? It gives it a bit of weight and drape. So it's quite a nice way to finish it.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's do a quick stock update, recap. So let's do blue skies because I'm wearing that one. Less than 20 left. Remember, you get 300 grams of yarn, you get 100 grams for the border, and you get 200 grams of the variegated yarn, the giggles, obviously, and the full pattern, and the bag. Oh, you need a 4mm crochet hook. I think I forgot to tell them that.
4mm crochet hook, yeah.
If you haven't got one, we have them here.
Yeah.
Get one. And don't forget the row counters. The second one, which is the sunshine one that Sam is wearing, you get 100 grams of clematis, which is the border. Only 15 of this one left. And how many? 33 in baskets. You need to get checked out. So you've got 2 balls of the variegated one, and obviously the bag and the pattern. And then finally, spring greens. So we've got 1 ball of, I forgot to say this colour, haven't it? Lemon, Sicilian lemon. And then 2 balls of this beautiful, really is spring green. I love this yarn, it's gorgeous. And the full instructions. We have got more of all of the kits in baskets than we actually have in stock. So you do need to check out, or you're going to miss out. That was fab, Sam.
Oh, good.
Lovely.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again.
Yeah, really nice, wasn't it?
Yeah,
lovely.
Really fun.
Lovely. We've got a message. Hi, Sam. I just wanted to say how beautifully you demonstrate.
Oh, that's nice.
You make it seem so easy for us new to crochet. Hope you're back again very soon.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank
Sent by
you.
Lynn from Hertfordshire.
Thanks, Lynn. That's so lovely.
So when are you back?
In 3 weeks' time.
Are you? What's in 3 weeks' time?
I'm doing a special, I'm going to see if I can say it right, because I always get it wrong, King's Coronation Commemoration show.
Ooh.
So I've got 3 different projects to commemorate
Have you? What
the
a good
coronation.
idea.
Yeah, so it's going to be
So
a lot
what
of
date?
fun.
I must be here in 3 weeks. I'm sure I am.
I think it's the 27th.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure I am.
So, yeah.
Is it me? Yay! I think it is. I don't think I've got any Mondays. There is a Monday I'm missing, but that's in April. Going on holiday. I think that's the first one.
Oh, so there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Them.
So
Something
that's
a bit different.
brilliant. Oh, I should like to see those.
Yeah, I'm very excited about those projects. Something a bit different.
Yeah, that will be nice. I'm looking forward to all the postbox covers that come up.
I know, yeah. It's gonna
I've
be
only
an
had a
exciting
postbox outside my
time.
house. I'd love to make one. Anyway, that was brilliant. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me and Sam, and thank you for joining me for the whole of today. Tomorrow we have, is it TV's John Scott? Is presenting tomorrow. He will be starting off with Becky Alexander Frost launching the Birds and the Bees quilt. Brand new quilt from Becky. It's like a row each month. Birds and the Bees. And what you don't know about them, really, I've seen a picture of it as well. Very nice. At 9 o'clock, it's all about wadding and extra wide fabrics, which is crucial to all of us quilters. Absolutely perfect. And then at 10 o'clock, Becky will be back with the Maker's Craft a Tote. And then 11:12. Special Pars quilting rulers. Great show. That's where you do, your quilting with you attach the ruler to your machine so you could do free motion, that sort of thing. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. I will be back with you next Monday. Yes. Can't even remember next Monday. Have we got a menu for Hobby Maker? No, we don't get that anymore. Normally, it happens that I run out of time and I go, I'm sorry, I can't. And I can't read that menu, so we haven't got that anymore. What are we going to do for 2.5 minutes then? Don't know. We're going to go through these kits again. Because more of you have checked out. More of you have checked out now. So, spring greens. Which makes me think of broccoli.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
spring greens.
And kale and
Did
no,
they
but it's
used to
much
have one that
prettier
was
than
called spring green, a green veg?
I love spring greens. Yeah,
There is a one, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, it's tasty.
What is it? Is it like a cabbage?
It's like
or
a
something?
cabbage, like a slightly sort of softer cabbage. Yeah, it's nice. But we want you to think about tulips and things.
Right, yeah, so it isn't a vegetable at all.
It isn't a vegetable,
It's all those little shoots that come up because your daffodils are going to be on top of them at some point.
Yes.
I've got loads of those shoots. Nothing on top of them at the moment. Second one, the sunshine one. Sunshine! And there's loads of you checking out now. So if you want this one, please don't miss out. $28.99, amazing price. Make it for yourself, make it for somebody else. You can't have the natural one because that's That's sold out ages ago. You can have the blue one. This is the one I'm wearing. You get 100 grams of the why can't I ever remember Aster, and then you get 200 grams of this fab Giggles yarn, which is like 100. This is all really beautiful soft acrylic yarn, so please do check out. They'll be gone in the next hour, if not before. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you, Sam, for being with me and all my other guests, and I will see you back here next Monday.